All right, everybody, we'll get started in about 2 minutes. 2 minutes, please.
I don't have any comments with Karen. Working with Karen, I saw.
All right, everybody, good morning. A couple of points of housekeeping before I get into some points I'd like to make is I think everybody knows we did have juvenile court scheduled for today. They have been moved to the 16th, and the sheriff who was scheduled today has been rescheduled to the 11th. So criminal court will kick us off first, then NOPD, the DA, and the public defender. This is how I wanted to start, subject to any comments my colleagues wanted to make. In my view, this is a much different budget than what we faced in 2021 headed into 2022. At that time, staring down COVID, the city was facing a decline in revenue. That has changed. The city has increased revenue and increased surplus, one-time federal money, and funds in restricted accounts. Also, Councilmember Green, nearly 20% of the city positions remain unfilled. The city budget is not an open treasure chest to be raided. Our job is to act as gatekeeper to ensure services are being delivered to residents. For the people answering questions, some of our inquiries may seem smaller or more insignificant, but we're trying to put together all of the pieces to see the entire puzzle. Moreover, not all departments or agencies are created equally. Decisions on funding are based on a number of factors. Finally, and I know Councilmember Morel will like to hear this, you've generally heard this council wanting major recurring expenses to be funded with recurring monies and one-time expenses to be funded with one-time dollars. As the budget chair, I've spent the last year talking to my colleague. Our budget goals remain generally aligned. We are focused on public safety, quality of life, and ensuring the needs of residents are being met. This committee will ask every office, every department, every outside agency to show their work. There will also be an increased emphasis this year on personnel trends and needs. In the 2022 budget, we understood departments wanted to increase personnel and restore resources. But the pendulum swung too far in the other direction with too many unfilled positions. We don't want money tucked away unnecessarily. In other words, as Mayor Cantrell emphasized during our opening remarks last week, our department leadership, they understand and they are ready to be held accountable to ensure that we're monitoring our spend, those actuals on a monthly basis, that we're coming and making the adjustments quarterly and shoring up budgets so we can move the city forward. As for all the agencies appearing, here is our expectation. We are prepared. We hope that you are prepared and also candidly answer our questions. Please answer the questions. It'll be much easier if you do so. All agencies must justify their current spending to how it improves the quality of life for all New Orleanians. What specific data-driven outcomes have you achieved? What specific data-driven outcomes do you hope to achieve? And for many of the agencies, including the criminal justice ones, we're looking for public-facing dashboards. This budget season, we will not directly be considering the $195 million in American Rescue Plan funding, but we will deal with it later, but it's still in the front of our minds as we're making decisions. Therefore, we will not tolerate cushioning budgets intentionally with expectations that ARP money will fill those gaps down the road. The public deserves a clear and accurate picture of how their tax dollars are being spent and how they plan to be spent in 2023, and that is the purpose of these hearings. Does any other council member have anything they wish to add?
No, just thank you for your guidance and leadership as budget chair. I know we're going to be using a system where we have our budget chair, but different council members based on the committees will be leading this discussion. And just I wanted to thank you for the pre-meetings we had and early discussions about just getting some idea and understanding how you not only perceive this budget process, but what you hope to accomplish in this budget process. I just wanted to publicly thank you for that. And thank you for being available.
Thank you. And also just point out to everybody here, there's 5 members of the budget committee, but the entire council is here. So I think that signifies the importance of these hearings as well. So with that, criminal court judges and staff, you are first. Will you please introduce yourselves, and we're ready to receive your presentation. Good morning.
Sure. Good morning. We're here representing Orleans Parish Criminal District Court. I'm Chief Judge Robin Pittman. With me is Deputy Chief Tracy Flemings Davalier to my right, and to my left is our Chief Financial Officer Tommy Bassel and our Judicial Administrator Rob Kasich.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
And so we have a PowerPoint that we could go over, a chair, if you'd like us to do that first, so we could get straight into the budget. And the PowerPoint basically is just an update of some things that are going on at Criminal District Court that we have had previous discussions about at other meetings, including criminal justice meetings. And so would you like me to go to the PowerPoint first or just straight into the budget?
Judge, the choice is yours. So
Okay.
we're happy to do it however you like, particularly since you're first.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay, so I'll just go into the PowerPoint a little bit. And so the first part of our PowerPoint is about court security, and just wanted to update you. I know the last time we were here, we were having access to in-custody defendants on specific days. And so those specific days still exist for all judges of Criminal District Court. However, there was a meeting with the sheriff and some of her top staffers in October, wherein we were advised that we could get in custody defendants on days other than our specific assigned days. And so that has been an improvement. And I can say that I believe most of the judges would come in and say that they have not had any issues with having an in-custody defendant on any day of the week that they choose to have them. So I wanted to definitely update the council on that there's been a big improvement in that. And then moving on to jury trials, which aligns with what I've just said, based on the fact that there's been improvement in the amounts of in-custody defendants and the amount of days that we can have them in court, therein leads to the fact that there's been a rise in jury trials. And so far this year, we've had 60 jury trials. And if you compare it back to 2019, prior to the pandemic, there were about 70. So again, the fact that the security and the transporting of in-custody defendants have improved, that has allowed the jury trials to increase dramatically. And so speaking of jury trials, I know that we had mentioned to you all issues we were having with our jury rooms for where the jurors deliberate. And I know that this may not be a part of the budget at this time, but I just want you guys to know that we are still asking for monies for the improvement of those rooms. We're asking the community to come down and abide by their jury summons, and we need to make sure that those rooms are tolerable for the times that they are going to spend there while deliberating, or just while they're being held during breaks and recesses. And so I just wanted to bring that up again. And so jury trials, I'll say post-COVID, have been ranging from anywhere from 1 to 6 days. They are spending more time deliberating, and it's taking us longer than it had been pre-pandemic. And so then last but not least, my deputy chief Tracy Fleming Davalier is going to go into a little bit about what's happening with court intervention services.
Good morning, council, and thank you all for the opportunity to present this morning. So I serve as a judicial liaison for all of the court intervention services programs. And as you can see, we just have them listed. I think all of you are familiar with the various programs: drug court, domestic violence monitoring court, mental health court, misdemeanor monitoring court, pretrial services, reentry court, and veterans court. And these programs are largely funded either through the Louisiana Supreme Court or other grants that we receive through the state, through the LCLE, the Criminal Justice Commissioner, Tanisha Stevens, or through the city, through various fundings that the city provides as well, with government grants, and then also federal grants. So for drug court, just we have some numbers for you, just so you can get a picture or a snapshot of the work and the services that we do provide, because we do believe that criminal court, although our main and priority is to address cases, we do believe that we also have a responsibility as elected officials to try to treat the underlying issues that lead people into criminal district court and the criminal system. And so in drug court, we have active defendants, 102 active participants, and there's been a successful completion of 71 participants since 2020. Now, mind you, this includes 2 years of COVID. Domestic violence monitoring court, as we've seen an increase in domestic abuse throughout this nation, those numbers have increased. Pre-adjudication, 655 clients, post-adjudication, 54 clients, and those are usually those who are on inactive probation, as those who are on active probation, are being monitored by probation and parole. And for successful completion since 2020, we've had 1,779 clients complete the domestic violence program, which includes 26 classes of batterers intervention classes, which really deals with behavior modification. In our misdemeanor monitoring court, we have 38 active participants, and we have successful completion of 64 since 2020. In reentry court, we have 18 active participants with successful completion of 24 since 2020. And these are defendants who are serving a sentence with the Department of Public Safety and Corrections, who receive specific services. They satisfy various conditions, and then they re-enter into the community with some oversight by the court. And then we have Veterans Court active, 6 participants at this point. Right. And then we just provided some additional information for you with respect to pretrial services, which is, I think, our last slide. Pretrial services, as you know, is a very, very important program with the court that we started under the court's control and direction in 2017. Pretrial services provides public safety assessments, which really measure failures to appear in prior criminal history, to give the magistrate commissioners and the judges a tool to help us decide on bond issues, conditions of release, sometimes even sentencing, and any kinds of modifications. And in pretrial services, we conducted 3,727 PSA reports on felony cases. In total, we've done since 2020, that was 2020. Since 2021, we did a total of 3,996. That number may be a little backwards. In addition, this year, we've conducted 2,949 PSA reports, and they're currently in the second phase of pretrial services, 44 defendants who are being actively monitored by our case managers.
And I guess in line with that, as I said, we were updating you on things that are new or things that have changed. Yesterday, we swore in 4 new magistrate commissioners who are all practicing attorneys from criminal district court, who are well experienced, and we are thankful for all of you who were able to join us on yesterday. But we just wanted to apprise you of that, and they will be beginning 6-year terms beginning today, November 1st. And so we'll get straight into our budget, and I'll turn it over to our Chief Financial Officer, Tommy Bassel.
Thank you. Good morning again, council members. I'm going to start off with what we submitted to the administration for our budget. We have 2 separate budgets. One is our restricted fund budget, and the other one is our unrestricted fund budget. The restricted fund budget mostly consists of all those grants that are given to us by federal government, the city, and other agencies such as that. The request which was made to the city was for our unrestricted $6.9 million. And one of the things I want to point out is that what the city funded was the exact amount that they gave us last year. And that amount represented the year of 2021 when the city asked us to take a 25% cut in our budget. And they've not yet brought us back to where we were operating pre-pandemic. And one of the areas in specific that they've not funded again for maybe the second straight year is our jury expenses. And in 2021, when they asked us to reduce our budget, that was one of the expenditures that we did not receive because we made the judges made the decision not to request those funds because at that time we were not holding jury trials. So we're very conscious of that we're not doing that. And even at the beginning of 2022, we again were not holding jury trials, so we did not request those funds. But now, since that time, and I think the judges alluded to this, our jury trials have increased significantly, almost surpassing where we were pre-pandemic. And so now we're requesting that jury monies back because our jury trials have increased in 2022, and we anticipate that they will continue to increase in 2023. So we did speak to them about that, why they were not funding that again. And that's to the tune of about $400,000 that they clearly left off. The other amounts that we requested this year also include a 5% increase for our employees, which they've not received an increase since the last 6 years. The other amounts included in that budget was for technology upgrade.
Mr. Vassal, how much is the 5% increase?
Roughly 500,000. And the technology upgrade that we requested was $125,000. We also requested $10,000 for security scanners as people enter into our courtroom. We need scanners for those individuals. One of the things that we also requested was an orientation video. That amounted to $40,000. And I have to tell you guys, we've already gotten the invoice for that. And that video, and I'll certainly allow the judges to explain more about that video, but the video actually informs the jurors as they come into the jury room as to what their services are and how the court operates. That's one expand on that.
And so, as you know, we have 12 judges who deal with felony cases, and we usually take turns doing an orientation to the jurors of our community. And so we thought that it would be wise to make sure that the same information is being portrayed to the jurors about the entire process. And so we wanted to do a video that we could play that each and every juror would get the same information about that process. We would still allow the judges to go down and be personal and give like an introduction, but we could play this video time after time unless, and of course, any portions of the law would change. But that would be the purpose of that, for us to ensure that each and every potential juror is receiving the same information about the law and about the process that they are about to endure.
And the last amounts that we had included that were in addition to what we had proposed in our budget in the prior years was that we asked for court vans, 2 court vans, and that amounted to $90,000, and 2 court vehicles, which amounted to $70,000. And except for the COLA increase, those are all one-time increases that we were asking the administration and the council to approve for us this year.
And so I'd just like to comment about the vans. And so one of the reasons we need those vans is there are times when we have jurors who do not have transportation and they need to either be picked up for jury duty, they need to be dropped off for jury duty. And then we also use those vans to pick up jury meals for those jurors of our community who we've asked to come in and abide by their summons. And so we try to be as accommodating as we can, particularly for late night trials, individuals who do not have transportation. We provide that to them late at night and early in the mornings to get to court. And so that is one of the purposes of those court vans that we're seeking monies for.
I would also like
I
to
can-
add,
oh, go
I'm
ahead.
sorry, in 2006, we purchased 4 vehicles after Hurricane Katrina. We've been using the same vehicles since Hurricane Katrina. All 2006, they're not take-home vehicles. They're parked in the basement. We take excellent care. We bring them in for service. So these vehicles that we're talking about go back from 2006, 4 vehicles. We have 1 operating vehicle left. The 3 have been returned to the city EMD, and we have no vehicles at this point.
And I'd like to also add that we also use the vans for crime scene visits during trials. It's very important to have security and to have the jurors, if the request is made by counsel on either side, that we be able to transport our jurors securely in one vehicle to a crime scene to view that scene. And at this point, we do not have that ability to do so.
One last point I wanted to make was one of the programs that we operate, the Adult Learning Center. Again, the city is keeping us at the reduction that they asked us to take in, the 25% reduction that they've asked us to take in back in 2021's budget. So we, again, asked them to increase that back to the amount that it was pre-pandemic. With that, I'll entertain any questions you guys have.
I have one question before I'm going to turn it over to Councilmember Thomas. And then I'll watch the board as it lights up for people with questions. One of the things the council and the administration are aligned about is sharing of criminal data. So we have a unified dashboard. I just wanted to make sure that criminal court was committed to that approach as well.
We are.
Yes.
And our head of technology has been working along with other criminal justice stakeholders to make sure that that actually comes to fruition.
Thank you. Thank you,
Yes.
Chief. We appreciate it. Councilmember Thomas.
Thank you, Budget Chair. And in terms of leading this discussion, I'll allow questions from my colleagues before I ask my questions and we get to the public. Any questions or comments from the dais?
Yeah, I'll go then.
Yeah. Councilmember Jerusalem.
So, let me ask this, the things, Mr. Vassal, that you just listed, jury mount, COLA, tech upgrade, security scanners, video, vans, and also furlough money. That's all items that criminal court has requested, but not necessarily that the city has approved of at this point.
Exactly. They've not approved any of those. As I said, they kept us at our 2021 budget at this point.
I know this next point is going to be something for Councilmember Moreno that we go much more in depth when we get to capital projects, but do you all also want to spend a minute talking about the condition of the court right now and a number of the upgrades that are needed?
Meaning the jury room?
I mean, we can start with the jury rooms, the
Yeah, we can start
HVAC,
anywhere.
healing plaster, wherever you want to start.
So I'll start with the jury rooms. I think Mr. Kasich brought some photographs. Some of you came to spend the day at Criminal District Court and you had the opportunity to see these jury rooms firsthand. I remember Councilman King being surprised that at the looks of the jury rooms where we are asking our community to come and serve. So we have some photographs to show those of you that didn't have the opportunity to see them. Some of our jury rooms are so bad that some judges have to use the judicial administrator's conference room or a colleague's jury room if they are not currently in a jury trial. But we are desperately seeking monies to have these things repaired. They're just not feasible for anyone to have to sit in and endure the length of time that a jury trial may take.
And we've gone before the Capital Projects Committee to request these funds for several years. And this particular year, again, we provided the photos and then also invited those members of that committee to view the court if they should like to do so.
And I would like to add, most of these budget requests have been submitted for at least the last, I'm the administrator now since 2006. We've added a few capital budgets to our requests since, but we've not had one budget request ever passed other than the new courtrooms that was approved on Mark Morial's administration. So it's been quite a while. These 2 courtrooms that I just showed you actually have been property management has done like a little upgrade to them. It's not to the level. It was an immediate repair because it was paint was blistered, ceiling was caving in. mold. So property management did come out and attend to some of this stuff, but we're still looking for a cohesive package for all 12 felony courtrooms for the jury rooms.
So basically, we've received thus far a temporary fix.
Right. Which we're grateful to have at this point because
Mhm.
Judge Pittman couldn't even use her jury room and she was one of the ones that got slight modifications made to it.
And Judge Beers.
And Judge Burris, right.
And again, I just want to point out to Councilman Jeruso's question on this. This is capital and not included in the budget that we've submitted
Right.
to the city.
It's included in the capital budget.
Yeah, we get the operating capital
Mhm.
difference, but I just want to make sure that everybody knows and particularly to all of your points, I think twofold. One is we've been 16 years since you've gotten a capital improvement, which is a super long time. And number two, this serves the public and we want them to have a better feeling about what they're seeing in the places where justice is dispensed. I want to go back very quickly to some of the points you were making about jury trials. Are all hearings now in person, virtual, hybrid? How's that working?
For the most part, all proceedings are in person. Now that we can have the in custody defendants on any given day, they are in person. Bond defendants have pretty much always been in person since we opened our doors and started allowing individuals inside of criminal district court. So the answer is yes, they are. Now, every now and then there may be an in custody defendant who is being housed in another parish, and he or she may appear via Zoom for I would say a non-substantive proceeding.
Mhm.
All right, and are people being transported 5 days a week to court?
So I'll reiterate, based on our meeting with the sheriff back in October, we still have our designated 2 days out of the week. Some judges have Monday, Wednesday, some judges have Tuesday, Thursday. And we were advised that we can have as many defendants who are in custody on any given day. So what that means hypothetically, if I need an in custody defendant on a Tuesday, although my days are Monday and Wednesday, I have not been denied access to that in custody defendant on one of my jail days.
Okay, I guess let me try and ask it differently, which is, does the criminal court want to have more days than just 2 days a week to get people to
I
court?
think this,
Absolutely.
we met with the sheriff and the sheriff has committed that she can, per the consent decree, they can hold 96,
I think 90.
90
Uh-huh.
inmates on the docks.
Okay,
And so with that said, as long as we do not go over that number, that is the amount of in custody defendants that can be brought to court on any given day,
Right.
Monday through Friday.
so what's holding up people coming to court more often is as many days as they can be there.
I would say that there's really not a holdup as it was maybe the last time we appeared as opposed to now.
Okay,
Yes,
but it could be done more efficiently than maybe if there were more days that people could come to court.
I think things are much better right now.
Yeah.
Guys, you keep on fighting
Right.
the question. The question's very, I mean,
Yeah.
it's either a yes or a no.
I can answer the question.
Okay.
Yes, we would like
you.
our in custody defendants Monday through Friday without any restrictions.
Thank you. All right. I'm gonna ask this question to everybody, so it's not just y'all. Is
Sure.
criminal court, I assume the answer is no, running a surplus at all this year?
No,
No. Okay, didn't think so, but
no.
other departments are, so we have to ask. And I have my sort of last nitpicky question is, it looks like in the line items, there's 90,000 for law books. Is that for
That's-
subscriptions?
That's subscriptions, Westlaw. That's
Okay.
not physical books.
I didn't think so, but everybody's a little bit different if they want the hard copy or everything else. So I wanted to ask about that. All right, thank you.
Councilwoman Moreno.
Thank you, Councilmember Thomas and Councilmember Druso. Councilmember Druso covered most of my questions, so I'll be pretty brief. I wanted to ask about the domestic violence court. You seem to have really ramped things up, and obviously you are seeing a real uptick in cases. What is the funding for domestic violence court and what type of funding is received for that court?
So the funding that we normally receive for domestic violence court comes through LCLE, which goes through approval through the Criminal Justice Council, through with Commissioner Stevens. The Criminal Justice Council has been very supportive in helping us to receive funding through LCLE, which is run through the state. We also apply for funding, a grant funding through federal grants. The Office of Violence Against Women would usually fund at least one case manager. We are in the process. We have currently 2 case managers. We've lost, unfortunately, 2 case managers. So we're in the process of hiring an intake screener, which would focus on victims, because pursuant to our agreement with the City of New Orleans Domestic Violence Blueprint for Safety board, which we both serve on, we have a component where we also make sure that victims receive appropriate information, they understand about protective orders, et cetera. And then we have another position for a case manager that's open. So that would give us 4 positions basically because of the funding that we receive. Now, can we use more case managers? Absolutely.
What's the cost of a case manager?
The cost of a case manager, normally the salary is about 45,000, but plus benefits. And so benefits usually equal another, how many percent?
About 50%.
50%. And so that takes the salary up to about 70 or 80. So due to the issues with respect to pay, we're not able to hire additional domestic violence monitoring court case managers. We are also working with the city on a DV mentoring court, a specialized court. And we're hoping that in January, we can present our judges en banc with a proposal to focus on specific types of domestic violence cases where certain judges would oversee those cases, much like drug court, but in the probationary phase. So post-disposition phase. And we're hoping that that type of specialty focus would then give us sort of a heads up.
That's great. It's
and
almost
being a
like re-entry
specialty-
court for
Yeah.
domestic violence.
Exactly.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
So we're hoping that. So we're working really hard on those things, as you already know, because we probably sit in meetings probably 2 or 3 times a month on DV cases and DV issues.
Yeah, I'll say this, and I know that the advocates talk about it all the time, but they've never seen this level of domestic violence in our community
Yes.
since they've been working in this field. Just the overwhelming amount of women who are, in particular, who are being shot. As Mary Claire Landry has said with the Family Justice Center, that there are now situations where there are actually gang hits on someone's intimate partner. I mean, these are things that we've never seen before, but now we're having to deal with. So I'm all in for putting as many resources as we can towards preventing and helping victims who are in domestic violence types of situations. So I appreciate the specialty court and moving towards a reentry court for DV. I think that would be really key as well. Those are all the questions I have. And of course, I'm supporting on the jury rooms.
Thank
And
you.
yes, I did go to visit the jury rooms, and I was really in complete disbelief as to what the rooms look like. I can tell you this, as you look at the capital program presentation, you're going to see that that there's a line item there for the jury rooms, but it doesn't say that it is funded. But in conversations I've had with the CAO, we are moving forward with funding the repairs for the jury rooms. And I know we're going to talk about this later, Councilmember Jeruso, about kind of the way that the capital program is laid out and presented, because it is incredibly confusing, even for the council and for you all to kind of to decipher. So imagine for the public what it's like to try to decipher and go through the capital program. But I'm sorry, go ahead.
I just want to
Sure.
point out one thing, Councilman Moreno. Last year, the court did ask the administration for $142,000 for domestic violence grants. And the city and the council did fund and approve that. So that's a part of what they included.
I'm aware of that. It was my
Yeah.
amendment.
Yeah.
Okay, so I just wanted to make you aware that
That's
was an
right.
additional funding that you guys did approve for us last year as well.
Perfect. Great. Thank you.
Councilmember Green.
Thank you all for your presentation this morning. I greatly appreciate it. I appreciate the tour too. I want to say to those who serve on juries that we thank you, because as you take a look at those rooms and you see the limitations on the ability to conduct business just based on the physical condition, you really have to appreciate the fact that jurors serve for free for the most part, and also come down and take time out of their busy day and then have been treated like that. So based on those tours, and it was my first time taking that tour. I only had to take it once to let you know that one of the priorities is going to be to make sure that that funding is made available to get rid of that lead-based paint, those leaks and those other factors that are just kind of ridiculous when you think of the public sitting there having to deliberate with, in those surroundings. I have just a couple of questions because council members Jeruso and Moreno asked a couple of my questions, but especially for Mr. Vassal, I want to ask you for the sake of the public to explain what you need in terms of tech upgrades and the amount, a little bit more detail on the security scanners, adult learning, and explain what to the public what PSAs are involved.
I'm going to defer to Mr. Kasich on the
Okay.
security scanners.
Tech upgrades, what's the amount and what are those tech upgrades?
The amount is $125,000. A part of that has to do with the fact that we store our system offsite, backup system offsite. And I know that we just recently had to move, our IT guy had to move that system to another place. So a part of that has to do with that. But I think as you guys will see throughout the presentations in the criminal justice system, just being able to communicate with all of the departments, whether it's the jail, the police department, our upgrades are going to be consistent with the upgrades that you're going to hear from those departments as well. And I know Councilman Thompson and I sit on the budget working group committee where the jail has talked about upgrading the AS400, which is directly connected to us at the criminal court. So as they upgrade, we need to upgrade our system as well. But I can get more specific from our IT guy as to what all the different parts and pieces are, but it's going to be hardware and software that will be needed.
Okay,
That's,
and there may be a line item somewhere in here that I've missed in this 550-page budget book. So let me defer to, and you tell me if I've missed it. But I understand that these are requests that you've made of the administration that have not been incorporated into the budget that is proposed.
Exactly.
So these figures aren't something that I'm missing. So I just want to make sure. Security scanners, what amount and what is involved with
so
security
it's
scanners?
$25,000 for two magnetometers for the front door area, one for the ground floor where the jurors enter the building on the ground level, and the second one is for the first floor. They're reduced scanners, it's the walk-through, and magnetometers, where you put your bags. At one point, Homeland Security, the building is a city building. It's a state agency inside of a city building. So the Homeland Security for City of New Orleans originally put the equipment in, and now they're backing away from it. And they said it's our responsibility. So we are requesting updated equipment for that entryway.
So since it was put in as a request and not granted, what would happen if it weren't granted? In other words, what is being done now? If you say Homeland Security is going to be stepping back, what would be?
The last we spoke with, is it Lieutenant, what's his name?
John Thomas.
John Thomas with Homeland Security. He is willing to look at some grants for us additionally also to see if he can get that equipment upgraded as well. There's service contracts that maintenance contracts on these equipments. I think it's $8,000 a year. And we were also trying to get some assistance from federal court. We have a request in from federal court that they replace their equipment every 2 years. So we're on a list to see if we can get some newer equipment, new for us, but they phase theirs out every 2 years. So we're trying to see if we can get some assistance from them as well.
I think that the public deserves to know that there won't be any backtracking relative to the amount of security provided. So when you say that one office is backing off, it doesn't mean that there's going to be
No,
any
we'll
time
still have
there's not
security.
sufficient security,
We'll
such as
still have
we had
sufficient
earlier
security.
when members of the public and jurors showed up at a building that was unsecured. That's not going to happen again. We're
It's
going
not
to
gonna
make sure
happen
that
again.
that continues. I just want to make sure to the jurors and those who come in, the lawyers and our judges
Right.
and their staffs, that we're not going to have a problem there. Could you describe the two programs, adult learning and PSAs, a bit more for the public's purpose? And then the amount of money that you need in adult learning that was taken out of the budgets previously due to COVID.
So I'll take that. The Adult Learning Center used to be called the Tulane learning towers. And so they provide GED educational programs as well as programmings for youth. The court is used as a pass-through. I think this particular line item was granted to the court many, many years ago. It predates me, but the court is used as a pass-through. I think most people more popularly know the name of Youth Empowerment Project. So YEP. So there's a part of the Youth Empowerment Program project that is funded with respect to its GED educational programs and also some of the youth programs, some of the utilities for their particular building. But literally, they submit the invoices to the court, and then we submit the information in our regular submission to the city for our quarterly disbursements.
How many participants might there be in the adult learning program on an annual basis?
We can get you those numbers because we don't oversee that program directly and we are passed through. We don't have the data specifically, but I can certainly provide that. They're always amenable to providing data, so we can certainly provide that to you.
That would be Melissa Sawyer and Mr. Jupiter with the Youth Empowerment Project
Yes,
that oversee that program.
we'll make a note though.
You mentioned it, however, under a line item that you had been asked to not incorporate into a budget due to COVID.
Well, Councilman, I just wanted, one of your questions was what was the amount that we
Yes.
requested? So in pre-pandemic, the amount that we were being funded was $557,053. When they asked us to take a 25% cut, it was reduced down to $461,642. And that's the amount that the administration put in the budget the last 2 years. And we've asked them to return us back to the pre-pandemic amount, which is $557,000.
So if the council, through its budgeting process, did choose to amend the budget as submitted to incorporate that, what new services would the public see that it's missing right now?
Well, I think what happened was we reduced the contracts for those as our judge just said, we've reduced the contracts for those because it's pass through. So we outsource this.
I
So
understand.
based on the budget, we tell them there are certain things you can't do because the city is
What
not
things
funded.
can't they do? I'm asking you to.
Well,
speak to the public.
it would
That would
be,
be done now.
well, it would be specifically the type of services, GED, maybe they cannot house as many individuals in that program. So it's just a reduction of what the services that they're providing to us. I think Delgado is also one of the contractors that provide services to us. So all of the services in that adult learning, whether it be GED, whether it be the services that are provided by Delgado, it's just a reduction of those services because they are, as it was indicated, it's a pass through. So we tell them what they can and cannot do based on the budget amount.
In my meetings with the public that I'll have during this month, for example, I might say to them that the adult learning program is so important to enhancing public safety in our city. It has taken a hit due to the pandemic.
Mhm.
And the numbers of people that are being served are fewer now than were then. I'd like to have those numbers so that I can explain. what
Okay.
$100 and so $1,000 would be.
Okay.
Yeah,
We-
Councilman, and if I could add, the Adult Learning Center, they've recently, through the Youth Empowerment Project, has recently expanded to New Orleans East, which I think has been a very vital program for that area and for the youth in that area. So we fully support the program and all of the programs that the Youth Empowerment Project does. They will be presenting their separate budget, I think, later on. But again, this line item is in our budget.
Okay, more reason to want to support it
Yes.
since it's been expanded. So I just
Yes.
need to be able to explain to the public.
Thank you.
Also, PSAs, could you talk about PSAs for a second and the benefit to the public of that
Sure.
program and the extent to which it operates?
All right, so PSAs are the public safety assessments. And basically what they measure are two things, failures to appear and as well as criminal history. And the criminal history, as you recall from earlier meetings this year with the City Council and the Criminal Justice Committee, the criminal history is pulled from a national database that pulls the information, any arrests or any convictions in Orleans Parish and other parishes, the state, as well as nationally. Those based on the information that's gathered from failures to appear in criminal history, it measures or gives the commissioners as well as the judges a risk level. And that risk level can go anywhere from 1 to 5, but it's only based on failures to appear in criminal history. It doesn't really tell us anything, obviously, about future. It doesn't tell us anything about the current charges that are pending. So it's used as a tool to help the judges and the commissioners establish, bond settings, bond amounts, as well as conditions for release. Also, judges will use it if we have to set additional bonds, and then we'll also use it for purposes of determining sentencing.
How many participants might there be if the budget were funded according to what the request might be?
So right now, the pretrials, that particular program is funded through pretrial services, a line item that's included in the Criminal Justice Council's budget under Commissioner Tanisha Stevens. And so that's not a direct request from the criminal court.
Right.
We just wanted to give you that information. We have done approximately over 3,000 PSA reports as arrests have come in. And as of August 8th of 2022, we added misdemeanors because we found that there are a number of misdemeanors now that are of a sort of violent tendency. And we would like the commissioners and the judges to have that background information as well.
So over 3,000, for example, this year,
Yes.
before the addition of misdemeanors in terms of citizens, residents,
Yes.
alleged offenders.
Right. And then what they're also monitoring, excuse me, is days, excuse me, my voice is going. What they're also monitoring are the length of stays for defendants who are in custody and the amounts of bonds that are assessed or imposed for different types of offenses.
The reason I'm asking is because I actually want the public to know how complex
Yes.
sometimes matters are, and that there are programs and that there's outreach to citizens that maybe they're not aware of. And we will have opportunities to go to community meetings, to neighborhood association meetings, and people will ask these questions in terms of numbers, what the program means in terms of how the outreach is being done.
Yes, and to your point, the second phase of pretrial services is a monitoring and supervision phase where certain individuals are referred to case managers for substance abuse treatment and counseling, for domestic violence monitoring, for other types of services that they may need while they're pending a particular case.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're
for
welcome.
that
Well,
information.
Councilman Green, if you would allow me, I'd like to go back to security.
Absolutely.
And so Mr. Kasich had given you some information on what we're seeking funding, additional funding for, including security scanners and x-ray machines. And I think specifically, he was referring to the entrance on Tulane Avenue as well as the entrance on South Broad. And so I remember the last time we appeared before the Criminal Justice Committee, I think the district attorney brought up the fact that he wanted to have entrance on the South White Street side of the building. And so our supplemental operating request does not include any security scanners or x-ray machines for that side of the building, because we had been advised by the sheriff that she didn't have the manpower to have someone seated at that side of the building. So I bring it up because I know it is going to come up at some point, either with the district attorney or maybe even with the sheriff. And so I wanted to bring up that we had closed that side of the building to the district attorney's office for lack of security and lack of security scanners and x-ray machines. And so what we offered as an alternative is that his staff and victims and witnesses enter on the South White Street side of the building, where, I'm sorry, the Broad Street side of the building, where our jurors and mainly attorneys enter until we have proper security to be able to provide public safety on the South White Street side of the building. So I wanted to bring that up because I know that it is an issue and it currently still is an issue. And I know you're going to hear about it again, but I wanted you guys to hear from us as to why we are not able to have that side of the building open. There is no security.
So right now, witnesses, for example, who are meeting with district attorneys, assistant district attorneys, walk across the street and enter at the same place as alleged perpetrators. I've got to use the words correctly because the trials have not taken place. And family members, for example, of alleged perpetrators, because of the defense. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Thomas. And he is exactly right. It's just defendants. They haven't been convicted of anything. But the bottom line is that right now, the problem due to personnel is that they can't enter because of a lack of security, which is one person and a scanner, right?
Yes, on the South White
The
Street
south
side of the
street
building.
side across from the district attorney.
Right. However, as an alternative, so that they do not have to enter where defendants and their family members enter on Tulane Avenue, we have offered as an alternative the Broad Street side of the building.
Has that been well
Where-
received?
Well, I don't know how to answer as to whether or not it's been well received. He's been persistent that he would like South White Street entry open.
I can ask you more directly. So what is happening now?
What is happening now is they are either entering on Tulane Avenue or they are entering on the South Broad Street. Again, there has been, I guess, the most recent letter came about 2 weeks ago where he's requesting again that we open the South White Street side of the building to his staff and victims' families. But again, without there being proper security there, we cannot. Now, what I would like to say is there's been some late night trials and the sheriff's office has accommodated us with a deputy housing on that side of the building. But this is something that I understand from the sheriff, that she does not have the money in her budget to accommodate us daily.
I know. That's what's been said.
Mm.
It's one person and a scanner.
Correct, sir.
It is important to recognize that that's not acceptable. It's not acceptable to have witnesses come from the DA's office and we say that they have to choose entrances because we can't get one person.
So I just wanted to bring it
It's-
to the
it's a bit-
council's
it's a bit
attention.
Frustrating. It's a bit frustrating. We'll have an opportunity to ask that question, but unfortunately not until the 11th. But I'd like the representatives of the sheriff's office to know that that specific entrance is going to be brought up. The South White side and the one person and the scanner that it takes to make witnesses who are performing their services for free and sometimes feel uncomfortable and at danger. We need to get that entrance open if we can. And I just need to know that it's got to be more complex than one person.
And so again, I bring it up only because we didn't include that in our supplemental operating request for security, any equipment to be able to have at the South White Street entrance of the building.
It's going to be my first question of the sheriff. The witnesses deserve better. The jurors deserve better. And I don't want to end on a negative note because I appreciate your support. But little things like that are frustrating to the public when we're talking about an entrance that can't be manned or womaned because of the fact that we don't have one person to do it. I have a feeling that we can adjust. And I want to make sure that there aren't personality conflicts, that there aren't issues that are beyond what we see in our budget hearings. So I hope that we'll work on that to make sure that that can be at least an accommodation made to those people who are brave enough and willing enough to support our criminal justice system the way they do.
Again, I
Thank
wanted to bring it up knowing that we are first. And I know that this issue is going to come up before the council. And I just wanted you to understand that we're not denying access because of any personality conflict. It's because we do not have any deputy to man that side of the building. But instead of just saying no, we offered an alternative that those staff members of the DA's office, victims and witnesses could in fact enter on the South Broad Street side where defendants and their families do not enter.
Thank you for your presentation today.
Yes.
Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, judges, for appearing here today. It's always good to see you. I have a question about rape kits. My team visited the state crime lab yesterday, and they are experiencing a large backlog of sexual assault rape kits. They are exploring, the state lab is exploring using a private lab that can focus on NOPD rape kits at a cost of around $1.2 million. One of the issues that we heard might hinder the lab's progress and increase the cost of that is that criminal court is requiring in-person appearance to testify. So these people who are doing the lab tests have to come from Baton Rouge or Northern Louisiana to New Orleans to testify. Is there any way to have them testify virtually so that we can decrease the cost of clearing that backlog of rape kits, especially since we have such a dismal solve rate of sexual assault crimes?
And so I guess my answer to that would be, it would be possible by agreement, but if not, the defendant has the right to face his or her accusers. And so if they are requiring in-person appearance, for example, a jury trial, then they need to appear in person.
But theoretically, the two parties could agree that this person could testify virtually.
They could.
Okay. I just want to make sure that that is a possibility. And, again, I think it's just important that we invest the funds to clear these sexual assault kits and get our solve rates up, and get trials of folks, especially since we know that since COVID, sexual assaults are up.
Yes.
So thank you, judges, for that. And hopefully parties can agree to allow these experts to appear virtually.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the dais? Councilmember King, Councilmember Morrell, Councilmember King?
Good morning, judges. Thank you for the
Good morning.
presentation. We often hear from the public that a lot of money goes into criminal justice prevention and not prevention, but to the police, to the DA, to the courtrooms. And I wanted to acknowledge the $400,000, that's $388,000 going to the Adult Learning Center. And you said that's through YEP, that goes through YEP. So is it possible to have that money go straight to YEP without the court being the middleman?
That would be a city council. The city council in 2006, then city council asked us to be the pass-through for this funding. We thought it was a worthy program, and it was kind of a feather in our cap to be able to host this program. But yes, it absolutely could be, if the city council chooses to give it directly to them. That's not for us.
So why was
And
it?
if I'm not mistaken, council member, we previously requested that money go directly to the program. And I think they would be amenable to that as well.
So why? I think so too. Is that it kind of I don't know. But why was the funds going through the court first?
So again,
yeah.
2006, I think that it was determined that because it was related to maybe people who were involved in criminal justice in the court systems, youth were involved in the court systems, maybe there was a sense that it should funnel through the criminal district court. But years later, seeing how effective and productive the program is run on its own, we can all agree that the money really should be directed directly to the budget by Youth Empowerment Project.
This was a partnership between Youth Empowerment and Delgado at the time.
Okay.
And for some reason, the city council chose not to pass it through the school board. They wanted it to go through a local criminal justice. They thought it would be a better function to get it through us. So we gladly accepted it at the time to assist the city council.
All right. Now I stepped out for a second, but why was the budget reduced by the administration?
Well, again, the budget was maintained at the level that they funded us in 2021. And since that time, they've not increased us.
But it was reduced because of the request during COVID.
Exactly.
Correct.
All right. Okay. So unlike civil court, you all aren't really self-generated. You don't charge filing fees or anything like that.
No, we do not.
So are there any ways that the criminal court is self-generated?
No.
I mean, we can't generate any money. It's the most recent legislation prohibits us from collecting fines and fees.
From indigent defendants,
Right.
All right.
which that's the larger population that we serve.
So without city funds, the criminal court really wouldn't function.
Correct. We would not function.
But just to be clear, we receive about 50% of our budget from the state of Louisiana also.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's
Okay.
two budgets, it's two full budget. We appear before the Supreme Court Budgetary Control Board and this DS right here.
Okay. Well, I really just want to educate myself as well as others as to why certain departments need so much money or need money at all. Because without it,
Mhm.
really wouldn't function too well. And without a functioning criminal court, things wouldn't be that good. Okay, so I see professional service budget was reduced a couple $100,000.
Mhm.
Can you explain, do you know why it was reduced so much?
Well, again, what the city funds us, we allocate that monies out accordingly. But so our professional services have not decreased, and we will have a list in the packet that we gave you guys as to the professional services that we contract out with.
What are some of those? I don't have it I don't have it in front of me.
So part of that would be our auditors are included in that. We have IT services are included in that. One of the areas would be that when we send out jury notices, there's a computer software system that generate those notices that go out to the public so that they're not just the judges selecting who's going to appear to jury duty. So that's a whole system. That's one of our contractors. And we also have Sanity, our doctors that come in and provide services in determining whether or not a person is able to stand for trial. That's one of the agencies that we contract out to. We also have liability insurance for our judges included in that amount. Interpreters are included in that amount as well. Again, just for your purposes, is in template 5 in the documents that we submitted to you guys.
I'm looking at it. I got it.
Okay, so yeah, so you can see a lot of who we actually sub out to in that line item for professional services.
Okay, and you're asking for a little bit over 7 million from the city. How much you asking from the state? How much is,
About the state. You're talking about the state Supreme Court?
well, I guess, I suppose so.
The budget that's funded from the state that Rob mentioned.
Yeah, it's a
Portion.
$5 million budget as well.
Well, no, you're asking 7 from the city.
Correct.
Mayor's proposing
It's in
5.5. So you're asking for an additional 5 from the state?
Correct. That's for jury commission staff, the judicial administrative staff, it's court reporters, minute clerks. Most of the judges' staffs come from that. It pays about 50% of our salaries, and the court general pays the other 50%.
I want to get a breakdown of the total budget on the courts, about $12 million. And I guess 60% of that comes from, you're asking to come from the city?
Yeah, we can get that back to you, sir.
I'm not trying to jam you up, just want to let the public know. Because a
I
lot
think
of
the point is that the state, and it's important to note that the state of Louisiana, through the legislature, funds criminal district court in large portion, significantly in a way that it does not fund other courts. And so, but for the funding that the state legislature provides, we would then be requesting probably the entire budget from the city council. So we look at it as sort of a discount to the city council. We're only requesting probably about 55% to 60% of our budget from the city council, because the state does fund the other part, which yearly we have to go and justify those numbers as well to our state legislators. And thankfully, with the help of our Orleans delegation at the state legislature, they are always helping us to make sure we secure that funding.
Well, I appreciate it. My main goal is just trying to explain to everyone and get a better understanding myself. And people say so much money is going towards the courtroom. Why is that needed?
Sure, and I appreciate that.
Why is that needed? And how much other funds are coming from other places to go towards the courtroom?
Yeah, I would say that our budget for criminal district court is only a fraction of what budgets are for other departments as well, if there is any comparison to be done.
Okay.
And Councilman King, I just want to point out that money that is funded by the state Supreme Court does not show up in our budget. That's in their budget. So they pay those individuals directly. So it's never accounted for by us.
Okay.
And Councilmember King, just to be clear, we're the only judicial district in Louisiana that receives funding from the state appropriation. We're the only district in Louisiana.
Well, I appreciate that. And last comment,
All right.
with the new commissioners, I know there was some talk about the lack of experience, maybe commissioners or the lack of criminal experience, but I do know one has been there for a while, And the three new ones have a lot of criminal justice, criminal court experience, whether they private attorneys or public defenders. I'm glad to see the experience that the commissioners have as a whole, and that's going to be a great improvement. Not so much an improvement, but it's maybe a great addition to the judge, to the seats over there.
Well, thank you for that.
Thank you.
That's it for me.
Councilmember Morrell.
Thank you. I'll be brief because most of the questions have already been asked. I think it's really important to note, and I know Councilmember King just hit on it. We are the only parish that has a split clerk and court system. And our criminal justice system, you are not allowed to charge filing fees, correct?
Correct.
So on the other side, rich dad, poor dad, on civil district court, they are allowed to charge court fees, correct?
That's
Yes.
correct.
And they typically sit on a surplus each year of all the money they're making off fees, correct?
Correct.
That's
All
what
right.
we're told.
But
That's
we
what you're told.
understand.
Okay, so we have a hybrid system where the state and to some degree the city supplement your operations while we have a whole different court system that does not require any supplementation whatsoever.
Correct.
I'm just trying to educate the public on kind of the reason why we're here and why you guys don't have any money.
Sure.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate it.
Okay,
Why-
thank you.
Why we're shaking a can in front of you.
Yeah. I want to, first of all, thank my colleagues. I also want to thank our staff and my staff, Deidre Kelly and Dominic Lang, for some of the questions that we have coordinated with inquiry from the community. But I appreciate Councilmember King's question about how the court is constituted and responsibility. And even though I wasn't around here in 1898, as some of my colleagues say, there's always been the question about the responsibility or function of a criminal court versus other municipal agencies. And if I can remember briefly, in some of the discussions, I think it was the 1898 Constitutional Convention where the criminal court was reconstituted in terms of its function here by a state constitutional convention. So then my question is, are the judges state officials or local municipal officials?
So the
I think we know the
judges-
answer of
The
it.
judges
We're
are
state.
state officials. That
Yeah.
that is
Rated by
correct.
the state.
We are state court as
Yeah.
well.
Right.
Well,
It's-
A state district court and we are
Right.
state employees.
For the
Right.
parish of Orleans.
And when you talk about criminal laws and policies that are created, they go from the state legislature to the local municipality. Correct.
Yes.
And in many of those old studies that I'm sure you guys have read when you talk about funding and funding responsibility, and this is important for the public, because in many studies that have been done over the last 40 or 50 or 60 years, as much as $35 to $45 million in state mandated policies and laws that were passed have actually burdened criminal court and the local municipality, sometimes as much as $45 million from the state passed down. We talk about mandatory minimums, other municipal codes as it relates to criminal court, that's been passed on from the state,
That's correct.
but not with the money.
That's correct.
Yes.
That's correct.
Okay. So then is there anything that prohibits the state from increasing their allocation for this state agency?
There's nothing that prohibits the state from increasing its funding, but in fact, you usually on an annual basis, and I think Councilmember Burrell is definitely familiar with this because he's assisted us
Mhm.
in maintaining our funding. We're usually having to substantiate or support why we still need the funding on the state level.
Yeah, well, there was a chair of the budget committee, one of the great budget chairs, Councilmember Cynthia Morrell, used to consistently ask this question.
Yes.
Why is it always the responsibility of the local municipality and not as equal a responsibility of the agency or the state created the agency? Because there's nothing prohibits either from increasing their allocation.
That's correct.
Okay, all right. Back to some of the points generated. The 25% reduction. I like to, because, a lot of times it's myth versus reality. And sometimes, we look at stuff and, we really need to know the history of it, especially if you're talking about the present and the future of it. The 25% reduction that the city decided to put on criminal court what did that represent in terms of performance and deliverables? How do y'all quantify that?
Well, first of all, let me just, before we talk about the services, again, keep in mind that was during the pandemic.
Mhm.
And so our budget at the time was 6.9 million, almost $7 million. That 25% reduction amounted to $1.4 million in monies. And so one of the items, again, not that we were not providing these services, but one of the areas that the court judges chose to not receive funding for was juries. Because again, being good stewards of the city and the public's money, we knew that we were not holding jury trials, so we did not ask for that money. So that was roughly $400 million of it, of that total $1.4 million. 400,000 was just in jury expenses alone. So it wasn't that we were not operating more efficiently at that time. We just knew that during the pandemic, we were not holding jury trials. So we were being, again, good stewards of the funding. But as far as the operations, I'll allow the judges to talk about how the overall reduction of services during that time period.
And if I could clarify that,
Please.
we, by order of the Supreme Court, and the orders that were issued both nationally, locally, and by our city, we were not allowed to be in a space where we could conduct jury trials during most periods of time during the height of the pandemic. And so knowing that and trying to be a good steward, we looked at where we could reduce expenses. And so obviously we could reduce expenses on that line item, given those orders that prohibited us from going into court during those times. In addition, last year during Hurricane Ida, there was a Supreme Court order just for, I think, 3 weeks to 4 weeks where everything was suspended. So it was during those times of suspensions. In 2021, we did in fact conduct jury trials for a period of time when we were allowed to do so when the exposure was lower. But we found that jurors, understandably so, were more reluctant at that time to come to court to serve jury duty. And it wasn't until 2022 where people felt more comfortable after most had been vaccinated to come to court. So we looked at the budget in terms of what services could we or already reduce by operation of what was going on in with respect to the pandemic.
Right. Mr. Vassal, you mentioned $6,950,021. And the proposed what the administration is proposing is $792,623. That's a difference of $6,157,138. Right, that's a huge difference, right?
Right.
Is the difference in what is requested versus what is allocated? Is this particular budget representative of what the difference usually is?
No, I mean, usually we're more on target than we are this year. Again, like I said, the administration is maintaining the same budget that they gave us in 2021,
Okay.
which was the reduced budget.
Mhm.
So what we've asked them for in 2023 is to get us back to the level that we're operating. And we recognize that in 2021, we were not fully operating. But as things are beginning to take up, especially in 2022, we know that 2023 is going to be at full staff.
Okay, so I'm going to mix in the community question with
Okay.
that question. So you're saying that there would, in the recent past, if you look at budgets 3 to 5 years, sometimes you project 10 out, right? In the past, if you guys would have asked for $6,900,000, you would have gotten that.
Exactly.
Okay, then when was the last time that what was requested was actually given?
Probably in
That's a community
2020.
question.
In 2020.
2020, everything you asked for, you got.
Well, now let me go back. Probably 2019. It was pre-pandemic. So it was pre-pandemic.
Okay. 2019, the last time you asked for it, you got it.
Yes.
Okay. Restricted versus unrestricted budget. You had mentioned that earlier, but for the public, a little more specific in terms of what does the restricted budget represent versus the unrestricted?
So the restricted budget are usually all of our grants. So that if we have federal grants that we've applied for, which we have many, those monies are restricted for just what we asked the federal grant for those monies for. The Adult Learning Center is another restricted grant that is funded by the city those monies are specifically for that program. So we also have the Louisiana Supreme Court Drug Court budget. That money is restricted just for what the Supreme Court has. When we apply for those budgets, we tell them what we're going to use those funds for. So it's restricted to that. Unrestricted would be the monies that we ask for the city for the operations of the court. And so it's not only personnel, but it's all the operations of the court. So that's the difference between restricted and unrestricted. If someone, again, restricts those dollars based on us requesting them in that manner, then we restrict them for that purpose.
So now here's a community question. So in the past, has that restricted budget that represent those programs, have they ever been funded by the municipality?
Oh, yeah, some of them are. Some of the, like I said, the Adult Learning Center is a restricted budget that is funded by the municipality,
Okay.
our Adult Learning Center.
Yes,
So
in
we-
addition to that, we have domestic violence portions of domestic violence monitoring court, which we talked about earlier, are also funded through the municipality through the Criminal Justice Commissioner's Department. Pretrial Services is also funded through the city, which receives funding through LCLE and or federal grants. So it funnels down to us, but it is by approval and support of the municipality.
So at what level do you guys fund your grant writing program?
Grant writing program.
Yeah,
It-
because some of this is funded by grants, right?
Exactly. So grant writers, that would be me, that would be,
That would be the
that would
judges.
be the judges, that would be our Court Intervention Services Administrator, Joseph Haynes, who does a great job. And then
He's
also
He's wonderful.
he is wonderful. And also we get assistance from time to time from other programs or another grant writer that we seek out. But we roll up our sleeves and we write these grants and we work hard to get these grants and secure the funding for these grants.
So one person from the community wants to know, criminal court has been crumbling and falling apart for decades. How long have you guys been asking for these capital improvements?
So I guess like Mr. Kasich said, he's been with the court since I think 2006, and he's been asking since then,
Yeah.
2006.
We've put in 6 or 7 capital budget requests every year. One of them is to restore the grand hallway. We did a major capital improvement project started in 2017. It was completed in 2019. It added 2 courtrooms that were on the belfry, the 3rd floor that was not accessible for handicap. We brought those down. We added 2 new courtrooms in the old sheriff's office, the old public defender's office. That was the only major project other than having 2 roofs put on. I've been there since 1989 is when I started my career at the courthouse. We've gotten 2 new roofs. We've replaced one most recently. But our constant battle is water infiltration throughout the building.
What was the amount of your last major capital request and how much was it?
That's the one you just did.
one
That
we
was,
just submitted?
that was granted.
That was it's $8 million, $8.4 million capital budget through Louisiana Bond Office. It was bond money through the mayor's office.
And then my last question is that's an old Jim Singleton question. As you guys have submitted your budget, is it prioritized? Is it prioritization? Is it the list of from first to last, your most urgent, most needed requests?
It's a program that you put it into the capital budget portal, and it scores it and it prioritizes it for you. We've put how we wanted it to go,
But
but
has that been given to the budget chairman? That these are our priorities?
I
These
believe
are our line
we've
items.
given a copy to each council member that visited the courthouse. We would provided everyone with a copy of our capital budget request.
Okay,
Yeah.
so then the jury room and those capital requests are more important than some of those programming requests.
Today it
this
was,
time,
yeah.
yes.
Last year, maybe it was 3rd, but this year it was moved up to number 1.
Based on the increase
Right.
in jury trials that we've seen.
Then are your capital requests more important than your general funding requests?
No,
I would
let me just say the general fund means that we operate the court. Even in the building that it's in, we still have to operate the court. So that's what our general fund budget is, operations, it's the personnel, it's all the contracts that we just discussed. So no, that's critical to us continuing our part in the criminal justice system.
Okay, I just wanted to
Yeah.
hear it. Thank
I
you.
would say that everything goes hand in hand. So the criminal justice system, as you already know, is a vast system. And so within that vast system in the criminal district court, we have many, many functions. And across the board, we have all of the different functions that we have to operate together.
And then lastly, given the amount of budget that's represented, I guess we can start from 2020 forward. Criminal court operates at what level or what percentage?
I'm not
Repeat the
sure.
question, I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Given the budget that's represented and the services you guys can provide, you're operating at what level? Because we're talking about percentages of funding,
Percentage,
but so
Send a question.
at what level did you get, do you guys think you're operating? Is it,
What level
is it,
are you
is it a restrictive level? Is it 100%, 90%, 50, 60%?
Well, Councilman, I'm not sure I can give you a percentage, but let me just
Okay.
say this.
Yeah.
The court is forced to operate with the funds that we receive.
Right.
Now, whether or not we're operating as efficiently as we would like to and as efficiently as we need to for the public, that always bears a question. But whatever funds we receive, we have to adjust our budget accordingly. We just can't do all the things that we've indicated to you guys before. When we don't get the funding, then we cut back service.
I only ask that because we use a 25% reduction to remind people that you were cut. And we used the funding request in the past to remind folk of what was done. So if that's the case, it has to have an impact. You wouldn't be asking for it to be restored.
Well, I think one of the impacts.
If you could have a 25% impact and still operate at 100%.
As
Yeah.
Judge Davila stated earlier, we have an issue retaining qualified case managers for these
Okay.
successful programs.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
Yes,
So it impacts delivery of services to the public,
absolutely.
which is what this is about.
Yes.
Right.
Okay, anything you guys want to add before we close out this segment?
if I could add it also, it impacts staffing, very qualified staffing. Certified social workers, master degree social workers and case managers, which are very important in our programs. It also impacts obviously our personnel, but it also impacts the spacing that we have. We have a number of spaces in criminal district court, in addition to our jury lounges, that we could upgrade and utilize those facilities for our programming that we can't, I guess, renovate, for lack of a better way to say it. We haven't even included those things. And so if we had a wish list, and then I guess that's why we were having a little trouble talking about the percentage at which we're operating, because the budget really doesn't reflect the deficit that we're really experiencing if we look at what else we really need to operate to the fullest extent.
I just showed Councilmember Green
Yes.
what I wrote, and it was impact on personnel.
Yes,
You know, I didn't want to say it for you, but at some point, if you're talking percentages of decreases, then it has an impact on your delivery of your service. And I think the public needs to know that, especially if you're asking for it to be restored and asking for more.
thank you.
Thank you. Chief Judge, you want to close us
Thank
out here?
Councilman Judah.
Well, Councilmember Jerusalem.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry about that.
Well, just two things. One is we have a comment card, and I also think to the points you're making, not only do you need the right personnel to be able to do something, but I think a point we've all stressed in our districts with light, with the way things look, the appearance of how something is extraordinarily important as well. And when your jury room is in shambles, when you have plaster peeling, as we were in the courtroom yesterday, and Rob, you sat me on the wrong side, so I couldn't see it the whole time. We need to make sure that that's right too. And so we're going to spend a lot of time with capital projects when they come up, because I think each of us has needs in our districts and also citywide that's incredibly important to us. With that, we do have one comment card. Mr. Morgan, are you still here? Yes, sir. You'll have 2 minutes. And also just judges, so you know, and the public, we're taking notes of all the additional asks that are made. And obviously, as we work through the budget process, we'll be in touch with the administration and with you about where things stand.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Councilman, and good morning to everybody in the House. The people of Northern has asked me to address some serious issues today. They all feel that a change must take place today. And the request is that they feel among all those policemen that is present in this area here, somebody is qualified to bring the city into a better safety condition. They believe that they should be given the opportunity to come forth and be elected to change the system. We have a person who's been appointed by the mayor, and that poison is not bringing the city into safety. I made a statement, and the statement was before that the chief of police and the mayor should be eliminated. And the statement was, as long as they hold that position, somebody is going to die and will die. I listened to all the money that has been expressed in this meeting. That's all it seemed to me about security of job. Job. That's what it is, job. All this is about job. But what about the people's safety? And I ask you, please consider my statement. Give these people who are over here an opportunity to express their skill, their talent, to bring safety to the people of NOLA. We are tired of the people who are governing the system of safety, the mayor and the chief of police to the people of NOLA. It's only about a job to them in retirement. And it's sad they get in those scenarios which they didn't earn. And the most important about it, they're given a retirement for life after they leave those departments for service that they didn't grant it to the people in the first place. If I was on a job and I wasn't productive, I guarantee you I'll be fine. And if I was on a job and I wasn't productive, I guarantee you I wouldn't be given a pension. So if you care about the people, give these people here a chance to be heard. Give these people here a chance, even if
Mr. Morgan.
you must submit.
Mr. Morgan,
For their safety, give them. a
Mr.
chance.
Morgan,
Thank you, Mr. Morgan.
And let them
will you please wrap up your comments?
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Judges, also, thank you. I forgot in scheduling this that you also have a court holiday today. So we appreciate you all being here on the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
All right, next up, with item number 1 done is NOPD.
Councilman Jeruso, just before we leave, I just want to ask the council to consider funding our budget fully, restoring us back. I learned a long time ago, if you don't ask, you don't receive. So I want to make
Yes,
sure we ask.
that has been very clear. Thank you.
We are begging.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
you all.
Oh. You guys were ready for that. Look, I understand. Hey, let's move and say these.
That's right.
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah, all good.
All right, Chief, good morning. How are you? See, you have Mr. Montano with you. Would you please introduce everybody at the table, and the floor is yours.
Sure, thank you. Good morning, Council. Again, thank you all for having us this morning. I have with me our CEO, Gilbert Montano, our Chief of Management Service Bureau, Chief Jeanette Williams, and our Fiscal Manager is Antoinette Bradstreet. And as, of course, Mr. Morgan acknowledged the men and women of the New Orleans Police Department that is seated in the audience. Let me start again by thanking you for giving us this opportunity to provide, highlight some of the excellent work the men and women of the New Orleans Police Department have been doing and serving the citizens of New Orleans. Of course, we're going to go to our mission and vision. Over the past decade, we have reimagined what law enforcement looks like in terms of how officers interact with the citizens they serve. We must now reimagine what an officer is and what duties that officer performs. As our society has changed, so has policing. Cops do not do everything that they used to do. And we need to be flexible enough to change with it. Our police department, New Orleans Police Department officers have taken over 2,000 illegal weapons off the streets of New Orleans for the first 10 months of 2022. That is a 26%, 26.5% increase compared to all of last year. Majority of this work was done in the Bourbon Street Promenade, or by the Bourbon Street Promenade unit. And our shift deployment strategies were a big factor in this increase. New Orleans Police Department held emergency calls for service median response times to approximately 11.5 minutes, despite a 20% reduction in manpower over this last year. Key to this was reprioritizing the calls for service. New Orleans Police Department developed a working group with OPCD to establish a plan for handling calls for service that do not warrant a police response. Again, we are doing more with less. Our deployment shifts have helped us stabilize response times. Internal district inspections and stop, search, and arrest to self-govern, self-monitor officers' interactions with the public, ensuring constitutional policing and procedural justice reforms are being followed, has resulted in a high level of compliance. Improved collaboration with NOPD, the District Attorney's Office, and the U.S. Attorney's Office have yielded great results. Operation Golden Eagle 2, which is a collaboration of the Louisiana State Police, our federal partners at FBI and ATF and DEA. We took as many as 94 guns off the streets this summer, resulting in 4 federal indictments thus far, with more still pending. We've invested into our technology with Hexagon and our record management system as we continue to make progress on that and our beast data migration. In an attempt to address the violent crime, we redeployed some of our staffing utilizing a 12-hour shift. District Administrative Response Team, better known as DART, which is our investigators from homicide and specialized units, assisting with response time to calls for service. District staffing redeployment, detectives, special operations K9, as well as traffic, working side by side with our patrol division in the community. Our data analytics team, our plan right now is to build out on that even more so. Our goal is to have an analyst in every district, as well as one in homicide. One to work in administrative analysis of force, deployment, and staffing, totaling 11 within that unit. We have moved into our new crime lab while we continue to work to build out a DNA lab. We have hired a new crime lab director. Our homicide, our murder rate clearance rate is now 43%, which is higher than last year. Our cold case unit continued with its reforms of clearing more cold cases. Just this month of October, we had 16 murders in the month of October. This is the lowest amount of murders in a month for the entire year of 2022. We had 25 non-fatal shootings in the month of October, which is the lowest amount of non-fatal shooting incidents reported in the city of New Orleans per month this year. So we see we are seeing results as a result of what we have implemented. But we acknowledge there's still much more work to be done, and we're willing to do that work. PSAB, Professional Standards and Accountability. Our policy section collaborated with youth council to work on our facial recognition and technology and training with that. We have moved into our own firing range this year, the first since before Hurricane Katrina. In collaboration with field operations, we sponsored a Citizens Police Academy in which we had 21 of our community members to graduate from that academy. And just last week, we deputized as many as 19 current city employees as quality of life civilian special police officers from various city departments, such as Public Works, Grounds Patrol, Code Enforcement, Mosquito, Termite, and Rodent Control as well. And we just hired 6 auditors as well as an Officers Assistance Program Director to start next month. An Innovation Manager offer letter has also been extended. So we are hiring, and especially in those critical places. And as a result of our employee feedback during roll call visits, some personal appearance guidelines have been restructured or relaxed to build morale, as well as some of our uniform personnel policies have been relaxed. When you look into our Public Integrity Bureau, again, listening to the officers. So again, it's about retention, recruitment, and resources. And listening to our officers in an attempt to retain them, we have addressed some of our disciplinary process and held meetings and focus groups to better understand their concerns. We cannot, of course, look the other way when alleged misconduct by an officer has been made, but we can make the process more efficient and equitable for all involved. The Public Integrity Bureau is addressing the backlog with disciplinary hearings and disciplinary letters, which is exacerbated by, of course, the cyber attack, as well as COVID-19 and staffing within these various units. And we have been working with our various labor groups to do just that and receiving their input. From a resources standpoint, through the Management Service Bureau, we recently purchased 75 vehicles that are currently being decaled and outfitted, and we hope to have on our patrol within our streets by the end of this year. The new EMD facility, of course, is a major asset when it comes to addressing those vehicles that we have already within our fleet and backfilling those. We've purchased as many as 180 desktops and more to be ordered. And as well as when we talk about recruitment, and that's the biggest thing right now, recruitment, being able to put ourselves in a position to recruit. The package that the mayor and the CEO has presented to you, I fully support. But I realize that there are things that we must do internally as well to address our recruitment efforts. And some things, just to name a few, what we have done is we've eliminated the question about marijuana prior to hiring. And that makes a difference. Prior to this, we would have a question of about 2 years within the time frame of applying. Then it was reduced to 1 year, but now we're reduced to not asking the question at all. But however, although we do not ask that question, we do demand that if you are hired by the New Orleans Police Department on the date that you are hired, you ought to be clean, and to be clean from there that day moving forward. We've eliminated the negative credit history question that was an automatic disqualifier. We've updated our retest window to give an applicant an opportunity to retest within 30 days as opposed to waiting months to take another test. We're actively working with our civil service to address the corporal position. We've incorporated a Q&A section on NOPD.org to assist applicants with commonly asked questions. We've ensured that applicants who do not meet the requirements to be placed as a police recruit receive the information about the numerous assignments or positions within the New Orleans Police Department and opportunities that they may have to still be a part of this team as a civilian. We have also increased or streamlined our hiring process for lateral hires, removing the physical agility, as well as the CVSA, computer voice stress analysis requirements. And that academy would last approximately 10 weeks. First time we were actually able to put a curriculum together since, again, prior to Hurricane Katrina. So our hiring snapshot, we have made progress in our efforts to bulk up our civilian personnel by backfilling many of those vacant positions. Civil Service has approved PSAP to hire 5 additional auditors to bring that total number to 11. And this is all about sustaining those goals, those reforms that we have achieved thus far through the consent decree. Some 44 civilians thus far have been hired. Most notable ones, again, is the HR, Human Resources Director. We have been trying to do that for the last couple of years, and we have re-engaged that position and ensure that we are identifying the appropriate person. Crime Lab Director is another vacancy that had been vacant for quite some time that we're proud to say now we're finally filling, as well as adding some additional staff to our public information office. Of course, over the last year, we've hired numerous police recruits. We graduated 2 classes, class 194 and 195. Currently, class 196 is in its 9th week of its training, and we have been able to promote from within several captains, lieutenants, as well as sergeants. But I think the most significant promotion to me is the senior police officers. It had been 3 years or more since we last promoted an officer to the rank of senior police officer. And I have now implemented a system that would allow us to promote these officers on a more regular basis as they meet the requirements that are needed for these positions, which is more like on a monthly or bi-monthly basis. So our goals, our priorities for 2023 continue to be reducing violent crime while maintaining our constitutional reforms, forging new career paths for civilian employees by reevaluating positions normally held by commissioned personnel. And what I would say is that in identifying these new positions that we have established, this is not the end, this would be a daily assessment, but we did not just think about this in a silo. We thought about a career path for these individuals as well. So they're not just being hired and staying stagnant. There's an opportunity for them to move, for upward mobility for them as well, meaning they becoming supervisors as well. Addressing the officers' shortage. So of course, it is no secret, New Orleans Police Department has lost close to 300 officers over the last 2 years. And the force is now at approximately at 80% of its pre-pandemic level. The attrition rate for commissioned personnel or officers have doubled since 2019. Not unique to New Orleans. We say this not to frighten anyone. These are simply the facts as they are. This is not unique to New Orleans as we face competition from across the region as well as across the country. So we believe in our recruitment efforts in offering officers already with us a plan to stay here. The administration offered a robust incentive package for retention and recruitment. And looking at other law enforcement agencies, we must be competitive because they are also offering similar incentive packages. The truth is, if we do not offer these incentives to stay or to invite someone to come and join our team, these departures can become very concerning, more than what they are now. And if you look at this graph we have on our PowerPoint now, you can see what the concerns are, where we could drop to as many as 700 or so in the next 3 years. That's not on yours, council member. You don't have that one?
I
You don't
didn't have
this
the
slide?
comparison of the other cities that I was interested in. We just got it? Okay,
My apologies. Yes, you could.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee and the council, thank you for having us today. I'm just going to give Chief a little bit of break because I do recall explicitly at the last council meeting, a little bit more granularity was asked on our recruitment retention package that is yet to be heard at the civil service and then thereafter the city council. So if I could go back to a little bit, let me start there. And maybe if you let me drive, Sean, I'll move this thing along. If that's okay, I can go a little bit more into some of the details relative to this and try to answer some of the questions that I heard that I've reflected and hopefully can have the conversation on based on the superintendent's comments. Specifically, he mentioned very early in the presentation the redeployment strategy and how it's worked, how response times are down almost a minute month over month, and basically the redeployment efforts and the successes that they've had over the last month or so. We know unequivocally that's temporary. We know that is not a long-standing solution to address or drive down our crime issues. The only way that we're absolutely going to be able to sustain those same priorities and efforts and effects is to have some level of increased officers, whether that be through a lateral or that be through a new recruit. So really one of the things that we wanted to highlight is this package and answer any questions you may all have, because I know this is certainly part of the conversations over the course of many different budget hearings. First, does it work? I hear that and get that question a lot. Do these incentive packages work? And is there really factual or determinable outcomes that these packages as presented work? So let me address that, because I think this is an important discussion point that cities across the country are facing. And the short answer is, I think it's undetermined. I think it's undetermined. I don't think that there is a true causal effect that we can scientifically look at to say, because incentive package A works, we have more officers. The reason I say that is because, frankly, these are becoming more the standard now. If you want to be competitive, they're no longer the increased kind of buttress moment for a police officer or the overall department, but they are becoming the standard. So basically what I'm saying, for New Orleans to even remotely be competitive, we have to have an incentive package of some form in some fashion, because the other cities that are competing against us right now have them, and it's becoming more and more a standard that we're going to see unequivocally. So whether or not it will be the outcome that we all want, we'll have to, I frankly believe, test the waters to ensure that we are staying competitive with the cities that we're competing for this small resources. Wanted to go into some of the other issues. What happens if they leave? What if they come and they take the money and they leave the next day? We're out X amount of dollars. Valid concern, and want to address it on the forefront. And I believe the second question on whether or not there's legal concerns of this particular proposal will answer that first question, in that it is no longer designed to be able to leave after 1 year with a vast amount of money. We've had to spread this out over the course of 3 years. So we'll assuredly have the officers for the 3-year period. And I'm going to go into the details of what that means to address the civil service and legal concerns that were brought to us. So the law department designed a package and a timeline to address both uniformity and other issues relative to the legal concerns that we have heard and we feel like we have addressed. This slide just isolates a little bit of a presentation relative to how cities across the country are competing for this. This in particular package, I wanted to demonstrate or provide the council, and also part of the overall civil service presentation, the total benefit package. And this is after 6 years. Once again, even if we have the officer for a 3 to 6 year period, the importance and the benefit as we continue to hire and evolve, transition into whatever change is necessary from either the management discussions, the deployment strategies, the leveraging of technology, the civilianization, all these different components. This has to be part of the leg in that conversation. And this gives a little bit more of an example of what we're talking about relative to the recruitment. If I can just dive with granularity, as I mentioned in the beginning, well, there's one more slide that's important. And I think this is an important indicator. You see the X and Y axis specifically showing our existing rate, which is represented by the red, and the potential hiring strategy, which is represented by the blue. So if we stay doing exactly what we're doing, that's the projection to go down to 703 officers. That's dangerous. If we ever get below a certain amount, I want to say even below that whole 800, 850, I think that there should be some serious reservations and concerns should we get there. Now, is this the silver bullet package? No, we've never represented that. Is this the package that may have the ultimate success? Maybe, maybe not. But what's important is we have a strategy or a plan to at least try something to see if it works and be mobile and agile on it to see if we will know very quickly, probably within the first 6 months to a year, to determine how many recruits, how many officers stay, and determine if we have to make any changes relative to that. Because once we start depleting and not having a plan or a strategy or some incentive program, we will be at a loss unequivocally. So what the actual proposed package indicates is after your first 9 months of service, and this is all to address any and all legal concerns relative to the uniformity issues or those relatively brought up to us by the civil service team and designed by the law department. $4,000 would be provided after the 9-month completion of the academy. Upon the first year, the city has the ability to pay a state supplemental pay, although the state does not pay it. So the first year, an officer would receive $10,000. Upon the second year of the officer being here, he or she would receive an additional $5,000. And then upon the third year of service, completion of that third year service, there would be an additional $15,000 to bring us to that $30,000 recruitment incentive package that more than makes us competitive across the country. This is a one-time use of dollars. This is not a reoccurring expense. This is only utilized if we actually get an officer. So meaning if officers don't show up and make it through the end, we don't pay this money out. The second piece is just a package you all have already, I wanted to re-highlight it though, have already approved, and we thank you, the retention package, and this is the $5,000 every 5 years for up to 20 years, with the anticipation of that first big payment to be provided in March. And then of course, within that package, the 5% increase over the next several years, and importantly as well, the healthcare insurance. I know that there was also conversation about this, matching a reoccurring expense as it relates to a one-time. The proposal that we submitted was to pay off our COI and use those reoccurring dollars to pay for the health insurance so that we are on a reoccurring basis. It would have freed up debt service, and we can try to manage through this package. I'll be just candid, I know that the chief has credited the administration with this plan, but this was not done entirely or even frankly directly by administration. This was done by a cohort of professional consultants that do this across the country. The business community and others have came to us and said, here is a package that we think we can get more officers in. Can you help make this work and fit into our budget process? So this is not a unilateral effort by the administration, myself, the mayor, any of the sort. This is a collaborative approach, both by professional consultants and the business community who we've met with countless times to try to get this as an offering so that we can start advertising it. That is new recruits. The second talks ultimately important is the lateral transfers. And in all candor, I think this is where we have the greatest opportunity. Those officers that have recently retired, to incentivize to come back. I understand that part of the concern is why money isn't everything as it relates to coming back to a department or joining a department. And I think what the chief has highlighted and articulated is all the other variations and changes that were necessary and are necessary to have a better functioning, more efficient, more nuanced police department so that we can ensure that we are using all the tools necessary and no longer imagining police work as it used to be. I won't go into the detail on the lateral transfers. I'm sorry, I need to do that. It's very similar to the previous recruits, and I'll leave it up there for you all to have. And then certainly in conversations with our unions and NOPD and NOPD leadership, we know that we have to address our existing officers, and that is part of the third-year retention bonus of $10,000. Once again, one-time money. This is not a reoccurring expense. It happens once and then it's done until we are able to design and provide some other package to see if this does or doesn't work. If this needs to be temporary in nature to see if it works, I think we've always demonstrated that we are willing to look at the temporary nature of it, but we have to stay competitive amongst the country for this small pool of officers. And this is both the community and the business community specifically and professional experts' valid attempt to ensure that. So I will either hand it back to Sean to deal with some of the civilianization pieces, or I can wait for questions for after, but I don't plan at being at the table, Mr. Chair, for all the various departments or whatnot, but I know Sean had asked for me to join, and I'm happy to address any questions you may have.
Can we do this, Gilbert, is get through the rest of the presentation? Because I think we want to do that. And I do think there are going to be a lot of questions, obviously, about the funding, but let's get through if your time allows for that. Gilbert, Mr. Montano.
Yes, thank you. I'm giving it back to the chief to talk about the last pieces.
Thank you, Gilbert. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I will echo what Gilbert said. Thank you, council, for your approval of that retention package. And this incentive package, I do firmly believe would be beneficial to us as a city. And I know that it requires your approval as well as civil service. So I just ask, if you will, please give that approval to keep us in the competitive nature of state along with others across the country. So we pivot to what else can we do to support this department, to support this city, to ensure the safety of this city. Civilianization plays a major part. So we've identified some existing opportunities as well as some new work opportunities that may be handled by civilians rather than commissioned personnel. This is not just a burden reduction, but this is also a force multiplier because it builds staff capacity in the department on a parallel path to adding officers and maximizing limited sworn personnel resources. It is about hiring highly qualified and skilled professional staff members to reduce the administrative workload of our commissioned personnel. These efforts also provide the career path, as I mentioned earlier, for the civilians as well, not to just be hired in a silo. For example, recently, multiple crime scene techs were reclassified as crime scene investigative specialist associates, which allows for a better career pathway. Those jobs had the same minimum qualifications and salary, but now it gives them an opportunity to move forward. We have also identified 66 new positions that may be filled by professional civilian staff following a necessary training. And as stated earlier, we backfilled 44 positions. Just to name a few of these positions that we've identified, you have the police intake specialist, which is give us the opportunity to expand on our APR unit, alternative police report unit, police investigative specialist, which give our civilians an opportunity to gather or collect evidence or handle calls that officers normally would have handled that does not require the uniform presence. And police investigative specialists also in the field operations division, where they will be working with our third-party vendor and having some deputization powers to write citations and summons and things of that nature to, again, reduce the burden on our field, our commissioned officers. And last but not least, police investigative supervisors, that pathway to move forward. So I think you kind of hit on this earlier. I have been reassured and we are comfortable where we are with this budget request of this year. I have been reassured and continue to be reassured by the administration that our budget needs will be met. NOPD will be given the money to hire and supply our staff with resources we need to provide a safer New Orleans in which we would like to live, work, and visit. And last, I would like to just commit and say that we are committed, when we talk about the consent decree, to continue to work alongside our federal monitors as we are continue to be recognized as a leader of constitutional policing reforms throughout the country. We are a better department as a result of the consent decree. And I look forward to achieving the full and effective compliance in its entirety and completing this sustainability period. In closing, I would like to say, Council, we believe we have prepared a budget document that is fiscally sound and very much in line with the priorities of the New Orleans Police Department, Mayor Cantrell, her administration, and you, the council, have been talking about over the last year. And I will say for the record, we do not perceive this as a proposed allocation to defund the police. We understand that there will be a quarterly assessment, and we are very comfortable with that quarterly assessment. We will continue to recruit. We will continue to hire. We are reimagining ourselves when it comes to staffing. We are reinvesting in our officers, and we are addressing violent crime. So with the help of the Mayor Cantrell's administration, we are continuing our top to bottom review of best practices to continue to find ways we can be even more efficient and effective with the resources we currently have. But in this budget document, we are asking the council and the Civil Service Commission to work with us and be supportive as we make more groundbreaking law enforcement changes. I'd like to thank you again for this opportunity, and I look forward to further conversation with you.
Councilmember Giarrusso.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Chief, for being here. First, I just want to start off by saying how appreciative I am of the captains in District A, Captain St. Germain, Captain Gillard, now Captain DeLarge. Every time I call, they're right on the spot. So extraordinarily appreciative for them.
Thank you, sir.
I wanted to start off by asking a little bit about what's outside the presentation. I'm going to ask every criminal justice agency this to begin with, and I assume the answer is yes. One of the things that's a focal point of the administration is criminal justice dashboard. You heard that we asked criminal court. I assume NOPD is going to share its information as part of that integrated system as well.
Absolutely. We are on board with that. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Well, wanted to ask a little bit about the crime numbers before I got to some of the budgeting questions. And looking at the murders, you can just see they're spread out quite unevenly in the city. District
Yes.
A, 11, District B, 46, District C, 35, District D, 54, and then District E, 76.
Yes.
What's just being done in order to maximize police presence in the areas, particularly where we're seeing the most violent crime?
So we've done a number of things outside of that 12-hour shift, that DART presence. We have pretty much staffed that there in District E, as well as some of our detectives staffing as well. But what we've been doing recently, and I can't really speak to it publicly right now, but there are some initiatives that we have in place right now to address targeted violent offenders that I will be able to speak to in maybe another month. But we have some things that are in the works right now that we are in the process of taking some violent offenders off the street as we speak right now.
And I think a couple of months ago, the federal marshals helped with some of those arrests. Are the feds or other agencies involved in helping NOPD?
That's a part of this plan. It is working with our federal, state, and some of our local partners.
Okay. You anticipated my next question, which is the budget is lower this year than last year. Just either you or Gilbert say to those who are saying NOPD is getting less funding than it did last year.
Mr. Chairman, members of the council, thank you for the question. Remember, what the proposal right now is really a snapshot of the actuals paid over the course of the last year, plus a buffer of about 20% to address the exact needs we have for this quarter. So we hope and anticipate and plan that this number to increase over the course of the next 2 or 3 quarters, and fully anticipate and are prepared to address those needs, as I'm sure the council is, should we be able to fill those vacancies, hire, expand, and grow either from the civilian side or the sworn side. So in summation, this is not going to be the budget that is going to be at the end of the year. We expect and plan that budget to be higher at some level, and hopefully significantly higher, because then we will have been able to be held accountable to drive those numbers and increase the hiring process.
Thank you. I want to spend some time now on rebuilding NOPD, because I think, Chief, you talked about PIB and some restructuring and other things you want to do. So I want to drill down on some of those questions. One of the things we noticed, and again, a question is, in the district offices, it doesn't seem like they have operating budgets. So if they need to order a computer or a printer or equipment, is there an easier mechanism to do that, or do they have to go through a different process?
So we have to go through a process, and that's something we've been having that conversation about, because it is quite difficult given city guidelines and things of that nature. A district captain cannot just go and make a purchase on their own. They have to go through the protocol of set by the city. So in doing so, we have been very intentional, Chief Williams and her team, in meeting with the captains to identify what those needs are. And part of that, identifying what the needs are, were the result of purchasing 180 new desktop computers.
Yeah, I guess maybe a different way of asking is, would it make sense to have a set budget per district, and then just saying to the captains within reason, buy your pens, your paper, your laptops as needed?
They would be, but I think that's against city.
And is that
Mr. Chairman, may I jump in? Because
Yeah.
I think had many of these conversations with the consent decree monitors as well as the judge, and really sent the team into better unravel or figure out what some of the problems are. And I don't think resources has ever been the issue. It's the processes. I think that what has been lacking, frankly, is an established process where a reliable and predictable way to provide or get goods and services through the procurement officers and all the different channels has never truly been established. And one of the things early on, as we talk about some of the civilianization pieces, and I hope evidenced by my seat at the table here, is that many of the functions administratively may not lie best with the police department, in that my office in particular can start developing and strategizing those processes necessary, so that whether it be from facilities to equipment to, frankly, pens and paper, we'll be able to better unify and cohesively distribute the processes necessary, so that, once again, officers can do what they're meant to do, and that's address the public's need to drive down crime.
Yeah, I guess, Gilbert, all I'm saying simply is, we want to be able to allow, again, within reason, the captains to cut through red tape. And if they say, I got to get a laptop, or I need color printers so I can do printouts of suspects, that they are able to do it easily and not without delay. So I hope maybe by next month or January, we can talk about what that processing looks like, so that way the captains can get what they need as quickly as possible, and obviously making sure it's audited correctly. I guess I want to turn now a little bit to some of the questions about money. And we've obviously been looking at the number of officers who left. I think it's about 120, 117 commissioned officers who've left NOPD this year. Have any of those people who have left reapplied to return since we've made the announcement about additional benefits?
I can't say, I know off the top of my head, at least 4 have.
4 have reapplied?
Yes.
Okay.
One, we just actually, I swore, I did a reinstatement about, I think, 2 weeks ago on one of them.
Okay. All right. And then as part of, I guess, again, this recruiting outreach, is part of what New Orleans Police and Justice Foundation or other recruiters doing to reach out to those 117? I mean, if somebody's left to go to Omaha, you're not probably getting them to come back.
Right.
But if somebody's separated and they're in Jefferson Parish or something else, is there kind of, just going down a sheet and contacting people.
So our recruitment division has been working on just that, putting a plan together to re-engage those that have separated based on what the reason for separating. I mean, some have clearly expressed that they just want to walk away from the profession, or the profession is not for them, but those that we believe have moved on to other local law enforcement agencies or even federal law enforcement agencies, we are trying to re-engage them.
And is it right that of about these 117 police officers left, that maybe just a handful have cited pay as one of the reasons for leaving?
I've heard some say pay or resources, going back to your resources question as well, but a lot of them have said pay, expressed pay.
Resources question. So again, just like we were talking about criminal court judges, facilities and access
Yeah.
to equipment and easy means of doing things makes sense. Can I ask Gilbert, you sort of raised this, and I think it's been a talking point for a long time. While NOPD has increased its clearance rate on homicides, to be commended, it seems like having homicide detectives, DV detectives, are at a premium. Are we trying to specifically focus on certain laterals, or is it anybody that NOPD can kind of lay hands on? Is there, as Councilmember Thomas maybe asked earlier, is there a priority scale of the laterals we're trying to go pursue?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my advice to NOPD and everyone is the latter. I think we should try to capture whomever, however is qualified to be able to do the work, and then train necessarily, whether it be DV, homicide, street patrol, or anything in between, analytics, something that would be beneficial. So I think it's really just qualified individuals that, you know, the chief and management can then deploy as necessary to fill so many of those gaps that we currently have.
Okay. And I guess Gilbert, you kind of walked through this, but if we do attract somebody new, we spend money on them and training them, they get NOPD training, then they get their salary, then they get a $10,000 bonus. Are they free to leave on the 366 day as the rules are written right now?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. Yeah.
All right.
And just
go ahead.
they would be free to leave with or without the 10,000, right? I mean, the cost to train, and we're going to have that. I mean, I don't want to not level set an anticipation that some officers will come for the training as they have and then go to somewhere else that's closer to home or whatnot. So that's why I'll reemphasize that this package in solidarity is never going to be beneficial. And I think some of the other conversations we've had with many stakeholders is developing a potential housing program, tax incentive programs, education programs, things that will keep an officer here past that year, for those that don't have some familial tie. So this is just a piece of a larger package necessary to make it effective.
How are we doing again, I feel like a lot of my questions are about removing barriers or making things easier, and removing barriers for new recruits, such as remote testing. I think the Proctor U contract is just about done, but can somebody walk me through kind of how that's doing to make somebody who applies to NOPD be able to do so more quickly?
I'll look to the table. I don't think I'm qualified.
Chief Willington now.
So with remote testing, that applicant would be able to take that test and not have to relocate to New Orleans to do that process. So that would help in that way, being that they would be able to do it remotely from wherever they are.
Has that started?
That has not started. We're still still working with civil service on that. It's gone through the police foundation, so that document has to, be reviewed at several different layers and levels. So it's still being reviewed.
Do you know how much longer in terms of the review? Because I've been checking on it for like 3 or 4 months, and I was kind of hoping we were close to putting a bow on it.
So I don't have a time frame, but I am in touch with civil service, who is in touch with the police foundation, and the law department to make sure that we get that done.
Thank you. And I guess, Chief, again, you sort of alluded to this with resources. I think it would just also be helpful to us as we look at a prioritization schedule, as mentioned earlier, about equipment and facilities and resources, because we want to make sure that when people go to work, they're going to places that they're proud of and not where there's leaking windows or they got to bring their own laptops to work.
Absolutely. So I work with Mr. Joe Threat, who's working with us, giving me a list every week to update us on some of our facilities. Of course, Fort District is in the process of being built right now. First District just went through some renovation, some hazardous mitigation issues. 8th District is going through some remodeling as well. Renovation is under assessment right now, as well as the 6th District. So we have prioritized that. We are working with Mr. Thread and capital projects on these various entities.
Thank you. And I think, again, that'll be something we'll take up with capital projects because we want that to get moving for y'all.
If I may add one more thing, going back to your conversation with Gilbert with the commitment, there is a state law that requires, and we have through the city attorney's office taken advantage of that state law, that when an individual sign with the New Orleans Police Department, they must remain with us at least 2 years, or they have to pay back their training or what we've invested in them. And we kind of utilize of taking advantage of that state law to do just that, to hold them at least committed for at least 2 years.
Okay. Well, I'd love to see that state law.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Chief, you talked about this a little bit, the consolidation of the IT system, making sure it looks like some of the money's in capital budget, which Gilbert, we can talk about offline. I don't understand. But it looks like you have NOPD software, National Integrated Ballistics information. You mentioned Hexagon. The plan is either to upgrade all of those or make sure they're implemented at the beginning of 2023.
I'll start by saying right now we're working with the record management system, Hexagon. We have had our challenges, so we're hoping by mid-2023, spring of 2023, that will be complete, and we continue to work with our other criminal justice partners to see where there are opportunities such as those dashboards in which you speak of.
Okay.
Can I, Mr. Chair, just add a little color, because I think this is going to be relevant to all the criminal justice agencies and the necessity and the real level we're trying to attain as we invest significant amount of money in all the infrastructure necessary, IT infrastructure. It's unequivocally necessary for us to outside hire a technology roadmap, right? I think we have to absolutely have something that we are following to address all the needs, from NOPD to sheriff to criminal court to everything in between. And it's vital that we have that professionalized standard of what's deemed as a technology roadmap. And within that technology roadmap, we have to, I believe, once again, contract and hire out a PMO, a project manager, to address each one of those needs so that we have much more clarity. This is not something that is going to be able to be done in-house. I've talked with Kim, our CIO, relative to this. We can help identify some of the needs, but the actual implementation and the actual design should absolutely and unequivocally be done from a much higher level professional standard as part of those one-time costs. And so that would be my recommendation to the council, to the administration, is that this is done in separation from our internal staff. We can help support it and design it, but the actual execution should be done outside.
Yeah. And look, Gilbert, you've heard, and I will ask every criminal justice agency that they be a part of this. I mean, I think it's critical, because we get too much of it's this department versus this agency versus that, and that dog ain't gonna hunt anymore. It's time, and data is the best way for us to be able to make those determinations about that. Chief, sorry, I feel like I keep on toggling back and forth between you and Gilbert. Gilbert, on the vehicles that were ordered in January, they're available now? Are they already in NOPD's hands?
The 75.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, yes, they are in NOPD's hands. What our challenge right now is the outfitting. I believe some were having to send to Baton Rouge to have the full cages installed. We're hoping and anticipating an end of year life. We've had them, but once again, all the different pieces and components and to go back to some of those supply chain issues are holding us up one by one, but working through those issues. And we hope by the start of the year to have a new fleet of 75 at least, so that we can have significant more presence within the city. And we will continue to hope and anticipate we can come upon more orders relative to that. But as far as the actual larger purchase of windowing, that if I'm going to be completely candid, is probably looking for a year to year and a half before we can actually have the hundreds of police cars we're hoping and anticipating.
And Gilbert, just saying this out loud, we heard, criminal court asked for a van. I know the coroner's asking for more cars because I think they have hundreds of thousands of miles. I think, again, we probably ought to look at an integrated plan for all the different people who are asking for fleet upgrades too.
I don't think there's a department that wouldn't need some level of equipment or vehicle. I agree.
Okay. Chief, with deputization, have everybody in sanitation, DPW and code enforcement been deputized who's capable or wanting to be deputized at this point?
The 19 that have been identified and cleared, yes, they have been, they've been trained as well as deputized
Okay.
By our department.
Great. Thank you. In civilianization, well, Councilmember Moran, I'm gonna leave that for you. I'm gonna leave the salary question for you. And then the last sort of question I wanted to ask, and I think when Councilmember Thomas was asking a little bit about this, are we in a good situation with grant applications and grant writing for federal funds to NOPD? It just seemed like there was some decline in the numbers, and I just didn't know if that was one-time programs that were going away, or were there additional monies available through federal programs?
Mr. Chairman, I cannot answer that. I'll defer to.
Those are, I'm sorry.
Good morning.
Good morning. Those are, grants that there was like 3-year period grants and they ended.
Right.
And we do have new funding for new grants that we have received. And we do have, grants that we applied for that we didn't receive.
Okay. Do you just maybe a little bit back of the envelope for the new grants that you did receive, how much money that is, and grants you didn't receive, how much money that is?
I don't have that information from me, but I'll make sure you get it.
Yeah,
to me.
just let us know by the end of the week.
I'm-
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilmember Harris.
Thank you. And thank you for all of the commanders who are here, who work in my district. I appreciate everything that you do. And I'm sorry I missed trunk or treat at the 6th district yesterday. But I do have some questions. I know we talked about reorganization of bureaus and districts. Where are we on that?
I'm sorry.
Reorganization of districts or
When you say reorganization of districts, what are you
well,
specifically referring to?
previously we talked about potentially combining some of the districts, reorganization. I know
So-
Council President Moreno was really interested in this point and she might go into it more, but have you
Yeah.
guys contemplated that?
So I know that was, I remember you as well as Council Member or Council President Moreno bringing that to our attention and making that recommendation. We've had that conversation. Right now. We just don't think that we're in a position to do just that right now. Not right now. No, we continue to assess everything on a daily basis, but that really consolidation of districts right now is not, in my opinion or my team's opinion, as well as those that we've been meeting with to discuss, the path forward. We don't think right now is the time for that.
On the redeployment strategy that you're talking about, my understanding is that there are more detectives, white shirts out on the streets. Is that true or is that not true?
It's more there are more detectives on the street. We do it in a staggered basis as to not to take them totally away from their primary responsibility. But there is a rotation in which they are participating on a daily basis. There are detectives out into the field in uniform, supporting our uniform patrol officers as well.
Okay, on the civilianization piece, again, people are going to have more questions about that, but are you using these civilians or contemplating using these civilians to help with report writing?
Yes. So a big part of that civilianization expansion is just that the alternative police report unit. Right now, that unit consists of 4 civilians and the rest are officers who are in limited capacity, who just cannot operate or function in a full capacity out into the field. And of course, that is not efficient in my opinion, because you never know what that status of those officers are going to be on a daily basis. So it is our hope, it is my plan that we would be able to expand at least by additional 25 additional alternative police report employees, I would say. And that system would be a system that is around the clock. Right now, we just operate at 2 different shifts, 2 8-hour shifts, but we want to expand that where we can operate more throughout that 24-hour period, but also have some supervisors within that unit as well, but not just for taking reports online, over the phone, but also online. But that is what it's about, expanding that unit to do just that, take more reports over the phone or via online.
Okay, I'm going to jump around here because my questions are just kind of random. So, and I'm trying to keep you guys on your toes. The take home, the 75 new trucks, I saw them when I visited the crime lab. They look
Yes.
gorgeous. Are these going to be take home vehicles? I know in speaking with some of the unions, they're interested in take home vehicles.
That is the goal, to have them as assigned to officers as take home vehicles.
Okay, great. And I think having that presence of actual police vehicles in neighborhoods will help with crime, especially in some of the hot spots that I know my commanders are concerned about. I want to talk about the crime lab. We visited the crime lab last Friday and it's beautiful. There's DNA equipment there. I think we have a new DNA director. Is that correct? Coming
yes.
online?
Yes, we're working on that. Yes.
And what about the other folks who need to be able to fully staff up and equip the DNA lab? I know there are some job postings out there.
Yes, so that's a part of our request, but we thought it would be in our best interest to start with the heads.
Yep.
First, the leaders, and then let them identify the needs of that. They are the experts when it comes to the DNA lab and things of that nature. Let them identify their needs and employees of what would they need to support that specific bureau or unit.
In talking with the state crime lab, we were up there yesterday in Baton Rouge. There was some concern that the salaries for the staffing of the DNA specialists, techs, whatever, aren't necessarily high enough. Have we done a comparative study or asked civil service to take a look at
We are in the process of doing just that, because we have had those. We had a meeting, Chief Dupree had a meeting with Louisiana State Police about a month ago, and that was brought to his attention as well. So we are having those conversations with regards to job studies on these particular positions.
Yeah, I mean, my understanding is that to get this DNA lab up and running, we're going to need people who have experience. We can't hire right out of college, and so they might require higher salaries.
It definitely will, and that is another just as we are searching for commission personnel, that is another highly competitive position across the country that we're going to really have to put ourselves in a position to be able to compete with, to hire these individuals.
The other thing, in visiting the crime lab yesterday, we literally saw all of the rape kits, the sexual assault kits that are backlogged. And the state crime lab is trying to push us to take those rape kits and send them to a private lab at a cost of about $1.25 million. I think it's a worthwhile investment. I haven't talked to Councilmember Jeruso about this, but I think it's something that we need to really take a hard look at, especially since I think our rape clearance rate is still around 9%. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. Now, I agree with you wholeheartedly. I know Gilbert is going to speak to that, but absolutely, I agree with you. And I've had that conversation personally with Colonel Davis myself about outsourcing those particular kids.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Councilmember Harris, the administration's in complete support to the backlog, not just on the rape kits, but the DNA backlog. If we can contract that out and establish a program, I think that is a vital and important use of one-time dollars that we could leverage both on the rape kits as well as the DNA backlog, because it's going to be, even when we hire up, if we're just backlogging. It's what we're trying to do throughout the city with this one-time money, address our backlog. So from the administration perspective, 110% in support of both the rape kits as well as the DNA backlog through contractual services.
Great. The other thing that we learned about was the CODIS hits. I think there are about 233 outstanding cases with CODIS hits. That means that we can identify somebody who's actually perpetrated a crime or
Yes, if they're in the database. Yes.
Right, it's in the database. What are we doing to try to get a hold of these 233 people that have been identified through CODIS?
So we have done this before, and we periodically do this. And I know Chief Goodley has had this conversation with Lieutenant Colonel Cameron to put together a team to just do that, like target that right now. But right now, our focus is the individuals I spoke to Councilmember Jeruso about, and then we're going to pivot to that next. That's the next step in our initiatives.
But these 233 people could also be the people who are
Yeah, if we pick
perpetrating the
them up,
crime?
they would be flagged as such as we're picking them up, absolutely.
Okay, great. Is there a budget attached with that team, a number that you have in mind to put that team
Not just
together?
yet, no ma'am, because we have not really had to have that conversation on a budget just yet, not from what we're doing with the federal partners. We actually have received some resources from the government, from the DOJ with that. Now, when we're talking about from the state police and resources, they have not really given us a number on it, but we have had that conversation if we need to, if there is a need for that. But this is a part of a bigger picture in which we're working on,
Okay,
initiative in which I said I couldn't really go into details on right now.
got you. Okay. And we can talk offline about that detail.
Yep.
There was in a prior budget, a sexual assault kit specialist position, but that was removed in this year's budget. Are we removing that? Or is that part of the DNA lab?
It's going to be more than likely a part of the DNA lab. That's what I have asked of my team is more or less an assessment from the director, the new director,
Yeah.
meaning the crime lab director, as well as the DNA director to give us guidance. And again, as we are needing or identify positions that need to be filled, either created or backfilled, we have been given the authority to do just that, address them or fill them as necessary.
Okay. Turning to sort of alternatives to incarceration. My district office gave some money to expand lead in the 6th district. But I'd also like to hear about any other funding sources that we can get it in the 6th district or some of the other districts for this alternative to incarceration through NAMI's lead program.
So we continue to work with, of course, the health department and others in just that on the lead program, even our mental health response and other programs. Actually, our PALS program, community engagement, just partnered up with YEP as well to try to identify ways to be more creative to get in front of this and address those that need to be addressed on the front end as opposed to an incarceration end.
Sure, but is there a dollar amount attached to expansion of that program? I gave $10,000 of my Harris
I
money.
don't have
That's
that
not
off the
enough.
top of my head. I'll find out for you.
Okay.
As to any additional funding from us as NOPD when it comes to the lead program.
Okay, I'll circle back with you on that. I know that we're increasing our civilianization and alternative dispatch is one route of that. So are we contemplating NOPD officers riding along with mental health professionals or like a co-response? What is the strategy there to address mental health emergencies?
More or less, it will be a co-response if necessary, but right now, the health department along with communication division, we have worked with an outside entity for those professionals or those experts to respond to it without a law enforcement nexus. But in the event there's some issues when it comes to safety, we are readily available and we are put something in place to do just that. And I think the health department is working on that funding now to be prepared for 2023 to implement that.
Okay, so I'll ask Dr. Avegno. I want to turn to PIB and I want to thank you for working with our office on PIB reforms, especially Sergeant Barnes. I know we're trying to bring it in line with the consent decree requirements, and I think we're kicking down the rule promulgation or postponing it so the monitor can take a look at it. But is the staffing and infrastructure in place to ensure that we have the required rotations in PIB? Do y'all need additional staffing there?
I think we need additional staffing in every bureau,
Yeah.
honestly, counsel. So, I mean, part of that is a part of that is severe expansion as well. We talk about bringing in some police investigators to be a part of that to help support that as well. We continue to look at opportunities there right now. Over 75% of the individuals that are assigned that have 3 years or less within that bureau. I know the target kind of has been 3 or 5 years to have them transition out. The struggle that we have had is in placing that KSA of that knowledge, skills, and ability assignment, a position out there we do not receive the response from our officers, meaning the desire to work in that particular capacity. So that's how sometimes we get stuck with some officers being there as long as they have been. But what we also have done or are doing is supervisors are being promoted, lieutenants and sergeants. They're going there temporarily as well to work in there so they can understand that whether they prefer to be there permanently assigned or not is one thing, but at least go there, have an understanding of what that bureau assignment is about and what it is like to work there.
Good. I'm glad to hear that. What you mentioned the backlog of PIB cases. Do you know what that backlog number is?
Don't know the number, but I know we've had quite a few cases as a result of the pandemic and all that we had not been able to have our hearings. Chief Sanchez, is now the deputy chief there, so he is doing his assessment, one, to identify that number, to identify a process in which we could probably address some of these things. We are in constant conversation with our federal monitors to see if there are opportunities in which we could transition some of these things or some of these cases to be more of a negotiated settlement as opposed to just being an automatic hearing that takes time in itself. So we are working through the kinks of all of this.
Okay. I want to turn to recruitment. I know Councilmember Jerusa talked about this. Do we know what the current recruitment funnel looks like? How many applicants we have? How many are in process?
I'll yield to Chief Williams, but what I do know, just last month and looking at the numbers for the month of October, we received as many as 150 applications. 45 were converted to test takers. Prior to that, we received as many as 252, and that is September, 252 applications. And I think about 40 of those were converted into test takers. But we continue to see that pattern that we pivoted to after George Floyd. Prior to George Floyd, we averaged approximately 450, 500 applications a month. We're averaging now about 250, if not lower, a month. But I don't know, Chief Williams, you want to elaborate anything more on that?
The only thing I would add to that, we have 41 that are currently, 29 that are in background, 12 that are in pre-screening, as it relates to recruits.
Okay.
In addition to what
And what efforts? I know we funded some recruitment efforts earlier this year. What are we doing? Print advertisement? What are we doing? How are we actually recruiting? Do you know?
So with that, several different ways. We know that the best recruiter is actually the officers that are on the street,
Right.
officers that are on the job. So we have, things that are in place along with these incentives that, we hope that will be passed to make sure that those officers that are currently working, that they are there to push the job, sell the job to family members, friends. Also making sure that we're out there in the community, letting the community know, because that's another great opportunity to have community members that have nieces, nephews, things like that, available. Obviously working with the Police Foundation, different ways that they do digital media ads, Google ads, things of that nature. So that's just some of the ways that we're currently doing those things. And also job fairs, the normal things that most jobs do.
Okay. And isn't there an incentive payment if you're an officer and you get somebody on or get someone to apply?
Yes, it's $4,000. It's $2,000 when that person starts the academy and another $2,000 when they graduate from the police academy.
So if I recruit some police officers, I get $4,000?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to go out there and do that.
Madam, Mr. Chairman, Councilmember Harris, can I just add a couple?
Yeah, please.
This is a really important question, and it's one that I think I've struggled with. I was talking with the team yesterday relative to this, and I want to make sure that we're giving the proper attention to this piece, right? Because no matter what we do as an incentive program or piece, and the people are coming in, if they're not getting out to the field or a throughput or output at some point, it's all for nothing. So, and frankly, if you look at the numbers, and if we're going to be transparent, the percentage that's actually getting out to be hired is very, very de minimis compared to what's coming in. So there's something that we have to fix. We're identifying what that is, whether that addresses the credit, whether it addresses the marijuana use or some form or fashion. That is something that I think is vital for us to really show ourselves with as a vulnerable aspect that we have and need help to address. And whether that's through the potential investment of headhunters, the investment of another third party to help move or address background checks of some form or fashion. But I just didn't want that question to pass without the acknowledgement that that is one of my biggest and largest concerns is the amount of applicants coming in and what we're actually getting as a final recruit. So just wanted to highlight that.
Yeah, no, I think the output is critical, right? We can recruit as much as we want, but if we don't have actual officers
Exactly.
graduate and come through the process, it's all for naught. On that point, I just want you to know that I'm continuing to talk with universities. Dillard, I just had a talk with their new president about educational incentives, still working with Loyola and some other universities. So I want to make sure that you know that those conversations are still happening. But on the housing front and the tax incentives, where are we in that process and thinking through if we can actually provide a housing stipend or reduction in taxes?
Mr. Chairman, Councilmember Harris, I won't say that we have complete liftoff. I think there's still an evaluation stage. We started going down, and I won't bore with some of the details, trying to mirror the teacher incentive program, but the amount of income that a officer has is significantly higher. So that path kind of took us a different direction. I know that we've had other conversations with even Councilmember Morell on a state opportunity and something changing there relative to tax benefit and incentive. But this is all part of that larger comprehensive piece so that an officer now wants to stay and will be vital, whether it's the education investment or the housing allowance or some form or fashion of it. So I will say that I think once budget gets settled and we actually see the final product of what we have to sell as an organization to recruit officers would be, where we ultimately have to sit down and strategize and really get a game plan on what we're going to go after collectively so that we can accomplish it. I would hope and imagine that first or second quarter.
Okay, great. I mean, I think, things like mental health services, childcare benefits, things like that. I assume that you're talking to your officers and asking them what they want,
Yep.
what would make them stay. I've just generally been talking to folks, and I think childcare is huge. I think especially as you're going to 12-hour shifts and you might
Yes.
have officers who are married and have kids. Can we
Yes.
provide an incentive? So we just need to get creative about thinking, and I'm happy to work with you all to work through those things.
Thank you for that. Those are some of the things that we were able to identify as the mayor and I went on our roll call tour, and those are some of the things that have been brought to the table for us to discuss and try to figure out, how can we work our way around these things. Along with it, thank you for that with Dillard, but I know Dillard definitely has been committed, as well as Southern University. I met with them just 2 weeks ago as well, speaking to some commitment, educational benefits that they can provide to help enhance recruitment as well. So thank you.
Councilmember Morel.
Thank you. I'm going to apologize in advance. I've got a lot of questions, and Mr. Chairman, I reserve the right to ask more questions as people generate more questions. But I want to start with a level set, just so the public is aware. There has been a lot of reference to these consultants that have provided tremendous information and insights to the NOPD on this plan. To be clear, the city council has not met with any of these consultants. And moreover, we were specifically told by Police and Justice Foundation it would not be appropriate for the city council to meet with these consultants because they were confidential and for the mayor's discretion. So while we're evaluating what's put before us, we have had no conversations with these consultants. We have no background based upon those consultants' interests or why they came up with these ideas. So I want the public to be aware that though it may sound like some of these questions are in a vacuum, it's because we've never met with any of these consultants. So I'll start with that. Let's go down the line. So first up, let's start with, I know early on there was a conversation regarding the current solve rate in the city of New Orleans. And I think it's important that, as I've said before in previous conversations, we define terms. A solve rate, is that different or the same as a clearance rate?
It's different.
It's different. Okay. So when you're quantifying our clearance rate, even in the city of New Orleans, you are including cold cases, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. So what is the number of 2022 cases that we have, both for violent offenses and murders that have had a solve or clearance, whatever you want to call it, in 2022?
I have to get that for you.
Okay, I appreciate you getting that information for me. When we're talking about the current status of NOPD, how much overtime is authorized per district per week for patrols?
Right now, I believe it's approximately 125 hours per district for patrol. Each district has 125 hours.
It is that, why is there a specific cap on how many overtime hours are allowed?
It's just something that we've started to just more or less check and balance. And as they need more, they have asked for more, and we have granted them more as we have it.
It seems very interesting to me that as we come into this budget season and the department has such a massive surplus, that we're capping overtime at all.
I understand that, but even in capping overtime, those overtime hours aren't used every week. And that is why we just kept it at that cap. But again, whenever they need additional hours, especially when they're working some cases or extensive cases, they have been granted that. We've told them whenever you need, just ask. And we have not told them no as of yet.
Okay. What is the average amount of officers on patrol per district per day?
Per shift or per day? What do you say, per shift or per day?
We could do both. Per shift would be probably.
I'm
more or
I'm
less.
gonna take a shot in the dark on this. I believe it's about 10 per shift, 8 to 10 per shift. And then we still bring in those outside resources, meaning DART or others.
So you're saying there's 10 officers
Per district,
on patrol per
8
day.
to 10 per day,
And
per
that's
shift,
per
not per.
shift. So you're saying even during, and that's an equal amount put across each shift, whether it be night or day.
It's equal amount via night or day, but it varies from district to district as well, based on any training that they may have going on, or vacation days, or even someone calling in sick.
So it wouldn't be surprising if, for example, on a given night, the 7th district only had 2 officers on patrol.
If they had only 7, only have 2 people on patrol, we would shift accordingly, but I have not been made aware of any time they've had. I've heard rumors where via social media, 7th district was either closed and it wasn't closed, or they only had 2 people on the street, and we verified it, and
I'm asking
it wasn't able
specifically
to.
that question, but
Yeah.
I'll do some follow up with you on that. You said a second ago that you guys have quantified in trying to speed up response time, that there are certain instances that do not warrant a police response. Can you define what kind of incidents do not warrant a police response?
Does not require like a uniform response. When I speak to that APR unit, I'm speaking as to like a theft that could be reported over the phone, some fraudulent activity that could be reported over the phone, where a civilian investigator can meet with that victim and gather as much information as possible for follow-up. Just the more lower level crimes is what I'm saying, that we may not require.
How many civilian investigators do we have?
We're in the process of hiring now. We don't have any, besides a couple of them in Public Integrity Bureau and a couple in Special Victims Unit.
So that definition in a civilian follow-up is perspective, not what you're currently doing.
No, we're hoping to do that. That's a part of the 66 new vacancies, 66 new positions that we've identified.
I know previously we've had conversations regarding the information that came from the Police and Justice Foundation's exit interviews, and kind of the feedback from officers that were departing. Just to refresh everyone's memory, 3rd on that list was pay. It was not 1st, it was 3rd. The 1st obviously dealt with management, and the 2nd dealt with PIB. How do you feel like you've addressed those 2 issues currently? And I know you referenced some restructure at PIB, and I'll ask specific follow-up on that, but generally speaking, do you feel like, and can you give specific examples of how you addressed those first 2 issues?
I think we're in the process of doing that right now. I mean, once we did the roll call tours and continue to do some follow-up tours and continue to have these focus group meaning committees or panels or groups that are consisted of officers in various bureaus across the department. We receive their feedback to determine whether or not we are meeting their expectations. And I think we have made some significant moves with regards to some of our deployment strategies, with regards to more administrative officers out into the field where officers felt as though they were alone and certain officers were not working in a capacity in which they were working on a daily basis. So listening to them and hearing what their concerns are and actually making some changes as a result of their expressions, I think has made the difference.
So have y'all, and as far as that first piece, have y'all utilized any anonymous surveys post that initial tour to see if there's any metric showing that officers have further confidence in the department?
Not as of yet, no.
Well, I would certainly suggest in a rank system in a militaristic organization, which every police department is by nature, that I think many would say that when you're being asked by your superior officer how things are going, by default, your answer is things are going great, sir.
Right.
So if you're not doing follow-ups that require or have an anonymous aspect, you're not going to get actual feedback from officers without the fear of reprisal.
And I understand what you're saying, but I have done personal follow-ups myself and have given them the authority. And I have heard where they were not happy in some instances, and they have spoken directly to me about that. So I've taken ownership of that myself instead of relying on a supervisor speaking to an officer about his or her workplace environment. I've had those conversations with various members of our organization and have heard the good as well as the bad.
Okay, well, on PIB, 2 specific complaints that we have heard and continue to hear, and I want to see how you're addressing these. Obviously, in the state law on the Police Officers Bill of Rights, there is a fixed time in which one can investigate a complaint. A common complaint, and we have officers I've spoken to who have been under investigation for over a year or two, when they have a civil complaint or internal complaint that is reaching its end time, it is converted to a criminal complaint. In my experience and the data we have as a council, many of the times NOPD has lost repeatedly at the Civil Service Commission is because you've exceeded that time period and switched the complaint back and forth to try and I'm not saying you personally, but the process.
Yeah.
How have you addressed creating definitive timelines when officers can expect their complaints to be resolved in their favor or not in their favor?
So that was one of my number one priorities, and thank you for that question, Council. That's one of my number one priorities in meeting with Chief Sanchez. I have had those conversations, had that concern myself and seeing it myself to some of my colleagues throughout my career. So that is something that he's assessing now. What would be the best path forward to ensure that we are not violating that officer's Bill of Rights, and we are doing things in a timely fashion that it does not hinder their opportunity for career advancement or promotions.
I know I've had this conversation with Gilbert directly, and I think I've had it with NOPD as well. As we all onboard civilian officers, there is absolutely a need to have an expanded human resources department. I have told Gilbert, I think on numerous occasions, I do not think it appropriate that human resources be inside of NOPD.
Okay.
And I say that specifically because there have been multiple instances publicly where we have had civilians make complaints against NOPD officers and they not be resolved. And a lot of the complaints include accusations that because they are civilians outside of rank, they are not treated the same as officers in rank. Is that something that is contemplated here, or is it something that you would be opposed to if it were made to happen?
Mr. Chairman, Council Vice President Morel. So part of the design and plan for our centralized HR unit is to have all in HR professionals report up to our essentially assistant CAO, Christina Hamilton, through the HR process. So as part of the work, obviously NOPD has its specific needs, but the anticipation and the plan all along has always had a consolidated effort where all HR professionals would report to the HR department, which belies in my office. So the short answer is yes. that would be part of the structure in design. And I know we've talked about it in many different pieces and facets to the council, as well as a consolidated effort for the HR, which would derive exactly the answer to your question, that would have a direct reporting structure to our HR department, not to NOPD.
And if I just want to add to that, if I may, Council, is that a civilian has just as much of a right to file a complaint against an officer as an officer would against a civilian. That is the purpose of Public Integrity Bureau. And even when they have not been, felt that their case has been adjudicated or addressed properly, we have addressed it through EEOC that leads up to the CAO's office. So they have the same rights as the commission personnel.
Well, I appreciate that that might be the intent. But when you look at some of our most recent cases, and when you look at the Bond to Hear case that was in
Yes.
front of federal court, where you had an individual who was basically intimidated off duty at his personal home to resign from office
Yeah.
by uniformed officers and a PIB officer on the phone. When you look at the Jerry Paul case we currently have, where you had a civilian person that was raped, and it took us 14 months to get their rape kit done. These are the kind of things that, while they're in the public sphere, you can imagine they might have civilians second guessing whether they want to go to the New Orleans Police Department. So if we are outsourcing human resources, that is something that we need to put out there on the front end to let people know as civilians, they will be given all the same rights and same responsibilities as rank. Currently, my office is actually in contact with someone who's a former civilian employee, an auditor with the NOPD, who has significant allegations of sexual harassment, who was terminated. And not only was she terminated, an officer in rank took it upon themselves that when people called to get references for a new employment, that officer went above and beyond, let's say, attacking her personally and professionally to make sure she would not be hireable. So when that is ripe, we're working with the Office of Police Monitor to dig into that case. But these are things that have to be resolved, because if they're not, you're going to have, Chief Harrison does not have a problem hiring civilians, but we may have a problem hiring civilians if we don't resolve that. I'd like to go back to the presentation regarding these the proposed benefit packages. In particular, there is a slide, and I know, Gilbert, you probably know what slide is. Where's that slide with all the headlines? All the wonderful headlines of all the cities given. There you go. Let's stick on that one for a second. In my purely not thorough Nancy Drew Hardy Boys gumshoe review of these headlines, just using the internet, every department on there has annualized cost of living increases. Does the NOPD have annualized cost of living increases?
No.
Before I get into the meat of this, I want to be very clear about something that is a problem that is not a problem this administration, but it's been inherited by every administration with every police department since the beginning of time. We do a tremendous amount of gimmicks to give officers money without allowing them to boost their retirement. And all these incentives you're giving officers, none of these actually go to their retirement other than the pay increase, the 5, 5, 5, and 5 that the council has unanimously previously approved. So as far as other than that 5, 5, 5, actually, no, I'm sorry, only 2 of those 5s count because one's a lump sum. So out of that 10% that we're talking about.
No, it's 3.
It's 3? Okay, 3%, sorry. Other than those significant pay raises that are not annualized, none of the incentive packages you have, whether it be healthcare, whether it be retention bonuses, none of that goes to someone's actual retirement. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So when you're looking at these departments, and I want to go through some of these departments, we're not exactly comparing apples to apples. And I'll give you an example. Seattle has a heavily civilianized department where latent print examiners and ID technicians, for example, make $65,000 and $57,000 a year, and those are non-police officers. And that does a tremendous amount, Councilmember Harris, towards dealing with data processing in their backlog. The growth rate of Seattle as a whole, I'm sure Gilbert knows this, Mr. Montano, they have a 24% annual growth rate in their budget because they are home to 2,244 tech companies. and 60% of their population has a college degree. So when you're looking at what they're offering, their starting salary is, let me get back that. The starting salary of a Seattle police officer is $83,000. And they do have up to $30,000 of bonuses, but they also have annualized bonuses based on cost of living increases. And Seattle has one of the highest costs of living in the entire nation. So their annualized salary, including cost of living bonuses, it's not even a comparison between our city, although we have one of the highest cost of living adjustments in the state of Louisiana. Let's look more at home at Baton Rouge. Baton Rouge has 575 police officers. And their maximum allotment, what they're seeking to get, is 700 officers. So they're looking to boost their department by 130 officers to get to a full offering. They are offering, as you say, up to $15,000 in bonuses for new hires. The median salary for Baton Rouge is $56,000. Starting salary is about $53,000, and the higher end is $62,000. I think Baton Rouge is probably the fairest out of the group you have up there as far as a comparison. They're a fair comparison. Let's get to Washington, D.C., which is really interesting. Washington, D.C. starting salary is $60,000 for an entry-level recruit, with entry-level officers making 65. But here's where this gets interesting. Their top step salary without any rank increase whatsoever is $110,000. Let's refresh the public. Through the course of promotion, other than senior officer, what opportunities exist to get a pay increase if you don't hit rank?
Just your longevity.
Longevity.
That's it.
And what's longevity currently?
I think it's 2.5%.
2.5%. And that's not a cost of living, that's a longevity.
Longevity, yes.
So you hit senior officer after being an officer for 3 years
Yes.
without any issues. You get a 10% pay raise. And and to be clear, and let's make sure the public is aware, you're capped on how many people you can have in rank by civil service, correct?
Yes.
So there can only be so many sergeants, so many lieutenants, so many captains. So if you're an officer, once you hit senior officer, that's your last pay raise. To be clear, Baton Rouge, Washington, D.C. also have annualized COLA cost of living increases. Lake Charles has significantly less pay than us. Their starting salary is only $42,000, with most officers in earlier ranks making 52 and the higher level ones making 60. But Lake Charles has 140 officers. 140 officers. They have very little crime, and their target is less than 100 officers to be hired. I don't think that they're necessarily a fair increase when you're talking about comparing ourselves to them. They're doing $15K for lateral hires, $6K for recruits, and that's because they don't really have an academy. Baltimore, where our former chief, Chief Harrison, currently resides, their starting salary is $60,000. Their top step salary without getting promotion in rank is $104,000. $104,000. You could be a 20-year officer, you've hit senior status, whatever that is, and never be in rank and make $104,000. I'm giving you these examples to be illustrative of the fact that what we're talking about and how we're fundamentally dealing with funding these positions is we're talking about putting a Band-Aid on a gunshot wound. I'm very concerned, and that's a conversation I know I've had with both Mr. Montano and Mr. White, of using one-time money to do things like this. And I say this because it is very clear, and I really, Chief, I'd like to get a copy of that law you cite, because the only law I'm aware of that deals with non-competes is, let me pull this up right quick. The only law I'm aware of that deals with non-complete clauses in the state of Louisiana is revised statute 23-921. And for the most part, it states specifically in the state of Louisiana, non-compete clauses are prohibited.
Mhm.
Flat out. You cannot do a non-compete clause.
Right.
Now, there are exceptions to that. If you're a person engaging with a person, sometimes you can have a non-compete clause. NOPD is not a person. If you're a corporation engaged in very certain specific activities, does not include law enforcement, and NOPD is not a corporation. If you are shareholders in a corporation, well, we don't have shareholders in NOPD. And even if you met all that criteria, you have to have a defined geographic area. You can't just say you can't compete anywhere. Do we have a list of the departments that our officers are departing for?
Do not have a list, but again, I will get you just as I will get the chairman that law. And when I speak to this law is about where they cannot leave, or they should not be able to leave one law enforcement agency to go to another. If they're leaving the profession, that's something totally different. But if they're leaving to go to another law enforcement agency, and that's something we found through the city attorney's office. I don't know it off the top of my
I would
head.
really appreciate looking at that law
Yeah.
because nothing, as a former legislator, I'm not aware of it.
Mhm.
And I'm not aware of the case law that supports or doesn't support that law.
Gotcha.
I will further say, and this is a conversation that Gilbert and I have had. Sorry, Mr. Montano, keep calling you. I'm gonna get that. Worst case scenario, if burst you for a bonus. I think the number that Mr. Montano gave me, and I think it's completely true, to train an officer is about $75,000, right? That's the number we talked about back and forth. And if the bonuses we give an officer amount to $30,000, in order for a department that wants that officer, the worst case scenario, let's say if everything we're saying is correct, and I really would have questions if, even if there was a state law, would it be binding on an agency outside of Louisiana anyway? Let's say worst case scenario, you have an officer, you've given him a signing bonus and he leaves. Wouldn't it be more financially viable to pay back $30,000 for a trained officer than to spend $75,000 training your own? That's just math. And furthermore, on this issue, I'm especially concerned, Mr. Montano, regarding the 3-year, how all these bonuses are tied into 3-year cycles. I think it's very interesting to me that come this time 3 years from now, there'll be a whole bunch of new council members and a new mayor. And if you're only tied to be here to get that last 30,000 and there's no penalty of leaving, are we setting up a future mayor and future police department and future council to walk into a completely devastated department when all the bonuses wear off? Because once you get that last $30,000 or last bonus at the end of 3 years, there is nothing to keep you here, correct? No requirement.
Correct.
So 3 years from now, we can artificially have a department that we have somehow functionally gotten to 1,100, 1,200 people. And at the end of that 3-year period, when they've met all their criteria, they can walk. And I use this analogy with Mr. Montano when we met previously. Law enforcement in the United States, when you talk about incentive bonuses, we're basically becoming travel nurses. If we don't have law enforcement that firmly believes in their mission and has reasons to stay in a specific city, it will become who has the best incentive plan they can offer at that time. There's a reason why, though all departments have challenges, other departments don't have our challenges. Our attrition rate is not normal. It's not. If you look at a lot of the departments you had up there previously, they all are losing officers, but they're not losing them at our rate. And they're not also having the same troubles recruiting to kind of blunt that attrition rate. When you look at, for example, and I'm sure Ms. Harris will appreciate this, when you look at Washington, D.C., for example, part of what makes them such an attractive destination is that when you're coming on as a recruit, they provide temporary housing, $200 per day for 2 weeks, after which they provide housing assistance for $1,000 per month for 6 months. Washington, DC has a specific Metropolitan Police Housing Assistance Program where they provide 0 APR loans to law enforcement to purchase a home. And they work to create grant programs to create down payments and closing costs. I've been very candid in my meetings with Mr. Montano and said, in my opinion, if you want to have officers invest in the city, you need to get them in a house. And I say that because many of our new officers come in either single or as a young married couple. And if their only roots here are a lease and they get offered a bonus somewhere else, I'm not mad at them for leaving, because you have to do what's best for your family financially. And if you do not have the roots in this community or the investment in this community to see it succeed, then you're back to travel nursing. And every hospital will tell you travel nursing has not gotten better over time. It has gotten worse. You have more hospitals offering more incentives to have a temporary nurse for a couple of months versus investing in just paying nurses what they should be paid. And there's a house of cards where on one hand, there are nurses available, but no one can afford them because everybody's trying to outbid each other. If we don't do something more substantive to make sure that these men and women of the NOPD are actually getting paid amounts of money that go towards their retirement versus these gimmicks to keep them here temporarily, we're not investing in them. I want to make one last point, Chief, and I'm sure you can answer this. Right now in our department, when it comes to equipment, officers are given $1,000 annual stipend for equipment. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Uniform, are you referring to the
Uniform
uniform
allowance.
allowance? Yes,
And if they don't spend that, that goes in their pocket, correct?
yes.
So if you're an officer and you're underpaid and your uniform allowance comes in and you got to pay your rent, you got to pay that kid's tuition, that has a tremendous amount of external pressure upon you to spend that uniform allowance on paying for what your family needs, correct?
Absolutely.
And in this, for example, our neighboring parish of Jefferson, there is a quartermaster system, correct? Where officers, if your uniform gets ripped, you go to the quartermaster, they give you a new uniform. What I would suggest is that when we're looking about how to reform this department, if you pay officers actually what they're entitled to and don't put them in the situation where they have to decide, do I get a new holster? Do I get a new uniform? Or do I pay my baby's tuition, or whether they can go to daycare? We are putting them in that situation. We are doing that to them. So I guess my disappointment is that I don't like this retention plan because it is not addressing the underlying issues. What I would like is a plan to pay officers what they're actually entitled to and make sure it goes towards their retirement. So we're actually competing with these other cities, because the rest of them, they all give cost of living increases, which means you might get someone temporarily here on the hook on these incentive programs, but they're not developing roots. We're not investing in them, and they're not investing in our community. That's all I have for right now, Mr. Chairman. I will reserve the right to come back with more questions.
Mr.
Mr. Montano.
Mr. Chairman, Council Vice President Morrell, thank you for the comments. Thank you for the questions. I'll try to address in mass many of the premises you highlighted. I feel completely support why we are seeking this temporary plan to address the shortage. And I go back to this office, this particular slide. Should we do nothing and anticipate and plan for reoccurring revenue to match reoccurring expenses, which we have not met yet? And as the council knows, our REC demonstrated that. We've supplemented our first tranche to be able to meet the needs of our reoccurring expenses. We will continue down this trajectory of losing officers. I think it has been extremely explicit that this is a short-term plan to get bodies and officers into the profession of the police department, while at the same time we address those undeniable core issues that you highlighted, specifically cost of living. And I would extend that not just for police officers, but employees across the board. I think that there is no better opportunity for growth than to have a reliable cost of living increase similar to the fire department for our employees. However, our reality of our revenues just do not match that opportunity. So understanding that we have the significant influx of one-time dollars, how could we leverage and benefit that? And how could the department most benefit from that in the short term? While we work and anticipate some of those long-term gains and long-term ambitions to be able to have both an increased level to the retirement, a better opportunity for housing, a better opportunity for down payment assistance, and everything in between. But what I'm saying is it shouldn't be or, it should always be and. There is at some level of dire need that I've heard from the agencies, specifically the police department, that we need more people to do more things as we address the challenges that they face to drive down crime. As in mass, certainly, I think part of the reorganization that the chiefs highlighted includes the civilianization, some of the augmentation of the normal police work. And I think that's a vital step to address some of those core issues. Trying to compare apples to apples with other cities, I understand, is improbable because New Orleans is very unique and the challenges we have is ultimately unique. But the premise still remains the same. We have to have some short-term strategy to get more officers into the profession, into the field, to be able to leverage and have some level set of opportunity so that we can drive down crime. What we're doing and how we're doing it isn't working. We have to have some sort of program designed for us to be able to build up that force. What the proposal in front of you has, as I've said, is a opportunity in the short term to see if it works to get more officers. I would never characterize it as a gimmick because certainly this is one of those programs that we hope and feel and anticipate will be very beneficial to the officers. I understand that some needs of the officers do not exactly formulate to the idea of retirement, and many of the workforce we have is staying at jobs between 3 to 5 years. The old workforce in general no longer really anticipates the retirement as a significant incentive, and that's why we have to go into some of those other non-monetary issues as it relates to equipment, vehicles, which is all part of this overall strategy. It's not just in isolation that we are proposing a recruitment package, and I say that very unequivocally. It has to be as part of a larger picture, but this is the most acute and front-loaded piece that we can actually implement so that we can then advertise throughout the country to address that while we in tangent address those long-term sustaining needs that are frankly only limited by our reoccurring revenue. That's the only limitation we have from flipping the switch on cost of living increases, COLAs, increased retirements. It's that reoccurring revenue that is our inhibitors specifically. And I'll pause there and see if anyone else.
Councilmember Morrell for follow-up before we go to Councilmember Miranda.
I think I need to give some more clarity. First off, one, our department has a significant surplus. That is a fact. The idea that we cannot account for police officer permanent pay raises based upon the amount of money we give the NOPD is laughable to me. We are anticipating a budget where we are taking out reoccurring revenue because we've given the department, and I say we, attributing it to the two returning council members, we've given the department every year whatever it asks for. That's just a fact. Every year the department's come here with a budget. The city council, for the most part, has given it whatever it asks for. With the sheer amount we have in surplus, we have reoccurring money to give permanent pay raises if that was a priority. To be especially clear, I support doing far more than 75 cars. I think every NOPD officer should have a take-home car. I think many of the departments you had up there, they all have take-home vehicles. And as any NOPD officer, including the ones on, will tell you, nothing is cleaner than a take-home vehicle that officer knows he has to drive every day. They keep their car clean, they keep it maintained, and the fact that we don't have take-home cars for every police officer is a huge knock on the departments we're competing with, because most of those departments you have up there, every one of them's got a take-home car. That is one-time money, one-time cost, complete appropriate use of ARPA money. Having a centralized quartermaster where we pre-purchased tremendous amounts of equipment so that when an officer has an issue, They can show up and get new equipment. That is the kind of quality of life thing we can do right now with one-time money. That would be a tremendous quality of life increase for officers. I think it's important to transmit to the public that when we recruit an officer, the time between when you recruit an officer, when they go through the academy, and when they complete field officer training is a significant amount of time. You're talking about close to 2 years. So the time between when I recruit an officer and when he's going to be on the street by himself as a full-time officer is a 2-year period. When you're talking about the immediate crime problems we have, you are not going to recruit yourself out of the crime problems we have. We need to be focused on retention, because the attrition rate being as high as it is and the recruitment rate being as anemic as it is, the math doesn't work. That is why I'm very disappointed we're not talking about substantial pay raises and other opportunities like elevated step to keep veteran officers, because you know what will keep an officer here? An officer that's on the fence, if he's close to retirement and knows the new money he's making goes towards his retirement, he's going to stay to maximize his retirement. That's a fact. And right now, because we're not increasing base salary, but these singular steps, once you go beyond those steps and they get their highest years, they're out. You want that graph to be constantly going up, if not incrementally in pay, because it keeps people there for the longest amount of time so they can maximize their retirement. And once you get beyond senior officer, you don't get another pay raise. That is how the NOPD is currently structured in pay. And that is not appropriate.
Mr. Chairman, I'll be very, very, very brief. Let me tackle quartermaster and police cars. 100% agreement, ready to pull the trigger on the quartermaster idea. And that's part of what we've talked with the consent decree monitor with. Total agreement, good use of one-time fund. It makes it significantly easier. If I could order 600 police cars today with the council's appropriation, we would. So we're on the same page. Totally believe and support the idea of every police officer should have a car, and the way the uniform allowance system is broken at some levels, and we're working to
And I
address
want to
that.
be clear. I'm not advocating they take your $1,000 away from you. I'm saying they should
No.
put $1,000 in your pay.
We understand.
No, I'm talking to the guys behind you and the guys who are watching. I'm not allocating they take your $1,000. I'm saying they should give you your $1,000 and not make you have to worry about it for equipment. Okay.
As far as the surplus that you highlight, that is absolutely accurate, but it is truly a financial debate that I think is relative to say that money would be freed up for reoccurring raises for NOPD, given the totality of our overall governmental structure. I think it's a financial debate. I think it could be pros and cons to both sides. I'm happy to address that however and whenever we would like. If we took that money away, provided it for raises, it's gone forever. How would we then I mean, there's a whole bunch of different catalysts we have to look at.
Mr. Montano, that's the argument every mayor and every administration has made, which is why there's no cost of living increases. Every single administration, and Mr. Thomas can speak because he's been through all of them when he gets back. Everyone argues if we give a pay raise, that's part of the budget we don't have access to. That is 100% correct. Doesn't mean you shouldn't do it.
Right. And that's why you see 5% this year, 5% next year, and I mean, so I agree. I think the pay raises are a vital piece, and that's why we're trying to get a level set and increase the wages. And that's why you see reoccurring raises going into all our employees over the course of the next 3 years. And 3 years, I know somehow is tied to the end of an administration and a new council, and that's really not ever been the intention. And so I want to recharacterize that. That has just been the thought process using ARPA funds. It's been the thought process of where you can actually see real trending as it relates to costs. What is the picture of NOPD tomorrow? We really don't know, because we frankly can't actually determine how much benefit the amount that we're proposing relative to some of the civilianizations will really have or impact the actual sworn officers. I'm excited to see that. I think that that's going to have its own rollout process as we determine, and we may have to ramp that up, or we may have to shift to a different aspect relative to that. So that's where the 3-year idea really trends in that overall vicinity. And on the record, we are not opposed to the COLAs, to the cost of living increases, to the steps you saw us do it with the senior police officers. We're willing to address and work all these long-term, even the retirement functions, right? I mean, there's some limits to all of that. But what we're trying to advocate, at least now, is this short-term solution so that we can have significant more understanding, benefit, and consequentiality of the longer-term aspects that you referenced today.
All right, that's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Reserve the right to come back.
Well, first of all, thank you, Councilmember Morel. I think the comment was that since I've been here, every mayor or every budget committee would say that if you increase the police department, it would mess up the budget. Okay. Well, I mean, anytime there's an increase, it distorts, potentially jeopardizes the budget. The question is, how do you do that within confines of the budget and what's receivable versus payable? So that's basic budgeting principles, that you don't increase one area and jeopardize another or potentially implode another area. So I think with our budget chairman and some of us who've been around here a while, we're going to take that kind of math into consideration to make sure that we don't grade it. Because one thing we do know is that even if I just use some comparables off the top of my head, in 2009, the police department budget was $119 million. Now we're looking at 154. That's a $34 million difference. So there's a whole lot more into that when we get into some basic math and budgeting. So we'll just kind of listen and kind of understand. But no, we're going to put some historical perspective in this and working with our chairman and our committee. But you don't ever want to blow up a budget because you've committed everybody's budget to one budget. Councilmember Marino.
Thank you, Councilmember Thomas, and good afternoon to all of you. I know that you've been here for a bit now. The first question that I have, and it's really a simple question: what level of officers are needed to meet the city's demand?
Good question.
Saying the number of officers need, you know, I think 2019 was a great year. We were very successful with just over 1,200. I always hesitate to put a number on it, but I think 2019 can be a gauge. And we had a 50-year low in homicides and things of that nature. We were very successful utilizing what we had from a commission personnel. But I think this is a great opportunity when we go to civilianization, that it's going to take, being transparent, it's going to take some time to get back to that 1,200. So I think utilizing these civilianization opportunities will really put us in a better position to really meet the city needs.
And I do appreciate you, really starting to look outside the box for those types of solutions. And you mentioned it in your opening statement about how policing is different now, and things of the past may not be what works now. Let me ask, just stay on the vein of recruitment and retention. So we have first the recruitment package for the new recruits, and that's the $30,000 incentive package. How many new recruits do we hope to, get out of the $30,000 new recruit package?
Mr. Chairman, Council President Moreno, the anticipation and hope is 200.
200 new recruits.
Or laterals.
Okay, that's the difference. So how many laterals and how many brand new to law enforcement?
Mr. Chairman, Council President, I have no delineation between the two. I look at 200 either coming from a lateral or a new recruit, and then reevaluating. If we get the 200 from one side or the other, we'll be in a very good position.
And that's 200 officers within how many years? You mean you're getting 200 officers just off the bat in year one?
No, Mr. Chairman, Council President, we're limited by the consent decree, although the judges has very openly said, I'd love to have this problem to open up. I want to say, are we limited to about 90 a year?
Yeah, 30 per class.
30 per class, 3 or 4 potentially per year. But then once again, the judge would love to be able to approve more than that seated in a class should we have the facilities to do it. That would be a problem I would love to have.
So roughly 2 years is what you're saying. Best case scenario.
Mr. Chairman, Council Member Moreno, yes.
Okay. So as we look through the incentive and retention packages, you came out with the number for $30,000 for the new recruit, whether it's lateral or brand new to law enforcement. Why 30,000?
Mr. Chairman, Council President Moreno, this was based on the advice and counsel of those that do this professionally. I know the council had some digression about not meeting with the consultants. I'll follow up and see where that is and was in the process. I understood it to be something different. So let me follow up and check with that so that they can advocate more specifically on where and why that number was. But the short of it is ultimately it had to be high enough where it was an incentive to entice someone living from somewhere else or someone that had left and came back. It was relatively a professionalized, subjective number by professionals that do this for a living. And that's where the number came from.
Are the consultants here? Because I could ask them directly if they are.
Oh.
They are not here. Okay, because I think that that's an important question to be able to really answer. You know, what did they see within our department that they thought 30,000 versus 20,000 versus 40,000? That 30,000 was the appropriate amount. So that's disappointing that that they're not here to answer that directly.
And Mr. Chairman, Council Member Moreno, and I think I've said this ultimately. This is the proposed plan. If there's more thought process between the council and the administration that makes a better package for the use of one-time dollars that is less than the 30 or is more than the 30, I guess would be a different conversation. Ultimately, our goal, just so we're clear, is to get more officers. I'm sure that's your all's goal too. The actual methodology or the number to be able to do that in the very near term is what's most important to us. And that's ensuring that we are able to fill a cadet class and then most importantly, translate those to officers on the street.
Yeah, look, no doubt about that. But I think at the end of the day, what this council would like is, you know, to be able to make the most informed decision by being provided with the most up-to-date and impactful information. And I think that would be coming from the consultants. And I've requested meetings with the consultants as well and have been denied those meetings. I even requested it from, you know, the mayor's direct governmental person and have not been able to have a meeting. But I think to be able to understand kind of their thinking as to how they got to these numbers and why they feel like this is sufficient, I think would be something that's very important to this council as we determine whether or not we move forward with this package.
Mr. Chairman, Councilmember, I hear you and we'll follow up and check on it, but I will say some of this is chicken and egg. You know, which comes first? Is 30,000 the right number? We would know it. You know, it's a really kind of it's a new journey in policing generally relative to this incentive program. So I will highlight that.
Yeah, and like I appreciate that, and I don't want to go around in circles, but it's like, right, it just seems like a thrown out number at this point until we get like more additional background information as to how the consultants really honed in on that $30,000 number. The other piece too is on the health insurance piece about the city covering the health insurance costs. Why did that become part of the package?
Mr. Chairman, Council President Moreno, a lot of this had to do both with the recruitment enticement, but also the retention piece. I think that this is additional dollars directly into our existing officers. I think the premium varies depending on if you're single or you have a family, anywhere from $170 to $500 or $600. So it would be basically a raise by not having to pay this that would incentivize those officers. And it's just not officers. We've extended it to police and fire, EMS and the fire department for those hard to keep positions that we hope will address the retainment of those existing employees and their families, but also buttress that incentive package to come work here and have a unique package relative to marketing for future NOPD officers. So that was the thought, the rationale leaned heavier on the retention piece of those existing officers, but also would be part of the package for the recruitment.
Madam President, I just want to add to that. That was the result of those conversations and meeting with the officers as well. That is something that they've expressed as a potential opportunity for them. As Madam Council Member Harris had mentioned that about the potential housing and educational packages. That was something. This was something else. The health insurance benefit package was also in that conversation. This is just hearing from those officers who are with us now and what can we do differently for them.
Yeah, I was looking through some of the surveys and I never saw the health insurance question in those surveys, but you're saying that in conversation.
In the roll call, in the
was-
roll call visits and then asking them specifically, those are some of the notes that we received from them saying, hey, we would love to see this.
Okay, okay. And whether the CAO or whether the chief wants to answer this, what is the cost of the city picking up the health insurance?
Mr. Chairman, Council President Moreno, if we're including police, fire and EMS, it's about approximately 12 million a year.
And doesn't it increase every year?
Not every year, but when we renew a contract, there's typically is a increase. It's been managed very acutely recently where the increase has been very minimal, but I think it would be safe to say that over the course of years, it will increase. So that $12 million could essentially go up marginally. Yes.
The total for the recruitment and retention package, I recall from the last meeting we had, you said was $37.5 million. Is that correct? I think you said that last week.
For the total of it, I'll trust your reference of mine. I don't have an.
I was going to ask you for the breakdown because I think last
Okay.
time when you broke it down, it was just part of the plan. If you could break down the 37.5, which is I believe the number that you said.
Yes, let me pull up that particular information. Okay, so for the recruitment and retention package, the 30,000, that total cost is $6 million. The amount for the retention package, this is the $10,000 for existing officers at the end of the third year, is $9.5 million. And the existing retention package that you all had highlighted is a $13.5 million cost. The pay raises, this is the 5% for commissioned officers is, and some of this is going into reoccurring. So the 37 may have just been covered specifically to include the healthcare, but then we shifted that, if you recall, to a reoccurring expense by recommending paying off the COI. That had originally been built into that 12-year, $36 million piece for the ARPA dollars.
Okay, so I think what would be helpful is to see this all, written out in a presentation form so that we could actually see it. Because I mean, there's a lot of moving of the dollars
Sure.
that you just mentioned. I think that would be most helpful so that we have a more clearer picture as to, how all the dollars would be.
And it's different buckets too, right? It's some of it's general fund, some of it's ARPA, some of it's fund balance, some of it includes vehicles, equipment, some of it includes that infrastructure for the criminal justice system. So there's, I hear you, and yeah, we can put that together.
So as we look at, once again, the recruitment piece on the $30,000. So aside from, becoming an officer and being an employee, are there any, specific types of benchmarks that need to be met by these particular individuals who get these significant bonuses? Or do they just merely need to be employed as officers?
Mr. Chairman, Council Member Moreno, I want to make sure I'm understanding it. Outside of,
Here, I can make it clear. I'll make it clear. So what I'm saying is, all right, so let's say you hire Officer Moreno, okay? But, I'm not that great of an employee. I'm excited about the bonus. I get in, late every once in a while. I'm employed and I'm there, but I'm really not really hitting any benchmarks. I'm just kind of there. I'm still getting these significant bonuses.
I think the question is if the employee is not meeting the standards of behavior, the qualifications necessary to do the job, they are no longer should no longer be an employee or a cadet, period. I think that to meet the threshold to be able to do the job, you do have certain benchmarks and criteria to perform your duties and function, whether that's your physical fitness test, your agility test, your showing up on time, proper uniform care, and the like. Those, I believe, are the metrics that
What about number of complaints? So you get complaints against you, you just, you're still, getting these bonuses?
Mr. Chairman, Councilmember Moreno, I can't speak to how the management decisions are made, and maybe I'll defer to Chief on where and how thresholds for complaints cause disciplinary action that could then forfeit employment, which would then forfeit the potential for bonuses. I'll defer to you.
At the end of the day, thank you, CEO. Madam President, I think that's a part of our evaluation process, and we should be vetting them appropriately during that probationary period, during that evaluation process. But at the end of the day, to answer your question, I think it's to my understanding, as long as they are an employee of the New Orleans Police Department, they are entitled to that bonus. And I don't know if there's by law or through civil service, if we are able to differentiate that, because we have to be even across the board.
So what exactly are we trying to achieve here? So, and I'm talking, metrics, like what are we trying to see within, let's say, the first, I'll just say 6 months of implementation of the new bonus plan? What are you hoping to see when it comes to officer retention, recruitment, and impact on crime?
Mr. Chairman, Council President Moreno, that's the heart of the question. That's the heart of this whole program. And that's where we will know if it's worth its salt or it needs to be dissolved, frankly. If we have not hired, I would hope, let me start with this. If we do not attract at least 3 or 4 times the amount of applicants that we've previously had, I think as a good barometer, then maybe something's wrong with the package. But then further that, if we do not then put through output wise, at least 3 or 4 times the amount of officers that we have in our existing threshold, then I think we need to reevaluate the program. And more importantly, if we have a mass exodus after the first, second, or third year, this all different periods of time. So we're hoping for a 3 or 4 time threshold of amount of officers that we're both gaining from the recruitment side and then the output side, I think is a fair judgment of whether there is a benefit to this overall program.
So within 6 months, you want 3 to 4 times the number of applicants is what you're saying?
Mr. Chairman, Madam President, I think that would be absolute attainable and laudable goal that we've heard and contemplated. Yes, I would hope more. I would hope that the incentive package would breed even more opportunities for that. And if it's not, then we have to really dissolve and reevaluate what would be more beneficial. What are we hearing? And I think there's also other components of that, because the structure that we have in place, and I highlighted this, I think, with Councilmember Harris's question, may not be the most suitable to be able to accomplish this. So I think there has to be a little bit more investment on how we're dealing with either the, like I said, the headhunter stage of it, the potential enhanced background check processing, the timing of it, what we can do to make sure that who applies is qualified to be able to become on the force. I think that is also something we have to work on internally or externally to be able to make this successful. This is only one piece of it. I think that that's vital as well.
So what do you expect to see regarding crime? What are our metrics looking at crime?
Well, I mean, I don't want to speak for the chief, but I think from a civilian standpoint, I think you look most importantly on your response times. I think that's an incredible indicator on how and where you're managing your resources in the deployment strategy. But then you look at the other issues, the other metrics, whether it be, solve rate. I'm getting a little out of my lane, so I'm going to defer over to Sean, but
I'll help you out there.
Yes, I thank you. No, so I think you started off correctly. Response time is one measurement. I also would look at the number of incidents reported as well. I mean, and how we are addressing those incidents as they're being reported, as they're being investigated, more or less. I think that would be our measuring point to determine if it is working. But again, this is the foundation. We have to start somewhere where in which we are retaining what we have and garnering the interest of others to say, hey, I want to be a part of that team. But again, it starts, and I think everyone up there, everyone in DS, everyone here at this table has expressed the same. It starts with our officers we have now to retain them so they can become those ambassadors to get others to be on this team.
So Chief, I'll put it to you this way. So if we do this package and it's a 3-year package, how much safer will we be in New Orleans because this package was approved?
I can't say, I won't put a number on that because I will remind you, as I remind others, we're just one component of the entire criminal justice system. I think it is unfair to put it entirely on the New Orleans Police Department as to the safety of this city. We have to make sure that all components of this is working. We're making arrests. We continue to make arrests today. We continue to take guns off the streets, but yet we still continue to see violence. So we all have to do our part. And this is not to blame or isolate any component of the criminal justice system. But what I'm saying is I cannot give you a measurement just based on us alone when it comes to the safety of this city.
And I understand that, Chief, but you know, I think at the end of the day, it's like we do need some type of metric on this that deals with whether it's murder reduction, overall violence reduction, overall a safer city. Like, where does this bring us?
Understood. I'm sorry. So, you know, I mean, we could definitely set some measurements based on the applicants, based on our hiring. Hey, we hope to see X amount of reduction in murder, X amount of reduction in robbery. I just like to caution everyone because it seems as though this department is the only one that is held accountable when it comes to the safety of this city. And it's so much more, it's so much bigger than us. As we continue to, these men and women go out there and risk their lives every day, making the arrests, being engaged, and being demoralized when they see some of the same individuals that they've addressed back out into the streets.
Well, I'll just say this, Chief, you know, I think if you talk to some of the other agencies that'll come before us, they probably think the same, that they're the only ones being, you know, held accountable. But I see what you're saying. CAO Montano, talking about the recruitment package, and I know you've already talked about all the different headlines and what all the different cities are doing. Redding, California, having the largest incentive at this time, the $40,000 incentive package that they have. There was a Wall Street Journal article written about this particular police department. What they saw with this $40,000 just cash option was they got 10 more officers. You probably, you know, heard that in Seattle, they've tried this now a couple of times. The first time they tried it, it did not work. In fact, in a review that they did in March of 2022, when they offered these sign-up incentives, it says, review of the incentives by the Seattle Council concluded that while the incentives were a short-term strategy meant to induce a prospect to accept a job offer, the department did not experience an increase in hiring. So what the Seattle Council did was, well, maybe if we add more money to it, it'll change things. But because there was such, you know, kind of trepidation around this and potential doubt that this would not work, what they did was they put a sunset on this plan until the end of 2022. So that they really could see if this worked or not. Would you consider some type of sunset on the first year so that, you know, I know that you're kind of budgeting for 3 years, but I just worry that, you know, there are no cities right now who are saying, oh my gosh, these cash offers are absolutely working and we just are having droves of people come our way. In fact, really what we're kind of seeing is that it's not working. Because Chief, I can ask you this question. Did you join the NOPD because
Yes, believe it or not.
Wow.
I mean, I was having, being candid. I mean, I was having family situations. I
Right.
joined North Police Department because of the benefits,
Thank you for
the
being
health
honest.
benefits, because I had 2 kids. Yes. I did.
Well, I appreciate you saying that. You wanted to be paid well, but you weren't looking, to go get rich out of being a police officer. You did it because it was a calling. Would you not disagree?
I did it because I needed the money to support my family at that time.
But did you not have a calling to be a law enforcement officer to do this job?
And I've said this to the community every time I go out on a community engagement. I did not grow up saying I was going to be a police officer.
Yeah.
I did not.
Well, I appreciate that because I'll say this, it's like, it would be really tough for me just on a cash offer for me to become a police officer or for many other men and women who don't have that calling to be the ones out there, chasing the bad guys, to be out on the streets, putting your life in danger every single day. Like cash, someone who doesn't already have that in your mindset to go and join a department.
Yes, I mean, I'm just gonna say, I can only speak from my story. When I joined this department, it was because of the benefits.
Mhm.
To see that, it turned out to be a calling for me eventually, but I
Yeah.
did not grow up that way.
So you're actually going in the direction where I think that we should be going. So what we've looked is on these just specific cash options.
Mhm.
They don't seem to necessarily be working. But you know who does have a program that is working is dollar signing bonus. But you know why their program is working? Is because they offer robust benefits for a variety of different impacts on the officer. For example, they offer scholarships for their kids. They offer benefits for housing. They offer relocation services, potential student loan forgiveness. Like that's such a robust package that the $5,000 incentive bonus is just a part of it, but it's everything else that comes around it. It's all of the other benefits. And so I know that we've talked about that this $20,000 or this $30,000 is just the beginning, but why don't we build the big plan now? Why don't we start putting that together right now? Let's not wait. Let's start putting together all of these other components to this plan, because I'm not sure that it's just the $30,000 signing bonus or whatever. I don't think it's just the cash. I think it's all other things that we could put components around this to be different, because all of the cities that are just doing these cash offers, they're not seeing these huge boosts in new officers wanting to sign up or coming their way. What I thought was interesting is that there was a story where you had officers from New York, more than a dozen all at once, after this package passed in Florida, who just came down and relocated to Florida to take advantage of this package. So I'm not saying that I'm just good. I don't think your plan is good, and I don't think we should do anything. I'm saying that we should actually come up with a more robust plan, one that offers more benefits for an officer who would want to come here, one that is outside the box. I mean, if we're really going to be thinking outside the box, let's really think outside the box. Let's not do the same thing that other cities are doing that isn't really making an impact. Let's do something way different than they're doing so that we can be unique and bringing in more officers. That's, I think, what's going to really make the difference.
Mr. Chairman, Council President Moreno, and maybe I'll try to say it a different way, is I don't think that the administration disagrees that this was a temporary plan to be able to get more officers into the door. If the goals, and they're completely aligned, to develop a larger, more robust package to highlight some of the issues you had, and we've talked about, whether be from education to scholarship to housing allowance, et cetera, and the like, as we also work toward addressing the vehicle issues, the facilities issues, the uniform issues, all these different pieces and components. We should do that. That should be part of our goals and objective. Unfortunately, we all know how long things like that take in government, right or wrong. Even if we were to start today and put all our resources together, I mean, I would say a year before, the first opportunity actually comes out, whether it has to be changes. And I'm not trying to pour water on it. I'm just trying to be realistic and level setting on an interim basis that this is designed to be. So if there is a temporary benefit for this particular package as we evolve to something faster, if it's less than that, great, wonderful. We would be happy to be in support of all of that. But waiting to develop a perfect package, I think, could be detrimental to the officers that are existing and currently being redeployed right now, as well as in the future, based on the decline. I worry what happens after the retention pieces go. So I guess it's once again not a or, it's just an and that I would highly recommend. And for 2 seconds, I know both Councilmember Giarrusso and Councilmember Morel asked for the statute. It's Louisiana revised for this is related for the 40.2405. Sure, 4
Revised statute 40-2405.
2405.
And it apparently does say, as the chief said, that it can be a 2-year contract and you can go after
Yes.
the individual officer for violations. But just while I'm butting in, by the way, I also got information that NOPJF and NOPD has sent the remote contract back to Proctor U and did that a few days ago. So it's in Proctor U's hands right now. We're just waiting to hear back from them. So thank you.
Thank you.
And, I would just say that if we had the consultants in front of us who could answer some of these questions as to why they think that we shouldn't have worked faster in building a more robust plan, that would be, great. But obviously that's not the situation that we're in. I would like the consultants to come before us. Council Chair, if you don't mind, the consultants to come before us sometime during this budget process so that we can ask these important questions as to why this particular incentive was built this particular way. Look, maybe everybody's like the chief and maybe they all want to get rich just to be a police officer. That's fine. That's great. I love it. Okay, good, I guess. But that's something that I would like to understand better from the consultants. Let me talk about also other things coming down civil service, because that's, I think, important to discuss as we deal with this budgeting process. I think what's important too is that we continue to look for reforms as to how do we really make this department the best that it really can be. And one of the things that is currently being considered by civil service is how do we put back into funding merit pay increases, although now they're kind of shifting to pay for employees who exceed expectations. That would allow for employees who are exceeding expectations to get a raise annually. And from a report that I recently received from Civil Service, 65% of the NOPD would currently qualify for exceeding expectations. It's currently set at a 3.75% pay increase annually. Should that happen, but I think they're revising it where it'll be roughly $2,000 every year for anyone who exceeds expectations. What does that look like as we look at these particular, budget projections coming up for the next year, possibly 3 years or beyond? Are you all in support of this pay plan? I mean, I think that this would be something that could really not only reform our NOPD, but overall reform city services if, people are working toward getting a pay increase every single year, a raise every single year because they are exceeding expectations.
Mr. Chairman, Council President Moreno, in concept, we've always supported the merit pay increase plan. There's just been financial problems to be able to implement it over the course of the last several years. I haven't seen the final product that has been proposed relative. I think we sent a counter proposal of some sort of an augmentation. So I haven't seen what's finally on the table for evaluation, but in concept, yes, we are supportive.
Because I think that is not only something that could really, kind of help in just having better performance, but I think it also could be something that's a morale booster too. You could also be, a bit competitive within those who you work with as to, who's going to be the best. I've talked to Judge Morgan about this, and this is something that she also thinks could be very successful as well. All right, let me switch off from recruitment and just get into some other quick things. The lateral transfer policies, that's complete now. Is that correct?
Well, I think Chief Williams can get me correct on this. So we're in the process of working on that. So that is a two-prong approach when you talk about lateral transfer. One is out of state, one is in state.
Okay.
Of course, out of state would require that individual to still have to go through our entire 6-month academy as though they were a new recruit. However, they would be compensated as a lateral officer because of their prior history or experience in law enforcement. But then we would have the in-state, which means they have state post-certified, and that would be a 10-week program itself with a 4-week field training program. So we have kind of finalized that. The biggest thing we were trying to get over, and I think we just recently did this, was the fact that once they are hired, say that the class has not begun, they're still compensated. We wanted to be ensure that they're still compensated as that lateral officer, not being put in a position where they have to take a pay cut and be compensated as a police check or something else.
Right.
So I think we just recently clarified that and confirmed we're able to do that. So now we're ready to move forward. Am I saying that correctly, Chief?
That's correct. Chief.
Yes.
Okay, so we're still on track that by the end of the year, these policies are going to be complete.
Yes, ma'am. Oh, yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
yeah, I was gonna say, it's like, I would hate
Well,
for us to, move forward with these
I think
incentives.
that may have been the last hurdle. So now we're getting prepared to make some announcements to
Perfect,
open up
great.
for that.
On the DNA backlog, Chief, one of the things that I've talked to advocates about is what's being sent to the DNA lab, and about the potential that there could be some additional training so that not so much is sent to the DNA lab. For example, if you have a case where it's a date rape, for example, and the issue is consent, then the advocates are saying you don't necessarily need to go send that to the crime lab because you already know who the potential offender is.
Mhm.
The problem is whether or not it was consensual sex or not.
Mhm.
And so my question to you is, what are you doing to make sure that it's really the most high priority situations being sent? Because I'll even say this, I mean, from what I've heard with the situation with that was recently in the paper reported on with the officer accused of rape and waiting back for the rape kit. Once again, that was a situation where the evidence from the hospital, she had strangulation marks. The issue was, consent. There was no need to even wait for that rape kit to come back, or even, I mean, you could even wonder, obviously she had it done, she had a rape kit done, but it's like, I'm just wondering about what are you all doing to make sure that it is really the most high priority cases where you potentially have unknown offenders, and that's what's being sent to the DNA crime lab.
All right. So again, since Chief Dupree has taken over ISB, which is over that particular area, he has established that relationship with Lieutenant Colonel Chavez Cameron and others when it comes to those type of investigations. However, I think it's not necessarily just on us as a department as to whether that has to be tested or not. Sometimes that may be the request of the defense attorney or maybe even the district attorney, in which we're just trying to make sure that we're providing what is asked of us when it's time for them to go to court. But when it comes to sexual assault, we send whatever we have. Any other evidence that is sent to Baton Rouge, mainly on violent crimes, of course, we have to prioritize that when it comes to violent crimes. But we send any and all evidence when it comes to sexual assault, and I think there's a determination in court as to whether or not they want that, or they prefer to wait for those results before the prosecution or before the adjudication is done. I'm not fully aware of any concerns from our end when it came to this. Is my first time hearing any concerns on that end.
Okay. Yeah, I'll talk to the district attorney who's here about that too. But that is something that myself and Councilmember Morrell work with the STAR advocates often, as
Yeah.
I know you've heard of them, and they're located here and in Baton Rouge, but they bring that up often, that it's that they really want to highlight the need for really high priority cases to be sent to the state crime lab, so that cases where you already have a known offender aren't sent there and causing, you know, even a bigger backlog when those aren't necessarily the tests that need to be
Yeah.
looked at. So,
Makes sense.
all right. Well, I think that is all I have.
Madam President, I have
Yes,
the
go ahead.
answer to your question that you had asked me of the breakdown, if you would like that, or I can include it into an email or a slide. It's up to you.
Yeah, you can read it out and then you
Sure.
can also provide it to us.
The 37.5 million, this is the ARPA proposal. 6 million, as I said, is the recruitment package. 10 million is the retention package. 13.5 is the existing retention package. And then 8 million deals with the NOPD equipment, not police cars, just equipment. Then we have $13 million, which is 5% raises over 3 years. That's general fund. And then I'm not particularly sure why we did this in 3 years, but it's 12 million a year for healthcare, which is general fund. And then for the vehicles, 25 million, which is for our potential recommendation on fund balance use, or ARPA. I think we can be interchangeable as we decipher all of that. So for the total amount, it's a little over $110 million.
And you said, but initially the first numbers you gave me, those were the ARPA dollars, is that right?
Yes, that as proposed, yes.
And I'm just going to echo what Councilman Morrell talked about earlier, and that's, you know, as we take a look at all of this and how we're using ARPA dollars. Councilman Morrell and I both served in the legislature when Governor Bobby Jindal was there, and we watched him take us off a fiscal cliff because of the use of one-time money for recurring expenses, and that's certainly not something that I'm going to do to the next council or the next mayor. And so I think we need to be very careful as to the utilization of one-time money for recurring expenses. And I know that that's something that we'll be looking at very closely here.
And none of those are recurring expenses, madam.
Well, I would argue that the recruitment pieces are recurring expenses.
Based on our cap, if we decide to do them again, that would be a reoccurring, and that would be isolated for 200 more, but as designed, they're meant to be one time.
Well, yeah, one time for 3 years.
Fair. Then we could go another one time for another 3 years. At some point, I mean, we can
Well-
stop or start them however we wish, that there will be an actual benefit for them.
Yeah, I mean, and then on the 13 million for the existing pay raises, we would have to continue at keeping them at that level, or we're going to drop them.
Right, and that's reoccurring. We have that built in as general fund.
I thought that when you said it was part of ARPA.
No, the raises are general fund
The 13
reoccurring.
million is general fund.
13.5,
Okay,
yes, ma'am.
perfect. So just the 6 and the 10 are the ARPA.
This and the existing retention package that you all passed recently, which was after the 5,000 each year up to 20 years, and then 20,000 on the 20th year. That is also one time.
Yeah, so I got you. Yeah, I'm going to disagree with you. I think these are definitely using one-time funds for recurring expenses over several years. But, you know, you can agree to disagree with me. That's fine. I would just say this as I wrap up. Please find a time for the consultants to come before us over the next couple of weeks and work with the council chair to bring them before us so that we can ask them questions about the recruitment and retention packages. I would just argue that I think if we really are going to be competitive and bring in people and have them relocate to the city of New Orleans, we absolutely are going to have to come up with a more robust package now. I don't see the need in waiting. I think we need to be much more aggressive in figuring out like what's going to be a potential childcare housing plan, like whatever it could be that's going to make us different. Because right now we're not different. And these cities that you have mentioned here, they're not like celebrating saying, oh my goodness, we have so many more new officers now because of our cash offers. So somehow we're going to have to do something a lot different. And then I will say this is that, you know, I think that whether we're taking a look at, you know, pay raises for those who exceed expectations or something like it, somehow we need to build in incentives for performance. Like when you do a great job, you get rewarded for it. That is what every other employer does. They don't just give raises to anyone for just being there and being around. They give raises because you are a good employee and you do good work. That is exactly how we should be providing pay raises, not only for the NOPD, but for all within city government. Thank you.
Councilmember Green. And then Councilmember King.
There's been a lot of talk, of course, about the need to have additional officers to join our force. I don't like to use the word shortages, for example, but the officers that we have are performing extraordinary work in our city as measured by things that we always see, arrest, for example, and sometimes things that we don't see. So I just want to say that in terms of helping to recruit officers, no matter what the robust incentive package might be or the cost of living adjustment might be, that I want to encourage our citizens to look at the New Orleans Police Department as a great career opportunity and something that will benefit our city at a time when we really do need assistance. I do have a couple of questions, but I do want to take 1 minute to say a couple of positive things. As a council member representing District D, I asked the members of the New Orleans Police Department to keep me in touch with what was going on, to let me know what I could help with. I also see a lot, and so I want to go out of my way to thank the officers who have been involved with a number of incidents lately that show the importance of the police department to our city. For example, just recently, there was an unfortunate incident where an individual took control of a house, if you will, barricaded himself in a house with a 9-month-old baby. And members of the police department responded in a positive manner, sealed off the neighborhood. For 16 hours, they were in place in case anything happened. And that incident was resolved after negotiations involving them and the EMS department without incident. I'm appreciative of that, and the residents of Pontchartrain Park are appreciative. Unfortunately, there was another hostage incident in my district on Alabama Street at the beginning of my term. And unfortunately, 2 officers were shot at. But those officers didn't return fire. They actually engaged the community to make sure that the community was safe. And also, after a number of hours, over 24 hours, members of the New Orleans Police Department, the experts, were able to negotiate such that that person left and there were no additional incidents. Just last week, and we don't see these things because we many times think about police officers and we see weapons and we see tactics and the like. We sometimes forget about such officers who work in the crisis intervention unit. Just last week, a woman who was at peril because she was sleeping on a neutral ground and she refused to move. She could have gone either way and gone into the street, and there were complaints relative to her situation there, or concerns expressed. Well, members of the crisis intervention team joined with members of the health department and also Tulane Forensics, for example, and were able to provide that woman with the resources that she needed to get her off of that location, and maybe saved her from injury and certainly relieve some of the stress of the community. Those incidents, for example, aren't emphasized a lot by the media, but it's a good example of why we need to provide the support to the New Orleans Police Department in whatever way is possible, whether that be in terms of salary, whether that be in terms of other support. Certainly benefit packages are important. I will say this, I've had a number of opportunities to talk to officers, and officers tell me that they can do the counting. The money is important. They know to take that money and use it on the various issues that they might have relative to their family. And there are many officers who are supportive of the direct cash infusion into their household. So we need to take all that into account as we will, I'm sure. I'm strongly supportive of, if we could find a way to offer cost of living adjustments, COLA increases, because they do exist in other departments. Strongly supportive of having every police officer with a vehicle, because that's the case very near us, that some other officers have that. So as the public looks at these budget hearings, I do want to emphasize that they're complex because they involve a lot of issues. But in this particular instance, I'm glad that we started off the way that we've done, and that we'll hear from the district attorney afterwards, because public safety is of paramount importance to our citizens, and rightly so. We have concerns in our city that need to be addressed, but we have also a lot of good that's going on. I want to thank the members of the NOPD, whom, for example, our district attorney's office is called the gold standard for constitutional policing, and he has experience. He has seen other departments. He has met with other district attorneys. So thank you very much. I do have a couple of questions that I do want to ask that are specific. But I also want to do something which is a take the victory lap, because I want to thank the New Orleans Police Department, because in other cities, and you see it every weekend, bad individuals are still stunt driving. They're still blocking intersections. They're still intimidating citizens. And except for isolated incidents here, working with the New Orleans City Council and the New Orleans Police Department and the state police, we were able to stop stunt driving. When is the media, for example, going to point out the fact that we have got victories that we should take advantage of? I'm asking them to do so. We stopped stunt driving because it was unfair to our citizens at the corner of Downman and, for example, Chef, and also Fillmore and St. Bernard, that they weren't able to get to the places that they need to get to. And our police department, with our chief saying that he was going to ask our district attorney to file state charges, eliminated stunt driving in our city. Now, I will tell you, I'm not naive. That means they're going to try to stunt drive this weekend. So, Chief, I need you to be ready, all right? I need you to be ready. Something else to do, and I know that we have issues of isolated incidents, but certainly not the takeover of multiple intersections that we had. I want to also applaud the police department for listening to the citizens and also listening to the city council on issues such as civilianization. I look forward to, as we proceed to fill those scores of positions that are available, because it will enhance the ability of our officers to address the major concerns that our sworn officers should. I will ask you a couple of questions. Could you comment on the record, because I hear from citizens often relative to curfews? Why can't we do something about the youth who are roaming our streets, wrong word, who are on our streets during the day in school when they should be in school, and maybe they could help to address some of the issues of crime? So could you talk about the curfew center and why our citizens would want to have the curfew center financed?
Absolutely. We'll start by saying that we work directly with Dr. Williams, superintendent of NOLA schools, public schools, with regards to truancy first and foremost, and ensuring, I think once we identify the kids that are not in school, we're bringing them to that school, not necessarily home, because we want them to get their education. We have been addressing curfew. We are in partnership with the Covenant House. But of course, with that also, our first thought is to take them home. And we have been doing that. I do not have the numbers on me right now, but when we identify, locate kids out at hours in which they're not supposed to be out, either during school hours or after city allowed hours, we are addressing them accordingly by bringing them to their residences and or schools first. So we continue to stay committed with that. We do have those anomalies where these individuals, these kids, some kids, they escape us or evade us where we aren't able to locate them. But we have been very engaged when it comes to curfew violations.
Chief, if you could share the numbers with me, for example,
Will
the
do.
numbers of youth who might have been engaged in 2022, I'd like to share that with the
Yes, sir.
public so
Will
that
do.
they understand that, there certainly are challenges based on numbers, but it's not that nothing is being done relative to the youth who are out there who should be in school. Chief, could you also talk about the fact that there are force multipliers that exist with which you work to enhance the ability of our force to provide the services to our citizens? Many times people say, oh, there's an officer shortage, but they don't look at the fact that we're getting support from outside of the NOPD. Could you talk about that?
Absolutely. I mean, we have support at all levels, federal, state, and local levels. Beginning, local level, you've seen Sheriff LaPenza and his team come and support us on various scenes. On the state level, with our district attorney's office being right there aligned in our team of violent crime abatement investigative team that is in a partnership with state police as well as ATF and FBI. They're right there with us. We just actually had a few arrests on yesterday. That's the result of some federal indictments as well as a couple of state. We expect some state indictments from these things as well. But every day we are aligned with our federal, state, and local partners to be that force multiplier. And I think the civilianization is just going to enhance our ability to be more, strengthen our relationships with those same partners.
I don't want any of our citizens to be involved with crime, of course, but I also don't want them to think that nothing is being done. I want to applaud the police department for working with state police and also the federal government, because I've seen some of that work. I've been at situations where there were arrests made, detentions that happened. And it's important to recognize that though there is a lot of focus on the fact that we don't have the number of officers that we want, there's not an emphasis on the fact that there are a number of people who are working out there in addition to NOPD to address the issue of crime in our city.
That along with being smarter, we have to be smarter in our policing tactics. That means technology, using our data analysts to identify the right locations to be, working with our partners at the district attorney's office and others to utilize information or data received to ensure that we are targeting the right violent offenders.
Why should we fund Operation Golden Eagle if it still exists on?
It was a summer initiative, and now we pivoted to another initiative,
Can
and
we
we're
help it
working
to
on
be
that.
funded to go forward?
Yes, sir. I mean, well, we've been very fortunate with the state police has really been supportive, along with the district attorneys and no specific cost to the city of New Orleans. They've just been those good partners in working with us on these various initiatives. So we're looking to identify other initiatives in which we're working now to see if there is some other opportunity that may require any funding.
Operation Golden Eagle itself was a success.
Yes.
Significant numbers of guns taken off the street.
94, yes, sir.
I don't want members of our community who might engage in criminal activity to think that the Operation Golden Eagle tactics are not still being used.
No, absolutely not. State police is here with us all the time. We're doing it in a creative way that we're targeting certain areas. I think one of the council members asked, and they did a comparison of the homicides and the murders from district to district. There are some resources that we are utilizing or investing in these different districts that we notice are outliers or have a certain number of incidents compared to others that we try to ensure or try to stabilize that to ensure that these increase kind of does not continue.
Can you talk about advancements and promotions? Because that's an important part of the budgeting process and getting officers or people interested in the New Orleans Police Department. Urban legend on social media, the chief makes all these promotions and advancements and it's only him. Can you talk about that, please? And what's the process involved with advancements and promotions in the NOPD?
Yeah, so when it comes to, thank you for that question, sir. When it comes to captains, lieutenants, sergeants, there's a process in which every officer must take a civil service test, and then there's an interview, a panel interview, to question or test their knowledge, skills, and abilities with that. I just do not just pick them myself. It is based on how they place on the test, and how they do, how well they do when it comes to the panel interview. What I have done with regards to promotion is for the police officers, when they have met that time or the requirements, minimum requirements, meaning the training, the years of service, have opened up the door to allow them to be promoted more often than what they have been in the past, from at least police officer to senior police officer. Again, we had not promoted senior police officers in over 4 years, 3 to 4 years, until just recently. We just promoted as many as 150, and now we have a system in place monthly or bi-monthly. They will be promoted based on their qualifications.
Why was that the case? Why was there such a delay in making those appointments?
I think one thing may have been a funding issue. The other thing is us having a process in place for them to be promoted, meaning the training was set there on a regular basis for those officers to take advantage of that required training to be promoted. So some processes that we had in place, we had to work through, and now we are able to put them in a better position for advancement.
Chief, could you talk publicly about the opportunities for the community to engage the police? Some of the things that are done at the various stations, for example. And I do appreciate the fact that I've seen so many officers at the meetings that I've attended.
Yes.
Especially Lieutenant Lester. I don't know how he gets to all of those different meetings. He's everywhere, but I want to thank you for making sure that your officers have participated in the anti-crime walks, for example, the community meetings, the security meetings, the giveaways of candy, such as the other day at the school near the 3rd District. But could you talk to the community about engaging the New Orleans Police Department?
Absolutely. First, I would start with our MAX meeting. Every district has a meeting with their command staff, or more or less their supervisors within their district, that they would meet with their team, and the public has been invited to those. Every now and then they may have to exclude the public based on what intelligence they may be discussing. But once a month, every district have either a non-PAC or a APAC meeting, which is a community meeting in which the captain of that district is engaged in explaining, articulating what is going on in that particular district, as well as addressing any concerns. And you can find that information on our website, the City of New Orleans, NOLA.gov website. Go to the police department, police districts, and you will see a listing of the various districts and the time and location of their APAC and or non-PAC meeting. And the last thing I would say is the PCAB meetings, in which the Police Citizen Advisory Board, every district has a police citizen advisory board. And this is not a board to more or less run that district, but it acts as just that, an advisory board to the district leader, the district captain, giving recommendations, and that captain has to respond to that recommendation, whether they agree with it or not, give some sort of response to why they do agree with it and why they cannot act upon it. And outside of that, just our great community engagement unit that has ensured that we are almost everywhere all the time. I mean, from PALs to a Faith in Blue that we recently had, as well as every district have their own initiatives. Just trunk or treat just last night, almost all of our districts had something going on in which they were doing some positive interaction with their community.
Chief, when we budget, we want to budget for successes. We want to help our citizens to be safer, and that involves interactions with various areas of the criminal justice system. Could you comment on your work with the Orleans Parish District Attorney? I understand, for example, the District Attorney's Office accepts 85% or so of the murder charges that you might bring forth, and that's just an example of the cooperation that you have. But could you talk to our community about working with the District Attorney?
Yes, so I mean, I speak our district attorney and we speak at least once a week, and we are meeting collectively once a month from the criminal justice system in its entirety to have this conversation as to the pros and cons of what it is that we're dealing with. But also our district attorney is embedded in our violent crime abatement investigation team. And that is a team that is focused, again, with our federal, state, and local partners on addressing violent crime. So we have a great relationship, and we just continue to build on those things. We have to figure out, it's good to be able to have options sometime where we're going to go state or whether we're going to go federal with some of these cases. And sometimes we have to mitigate it, go down one just to step it up on another level to enhance another case. But it is good to have those conversations, have those relationships, to have the ability to have those conversations.
Why should I join the NOPD?
Because it's the greatest department in the country. It is one of the greatest, if not the greatest. I mean, we are the leaders in constitutional policing reforms. And I think right now this is a prime opportunity. You can join us, the police department, even if you do not wish to wear the uniform. With all the civilianization opportunities that we've now created, you can still be a part of the solution.
Thank you, Chief. I asked those questions because they were kind of general, because the purpose of having a budget using taxpayers' dollars is to achieve favorable results for our citizens. So we want to do everything that we can. That includes recruitment. It also includes letting the public know what's going on. And so through my office, for example, we try to share as much information as possible. But I just want to say to the men and women who are behind you, you have a very difficult job. I recognize that, but in my opinion, that job is being done very well. And I appreciate your work. And I think that the best is yet to come. Sometimes there's a little bit of conflict that even involves some things that you may hear on a political level. But I think that we all recognize that this city should never get to the point where we think that crime is inevitable, that bad is inevitable. There's so much good here. I'm proud to have raised my children here. I'm proud to have raised them in the city that has certainly significant crime problems, but at the end of the day has a lot of citizens who depend on the New Orleans Police Department and our other facets of criminal justice to make it a much more safer city. So I'm looking forward to working with you and with the administration and with all of our facets of criminal justice and our council through its questions, which has let us know that it's very, very concerned to make sure that our citizens are safe. I look forward to working with you. I appreciate your work and the work of those who have joined you here today and the members of our force. Recognize that we are going to work with you to make our city a safer city. Thank you very much.
Councilmember King.
Thank you, Councilmember Thomas. First of all, I want to start by acknowledging that there are a few still here, a couple of captains in the District C, Captain Nolan, Saint Germain, Gonthier, and Contreras of the 4th District. I want to thank you to all the men and women of the 1st, 5th, 8th, and 1st, 5th, 8th. What else am I missing? Four districts. I want to just inform the public. We always get asked, why is the budget for public safety or criminal justice so large? And NOPD is one of the largest departments, if not the largest department. So that pays everything from vehicles, equipment, health benefits, salary. So that's why it's so largely funded, over $100 million they're asking for. So just when people ask that, kind of give them some background as to why so much money goes towards this department. So my first question is about the surplus. It's about $70 million.
Mr. Chairman, Councilmember King, yes.
All right, just say Councilman King. That's just me asking it. It wasn't a joke. All right.
I was ingrained in my last life to do parliamentary through the chair, through the president, so I will try to adjust.
Wow.
I appreciate it. It's no slight. I appreciate it.
Know when you've been.
So what can be used with that money? Here's my question. If it's a crazy question, crazy idea, stop me. I'm not asking anymore. I see blight. I mentioned this before. I see a lot of blight. And we're talking about recruiting officers. Councilmember Morrell mentioned they need to be invested in the community with houses. So I look at blighted property throughout the city. I look at, we need to get officers in NOPD. Can NOPD take some of those blighted properties? I know it's a reason, some red tape why we can't. I get that a lot. But can we not get these blighted properties in the hands of recruits or officers who are brand new, lateral hired officers to say, here's a blighted piece of property in the cutoff. It's 3-bedroom, 2.5 bath. You get first dibs at it. And if the city can't give it to an officer, can NOPD purchase that property and through some type of partnership work with that officer and say, you can pay this off through so many years and get a rehab with that $70 million surplus?
Mr. Chairman, Councilmember King, I conceptually, I sure hope so. I mean, I think would be an idealized opportunity that we can use to develop a home incentive package of some sort. Absolutely.
Right, well,
I don't know I speak only half knowledgeable of the legal parameters that often inhibit us in these type of situations, but conceptually, I think it's a great opportunity.
Well, Councilmember President Moreno said we need to be creative and think outside the box. And maybe pat myself on the back, but this seems to be a good way to think outside the box. When we get rid of blight, we get more officers in the community that I think will help reduce crime, kind of like a win-win-win. So if it was something that can be done directly with purchasing the properties, maybe some of that 70 million surplus could go towards an incentive to a home, to make an officer, homeowner in said community.
If we can do it, we're in, definitely.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll have my staff give it legal. I've never seen a place where there's so much red tape to do the right thing, but do the wrong thing is go ahead and have at it. Second, with that surplus, what is the plan with regards to going to high schools and recruiting. So we got $70 million and there are a bunch of high schools. A lot of kids making 18, 19 years old before they graduate. That means they're 2 or 3 years away from being eligible to becoming a recruit. Can we pay them maybe interns, paid interns while in high school, or set up some jobs with this large surplus so we don't lose them to any other field while they're waiting to become eligible as far as the age goes to be a recruit?
Councilman King, if I may answer that question, we are looking at doing something just like that. We've already started a partnership with MLK High School in Lower Ninth Ward. We've also started a partnership with St. Augustine High School as well as Southern University of New Orleans. And a part of our recruitment efforts is to do just that, go into these high schools, let them know, hey, especially with the civilianization opportunity we now have. You cannot become a police officer, we all know, until you're at least 21 years of age, because you cannot carry a weapon until then. But hey, maybe you could come and be that person that take reports over the phone and learn other functions of the police department, even the investigative component of it, until you are able. And that's what we're looking at this as we have individuals that apply for the police department that may not make it through the process. We're doing just that, pushing them to become civilian employees with us and trying to recruit at that level. And not just for the New Orleans Police Department, we're looking at it holistically as a public safety recruitment opportunity. Hey, maybe you can become a medical servant, EMS, or maybe you can become a firefighter with the fire department until you're of age to become a New Orleans police officer. But we are starting those recruitment efforts holistically at these various schools throughout the city.
Well, let me ask this specifically for whoever can answer. Can we use part of the $70 million to financially incentivize high school seniors or whoever to work for NOPD, whether it's paid internships or entry-level jobs at 18, 19, 20 years old?
That is part of the project. That is a part of our plan, our recruitment plan, to do just that. Okay, hire them, and if they're going to college or university, be it Southern, be it Dillard, be it Loyola, that they can still be an employee as an intern with the New Orleans Police Department until they're of age. That's to get the teeth into them, for lack of a better analogy, to keep them focused on us until they're
That's perfect, because they can get join the military, trucking school, the streets. So if you get them early and often, I think that's a great partnership you're starting.
Yes, sir.
So the 8th District Police Department, police station, it's pretty bad. It looks like it's not the place you want to go and spend a lot of time in. The elevator's broke. You know the issues with it. Is there any part of this budget, the surplus, that could be used for a new building or just remodel what they have already?
So we are again working with Mr. Joe Threat and his team. I want to say maybe number 3 or 4 on this list, but it is on our list that Gil was looking at now. Some assessment. It starts with that assessment. I recently went there, attended a PCAB meeting, and noticed some things myself, and which caused me to call Mr. Threat directly about it. And that is why we're now starting to get those weekly reports, and the mayor has been on us about that as well, to look at these locations and see what can we do differently.
I'll say, if you want the exact update, we've selected an A&E, and the design is happening for the interior renovations for District 8.
So what's the A&E?
Architectural engineering firms.
All right. On the 4th District, on Wall Boulevard in Algiers, what's the expected timeline for completion?
Construction phase is at 40% complete. They're doing the interior framing and the rough-ins. Completion, I do not, well, maybe I do have here. Plan for new completion looks like March of 23.
Okay. And as far as the 5% increase, talk to officers personally, and that's quite frankly not enough. I think one person said it's like $30 a check. once you do the math and the longevity. Are there any, I understand getting new hires, but are there any thoughts to increasing the increase for current officers? We need to make sure we take care of what we have before we go ask new people to come.
Well, I mean, if you look isolated at the salary, I don't know what the numerator to the denominator of $30 was, but I mean, hypothetically, if that employee had a family and they paid for insurance, there would be an additional anywhere from $300 to $500 additional per check, or per month, I should say, as well. So it's just looking at the net benefit of what the actual increase amount is, and you can pro rata that over the course of percentage if you'd like, but that would be a bottom line pay increase as well by not paying for their health insurance outside of the 5%, which we're doing citywide. But for police, we've actually recommended doing an additional 5% outside of other city employees, which are set to receive 2.5 and 2.5 in the out years.
Okay, so can we take it's $70 million surplus and say, let's take $5 million away from that 70 million and add to each NOPD officer's salary? Can we do that? No, not five individual. Let's just like take $5 million and say we're going to just divide this up amongst all the officers. Is that possible?
Mr. Chairman, Councilmember King, I'm going to let you discuss that with your budget chair. I mean, every
Is that
in
possible?
a budget, every time you put something in or take something else moves. And I know you all have the budget package right now. In order to do that, something would have to be moved or cut or augmented or something. So that type of question, I'm happy to work with budget chair in that regard, but there's always an effect of any kind of movement with reoccurring dollars. So I'll defer to the budget chair as you all deliberate that process.
That's why they pay me the big bucks. So I'm here.
Okay. All right. So budget chair, we'll discuss that because I see this huge surplus, and there's a lot that we can do within the department to make our current officers happier. I don't. All right. So my last question is this: recruiting. We have 4 HBCUs in the city. For those who don't know what that is, that's a historically Black college university. You have Xavier, Dillard, Suno, about 3 of them. Go to Baton Rouge and Southern, that makes 4. Grambling, that makes 5 in the state of Louisiana. What is the efforts to go directly to those HBCUs and recruit to work in NOPD?
That's right up Lieutenant Merrill Merrick's alley. That's what he do. He goes to almost every college or university throughout the state, recruiting specifically on behalf of the New Orleans Police Department.
All right. So that is being done.
Yes, sir.
Bayou Classic is coming up. We're going to have a lot of college students, ready to graduate.
We'll be set up out there trying to attract them.
That's what I'm talking about. Thank you. That's all I have. Council Member Thomas and Budget Chair.
Chief, guys, thank you. I don't know that I want to belabor this too long because the 40+ men and women that you have in here probably have jobs and assignments that they need to get back to. I could probably ask you a question about the May allocation for technology in cars, and now we have another ask and some clarity about that. I could probably ask you about the redeployment and the fact that we have 533 officers broken up into districts. But does the 112 that was represented in the 3-year plan, does that redeployment mean we have more officers in the district? I could probably ask you in some of the budget comparisons about the $30 to $40 million increase, Mr. Montano, in many cases when we know that labor or manpower is one of the largest costs of any budget, but that we have fewer people with actually a bigger budget. I could probably ask you, what didn't administrations and councils do in the past when they analyzed a budget where the labor was decreasing, but the budget was increasing. I could probably ask you all those questions, but I know that our chairman is going to make sure we get into the weeds and the details of this at another day. But there are 2 points that I think that are important that were raised during this discussion. I think the Councilmember Harris and Councilmember Moreno's talk about civilianization. And then Councilmember Moreno's question about what is the right size police department for this city? That's not a new question. That's an age-old question. Those folk who have been around or who have read or paid attention, there have been reports that say for a city that have hovered around 490 or 500,000 people, that we actually at some points had too many officers per capita based on other cities our size. So those questions have always been there. But I think now what we have post-COVID, and especially during this discussion, is an opportunity, Councilmember Moreno, to answer that question. I think it's the perfect time to do that moving forward, especially for the citizens. But the other part of this conversation was about value in our city, and it's a larger question than just the NOPD. And for anyone who thinks that a police department that works in a city where a third of its people live at or below the poverty level, where median household income is African Americans $30,000, Hispanics $60,000, and whites and Asians almost $83,000. In a city that is 60% African American, the tenor of this conversation is a whole lot bigger and greater than the police department. African Americans, $30,000. So how would someone expect that a crime fighting force in a city with its largest population that hovers around the poverty level would ever be responsible for reversing those statistics around crime? And then secondly, when we talk about police departments or law enforcement being paid, we've been the murder capital in 4 different eras. So you would think that if we had the highest per capita murders in 4 different eras, someone would have thought that a long time ago we would have had the highest paid per capita police officers and the highest paid per capita murder capital. Someone maybe would have thought that. The other thing, since it's a larger discussion, and I'm sure the press will pick it up, is that before COVID, we were breaking tourism records. Almost 20 million visits, 6 million day stays. But that didn't equate into the highest paid room service or the highest paid banquet staff. So we keep talking about what we want from our crime fighting force when we haven't asked the larger question about our economic environment or working class people, especially in a town dominated by African American and African American working class. So we can dibble and dabble and go back and forth about what's right, when will New Orleans ever be safe? But New Orleans ain't never gonna be safe when we have those economic realities and those social economic realities. So I think that this discussion, we could go line item by line item and all that kind of stuff, but there's been more questioning about the realities of the city we live in and our inability to pay people what they're worth and value them than actually what's actually happening with our crime fighting force. So hopefully during this time, this council, this administration will answer the question, what is our right size force? But also the greater conversation will be, what should the people in this town get paid? Because our press here, usually what someone makes is the first way they attack them or discredit them. Because in this city, we've taught people it's okay to get by. They don't deserve the US average. They don't deserve to get paid for what they're worth for the job they do. So while we're answering this discussion about crime, Mr. Budget Chairman, hopefully we'll answer those questions too. Thank you.
Thank you. I have an hour more of questions. I'm kidding. So I have 2 comment cards. Jordan Michael and Jesse Perkins, if you're still around. There's Mr. Perkins back. Jordan, your first 2 minutes and then Mr. Perkins 2 minutes, and then we'll move on to the DA, unless you have anything you want to close up with as we finish.
Mr. Chairman, members of the council, thank you for the time and attention today. I hope the message is loud and clear in that we are willing to work, we're willing to address and collectively come up with the solutions that I know are most imminent to the residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. CAO. Jordan?
Hi.
Hi.
Oh, I forgot how long this is. Oh, man, y'all validate parking? Cause I've been filling that up.
There's an amnesty program right now.
Is it really? Oh, we're talking about budgets, man. All right, guys, 2 o'clock. Hi, thanks everybody for your time. Happy All Saints Day. Happy Budget Bowl 2023. Hello, council chair. Everybody else. I'm gonna keep this one pretty chill. Up here on this graph, I just want to point out at 2013, it says 1210. I don't think that was really a fair graph because if you go 2010 to 2013, you lost 260 employees, which headlines are easy. So number of New Orleans police officers at 39-year low came out November 8th, 2012, 10 years ago. And that article pretty much says the entire same things that are being said right here, right now. So let's go back and look at what we've done before. I just want to point that out. Because when we talk about these things, we talk about crime, we point at these to, I don't know, scare in the headlines, more funding. New Orleans was #1 in murder capital, Council Member Thomas, from 2001, 2012, outbeat 2005, which we're all clear on why. And then from 2017 till now, has been in the top 10 every single year. So when we talk about the murder crime, we talk about the carjackings, it's always been this way. And we can't paint this picture of the police being David when budgetary wise, they are Goliath. They have received the most funding since 2010, $143 million. 2010 for inflated price, you said 119 million, but inflated is 143. When you're looking at a force that was 300 more than 1,200, so what, 600 more than now. So we started looking at a budget surplus of $70 million. We look at the ARP money, and then we look at what's going on in the city. And I just want
30
to personal. Thank you, because I want to just give a personal anecdote. This past week, and you guys know I advocate for Odell Davis Playground Yep or not. Thank you for showing up, Council Member Green. That was very nice. It was beautiful. And so I called down to the 5th precinct, which Captain Nolan's behind me. I'll go get a card from her. And I called right beforehand. I asked if they could have a patrol car come out during the event, because the biggest thing, I know I'm going to be 7 seconds, I'm going to wrap it up shortly. The biggest thing that the neighbors have said in canvassing is they don't feel safe at the parks. That's crazy. Like in this community space that should be safe, they don't feel safe. So I call the day of half a dozen times like they told me to. Call the day of, call. Shots fired a block away with an hour to go to the event. You didn't know that. No one else knew that. I didn't tell anybody, but it went just fine. There were shots fired and I called a couple more times and I never got an answer. Not one time to ever get an answer. So bring back PALs, put more money into it, protect us at our parks, take care of us, do better, y'all. You're going to take all this money, do better. Thank you.
Thanks, Jordan. Mr. Perkins? Good afternoon.
For those of you who don't know me, my name is Jesse Perkins. Of course, you guys know me. I just want to say, I'm gonna read the definition of insanity. Okay? The official, according to this thing right here, the state of being seriously mentally ill. Okay? The other definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. Okay, I think we all can relate to that. I worked in city government with the New Orleans Sewage and Water Board for 35 years. I know what it's like to not get pay raises. So I'm all for the men and women of the NOPD and throughout the city and local government period for pay raises. But pay raises are the least of my concern right here today, okay? I have family and friends that dedicated police officers, okay? So I don't want you to think that I'm stepping on your toes in regards to, you're getting pay raises. But my problem is 65% of this city budget goes to police, prisons, and reactionary measures. And it's been this way historically as long as I can remember. I was born and raised in 1961. And most of my life I have been a citizen of New Orleans. And I haven't seen much change. The murder rate goes up and down. And then we come here and we ask we need more money. We need more money. Okay, I'm just gonna use a little off basics example. If I kept giving my kid money to tuition to go to school and buy books, and I found out that, you know, eventually that he wasn't using that money as intended, then it's got to be mighty damn crazy and stupid of me to keep throwing money at him and throwing money at the problem instead of addressing the problem. And that's what we do here. We just come back and ask for more money, more money, more money. So I say more money, more problems, because that's what we get. If we address the demographics of this city and spent and allocated the money that there should be allocated on children, on more children's programs and families, then we wouldn't be talking about such a high murder rate, addressing murder. Okay, and no disrespect to you, Mr. Green, about the curfew. That's minuscule compared to the major problems that we face with in this city. Okay, and I've always been told that you're either going to be a part of the solution or you're going to be a part of the problem. So let's pull ourselves up by the bootstraps and stop thinking that money is going to solve all of the issues that we're confronted with here today.
Thank you,
Plain
Mr.
and simple,
Perkins.
cut and dry.
Thank you, sir. All right, thank you all for being here. We know it's a long inquiry. We appreciate it. Thank you all very much. All right, we'll let NOPD get adjusted, and then we'll start with the DA.
Oh. Huh? I can't hear you. Where?
Getting so I really don't know. 15 months.
All right. Okay, everybody. Why don't we get settled? Mr. DA, the floor is yours.
Chairman Caruso, thank you for having us today. Council President Moreno, Council Vice President Morrell, Councilmember Green, Councilmember Thomas, Councilmember King, and Councilmember Harris. I want to thank you all for the time and attention you're putting into this work, as well as thanking your team members and your staffs. This time of year is hard. You all are going line by line with a budget we're going to live with in this city at probably one of our toughest moments. So thank you for the work that you're doing. Joining me today on my left is my CAO, Mithan Kamath. On my right, Executive Assistant to the DA, Micah Ince, our Chief Accountant, Miss Alfreda Gordon, and Senior Accountant and Human Resources Director, Mandy McManus. My presentation will be brief and specific, and then I'll look forward to any questions that you might have. First and foremost, the mission and priorities of the DA's office. You've heard me say this before, but I think I should always begin with this because it bears repeating. Our mission at the Orleans Parish District Attorney's Office is to build a 21st century prosecutor's office where we are smart on crime. After decades of mass producing convictions and incarcerations without any corresponding decreases in crime, the DA's office is simultaneously working to increase safety and deliver justice by focusing on the most serious offenses. And that's a belief that every New Orleanian deserves a presumption of innocence, because that is what this country promises. That includes holding violent offenders accountable for the crimes that they commit, but doing so fairly and constitutionally so that victims don't have to see their cases come back up in appellate courts down the road. This also means focusing on accepting and prosecuting crimes that make our families and neighborhoods less safe. It also means righting the wrongs of the past that have led us to being the incarceration capital of the world, as well as the exoneration capital of the world at the exact same time, while doing nothing to increase safety. These two concepts are not antithetical. In fact, they go hand in hand. My administration has been and will always be working towards these twin goals together because they are married, especially in the middle of a crime surge. This work is not easy, and it has not been easy for this administration or any administration. There have been successes and there have been challenges, but nonetheless, our commitment and resolve remains. We will not be deterred from our pursuit of that mission and the goal of a safer city. This mission calls for a group lift, true collaboration. And in that vein, I want to thank the Urban League, Son of a Saint, Youth Empowerment Project, the NOPD, the sheriff, the clerk, our new superintendent of schools, Datalytics, and the NOLA Coalition for meeting with me over the past several weeks to problem solve some of our toughest problems that I believe are going to lead to executing on some very good strategies. Number one, OPDA structure. As you can see in the organizational chart we included in our budget submission, which I believe provides some of the most, or one of the most transparent looks into the office's structure that's ever been presented to this body. We've got the first assistant DA, Ned McGowan, who oversees all of the legal divisions in the organization, the chief administrative officer, who oversees all administrative, operational, and external facing divisions of the organizations, and the civil rights division that directly reports to me. A particular note are the specialized units that we've established, or rather strengthened as well over the course of the past year. A violent crimes unit, a domestic violence unit, and a human trafficking unit that I'm excited to report will be soon growing exponentially with the receipt of a Department of Justice grant jointly received by our office and Covenant House. Again, I want to thank this city council for helping us to establish a robust domestic violence unit with our 22 budget allocation. In total for 2022, the DA's office has 153 budgeted full-time positions across all divisions that are all in part paid for with city funds coming from this body. Context. Of course, if it wasn't clear in my presentations to you over the past year, I believe it's abundantly clear in our budget submission that the DA's office needs significantly more resources in order to fight back against the dire straits facing the city of New Orleans today. We're in the middle of a national crime surge. We are at the top of the heat in terms of violent crime numbers in the city of New Orleans, and we as city leaders must all embrace that, not reject it, but embrace it so that we can strategically fix it. More crime equals more crime means we need more people to deal with it. This is a very critical moment in our city's history, but we have a very real opportunity to shape our city's future for better or for worse. I speak to victims of crime and other members of our community affected by crime almost every single day on the job. These folks are from every walk of life in the city of New Orleans, and it's abundantly clear that crime numbers in this city are at critical levels. I want to especially thank Mrs. Ann Kiefer and Mr. Al Mims with Voices of the Victims of Crime, who work specifically with Councilmember Eugene Green to make sure that the voices of survivors and victims are heard. I want to thank you for the special invitation to come out to UNO and visit with and speak with, but more importantly, listen to victims and survivors of crimes about what their experiences have been like with the NOPD, what they've been like with my office, and what they've been like in the community. Those visits and that visit from myself and my team members were critically helpful, and I thank you. To deal with this crisis, we need targeted investments in agencies positioned to deliver justice to get us out of this crisis. I submit to you that the DA's office is one of many entities that are on the front line of this work, and I implore this body to act as you have acted to make sure that we are funded in a way that we can surge back at the violent crime surge that we are facing. I absolutely have to thank every single member of the city council for understanding this moment, stepping into this moment with all the previous steps and actions that you've taken to counter the trends that we're seeing nationally, including the mid-year funding you approved just a few weeks ago. I also want to thank our CAO Montano, who takes every single one of my calls and is always willing to sit and listen and problem solve to figure out where we need to be and where we're going. He and his team recognize the needs of our agencies and our other partner agencies, and getting us what we need to make sure that we're funded the way we need to be at this critical juncture is key, and I appreciate those conversations and communications across the board. I do want to talk about successes in 2022 because I know that this body wants to make sure that you are spending money and allocating money based upon how agencies perform with the money you gave them in the past. While I intend most of this conversation today to be mostly forward looking in this presentation, take a brief step back and talk about just a few things that we have been able to accomplish with the support of this council in 2022. And I think there's no better way to do that than with data. I am truly proud to report that much of the data that I will be citing today, as of last month, is publicly available to this council and to any member of the city council 24 hours, 7 days a week on our website at orleansda.com. On October the 11th, we launched 15 brand new public-facing data dashboards for the DA's office, encompassing several areas of our work. These dashboards are interactive and updated regularly. They are a part and parcel to building that 21st century prosecutor's office that I mentioned to you earlier. A modern DA's office has to be a transparent DA's office. That means the public, the council, have to be able to see everything that we're doing, the good, the bad, and the ugly. If you're not measuring it, it means you don't care about it. And we know that you all need to see every bit of work that we're doing, and that's why we're proud to put those data boards up. And the way for the council to grade our work, grade our paper. I know it's especially beneficial at this time of year as we get to these budgetary decisions that are being made. I remember receiving documents and data a few days before budget presentations. I want this council to be able to look at our data from the DA's office year round. As I stated before, our top priority is to hold violent offenders accountable. The first part of that work is intake, screening of those cases. On the front end of our office's work, that entails that intake division. From January 1 to September 30th of 2022, I'll show you a snapshot of those numbers. Of the 1,479 felony cases with screening dispositions, we've accepted 67.1% of those cases referred to our office for prosecution. 169 of those cases were juvenile cases. 87 of those cases were accepted in that time. As a matter of context, if you look at it more broadly statewide, the Louisiana District Attorney's Office, the Louisiana District Attorneys Association noted earlier this year that prosecutors around the state are typically accepting 50 to 70% of all criminal cases they receive from law enforcement agencies in their jurisdictions. So compare that to our numbers and you have the data statewide to compare it to. We also continue to ensure accountability by impaneling our Orleans Parish grand jury. But as you know, this administration began impaneling a new special grand jury almost on a weekly basis to hear evidence and bring charges related to some of the most serious crimes that are occurring. We did that because of the crime surge we were in. This is a way to preserve and memorialize victim statements, witness statements, and detectives' statements on our most serious cases. This effort, this administration's addition of a special grand jury is yielding real results at a very, very difficult time. Thus far in 2022, we have secured grand jury indictments for 89 individuals encompassing 226 counts, including a special grand jury indictment of 4 individuals who were arrested for committing a string of 8 armed robberies involving 11 victims across the city of New Orleans in just one day. It included the 4 defendants involved in the murder of our senior Mrs. Linda Fricky. And just last week, it involved yet another cold case. I know those are important to you, Councilmember Thomas. You've studied that work and worked on that work, and you realize that an unsolved cold case can produce a new case or several new cases today because of the retaliatory nature of violent crime. And just last week, a cold case of an aggravated rape, a second-degree kidnapping, and an aggravated burglary, which occurred dating back to October of 2014, was finally solved due to a CODIS hit in September. Finally, as I previously reported to you, we completely overhauled the way that our office handles 701 charging deadlines. That number has been reduced from 885 in 2021 to only 155 701 expirations today. Many of the 701 expirations last year were due and part of domestic violence cases, which are on the rise coming out of COVID. As a direct result of the investments made by this city council last year, we've been able to fully stand up a dedicated unit for domestic violence cases and to deal with domestic violence case backlog. I thank you for that investment. In March, we brought back Assistant District Attorney Karen Avery to be the chief of this unit to solely oversee domestic violence screenings. And we've gone on to hire more assistant DAs and investigators to work with her in that unit. In 2021, we had just over 17,000 touch points. These are things like phone calls, in-person meetings with survivors of domestic violence or the children of parents involved in domestic violence. The provisions of emergency financial assistance and referrals to services throughout the community. This is all with domestic violence cases. In 2022, we're on pace to have well over 28,000 similar such touch points. These touch points keep victims engaged with these cases to the point of prosecution. And in June, Chief Avery helped to lobby this council for the establishment of a domestic abuse fatality review team led by the city's health department. Our office is honored to join that team and to contribute our expertise to find ways to stem domestic violence on the front end before it rises to the level of calling the police. That is real collaboration. That is working together. That's what's going to take us out of this crime surge. Diversion. When the solution is in the best interest of all parties, stakeholders, and community, that's when our screening division chooses to refer a case to our diversion division so that appropriate services can be brought to bear to provide for and dig out and find the root causes of that criminal activity so that can truly be addressed and pull that person out of the criminal legal system. For our fellow citizens who find themselves system involved due to substance use, mental health use, and other issues like homelessness, the DA's office is constantly working to provide alternatives to prosecution. This is not just good for those individuals, this is good for court dockets because it takes the bloat out of a court docket and allows us to focus on the violent crimes that are on that court's docket, meaning the victim that is at court at 9 o'clock, the witness that is in court at 9 o'clock waiting for that case to be called does not have to sit and wait for these other cases to be handled first, but you can get to those cases sooner. In 2022 through early October, we've had 82 individuals as cases closed in diversion, and the data shows that 60 out of the 82 were closed successfully with program completion, full program completion. That's a rate of about 73.2% of individuals involved in our diversion graduating successfully. That's why it's critically important for us to collect this data, not just so that you can see it, not just so the public can see it, so that I can see it, so I can make sure that our interventions are working or being refined so they can work better. We were proud in May of this year to stand with city officials to launch the first ever DA's New Orleans East Satellite Office in the New Orleans East Regional Library Branch. Thank you, Councilmember Thomas, for hosting us, and thank you to Council President Moreno for participating at that grand opening. This satellite office primarily serves as a touch point for folks enrolled in one of our diversion programs who may live closer to that location to check in with a member of our team. But it's also a place where anyone in community can go who has business with our office, who may not have transportation, but they can get the access and resources necessary to get to the appropriate person without leaving their neighborhood, which I think is a very, very big deal. And I thank this council for stepping up and helping us get that work done. Trials. Most visibly, though holding violent offenders accountable entails the work of our trials division doing the daily work of just going to court to prove those cases to a jury of the defendant's peers. As you know, jury trials only fully resumed by the court in March of this year. It's important to know that Orleans Parish, the city of New Orleans, shut down jury trials for a longer period of time than any other city in this country. So when we talk about how we got out of a crime surge, we need to make sure that we're always comparing apples to apples. When they did resume jury trials, our prosecutors were left with a backlog of 150 cases scheduled for one trial in that first month alone. my assistant district attorneys, the lawyers, the trial assistants, the investigators, the victim witness advocates, they have all risen to that challenge. And they are doing everything in their power to bring justice in those cases for the victims and families that have been waiting for resolutions. Between March and September alone, my office tried close to 60 cases in front of juries. This compares to just over 50 cases tried in all of 2018 and just under 50 cases in all of 2019. And those are the two final years of jury trials before we even knew what COVID-19 was. And these cases that we are trying are not open and shut slam dunk cases. These are not throw down drug cases. These are serious felonies. They are largely older cases, meaning that evidence has grown stale, that witnesses are less engaged and less willing to participate in the process and testify. In fact, of the 139 charges we've tried between March and September, 79, over half, have been violent crime charges. Again, showing our focus is on the most serious cases that are plaguing our neighborhoods. I'm honored to have stood with my young prosecutors and personally tried 5 of these cases, 4 homicides and 1 serial rapist, and all resulted in guilty verdicts. Most recently, about a month ago, my colleagues and I personally secured a jury verdict of guilty as charged for the first-degree murder of NOPD officer Marcus Milk Dud McNeil, stemming from an incident that took place all the way back in fall of 2017. Before that, in early August, my colleagues and I secured a jury verdict of a guilty as charged verdict on a second-degree murder and attempted second-degree murder stemming from an incident that took place back in January of 2017. An incident that took place on a busy St. Roch neighborhood where a defendant laid in wait for victims in the middle of the day and unleashed fire into the victim's car with a long gun, killing 1 individual, and then when the car spun out of control, pinning a young woman under it. Although surveillance video captured many bystanders watching this crime occur, we were only able to secure the testimony of 1 witness who was brought in while serving a sentence in shackles. Meanwhile, just last week, my office secured the conviction of the defendants Eric Billiot, Alec Billiot, and Caden Fruden for the killing of University of Louisiana Lafayette student Lee Long, a case that took place in a Verdant Uptown neighborhood in January of 2020. I thank Andre Godin, my chief of screening, for securing that conviction. And I thank Mrs. Lee, who fought tirelessly to make sure that her son's killers were brought to justice. She fought every day to make sure that could happen. And that effort now has her in a hospital room. These cases represent just a few examples of how we have been able to utilize jury trials now that they're fully back to truly increase safety in the city of New Orleans. Of course, even with jury trials up and running again, the guilty plea is absolutely a powerful measure of accountability in our system, but it sometimes is the best way to resolve a case, but it is not the only way to resolve a case. Trials, jury trials, testifying is not the best thing for all survivors and victims and families. The emotional and mental anguish of seeing the person who has harmed you or your loved one throughout trial is sometimes too much to bear. But we must continue to hold those individuals accountable in a manner where appropriate. One such situation, notable situation, is the list of convictions via guilty plea. Between January, September 30th, and the DA's office secured 2,427 convictions via guilty plea. Our list of convictions via guilty plea this year includes a notable example of a family that I was just alluding to. The family of murder victim, 60-year-old Portia Pollock, who was lost, unfortunately, last year. Ms. Pollock's brother even commented that considering everything, they would have to go through in a trial. Conviction via plea is what was best for his family. And we were able to honor that. To those that say convictions via guilty plea don't mean much, I ask you to talk to Ms. Pollock's brother. Because there are more routes to the Mississippi River than just one street. And securing justice can oftentimes look a lot of different ways. That guilty plea is a tool in our arsenal, and it delivered for this family, and it delivers for many other families. It's delivered for 2,000 plus families this year. The Civil Rights Division. As I mentioned at the beginning of my presentation, the work of increasing safety is but one side of a coin. We are also delivering justice by confronting the challenges of past harms caused by a criminal legal system. Delivering justice for those wrongfully convicted, given excessive sentences, or otherwise abused by the system is a significant piece of our effort to have a community regain confidence in a system so that they will come forward and participate and testify in court when we have prosecutions going forward. Our newly created Civil Rights Division, just from January 1 through early October, has intervened in 107 cases. With those 107 cases, there are 35 convictions that were a product of non-unanimous juries. And just like our prioritization of violent crime over low-level nonviolent crime, this work is not just morally righteous, it's fiscally prudent. The estimated projected savings to the state of Louisiana for the work of the Civil Rights Division's work alone on just these 107 cases is over $55 million being returned to the coffers of the state of Louisiana for octogenarians who we all would have been responsible for their health care, housing, and food for their remaining incarceration. Arguably, the most notable example of the impact of the Civil Rights Division work happened just 2 weeks ago on October 19th. On that date, our office vacated the convictions of life sentences for 3 men, Burnell Jaluk, Kunta Gable, and Leroy Nelson. All 3 of these men had been tried and in prison since 1996 for the murder of Ronell Santenac after a single eyewitness trial, despite 7 alibi witnesses testifying that these 3 defendants were somewhere else, not near the scene of the crime across town. 2 witnesses claimed they saw the crime and they knew it was not 3 perpetrators, but only 1. The investigator of that case was former NOPD officer Lynn Davis. For years, Lynn Davis was widely known to have wreaked havoc on marginalized New Orleanians until his own arrest and conviction in federal court for the murder of Kim Groves, as well as various drug conspiracy offenses. There is extensive documented evidence, federal and state, that while operating under color of law, he engaged in illegal drug trafficking, framed innocent individuals who got in his way, and even went so far as to order the murder of a private citizen, taking Kim Groves from her daughter Jasmine and other children who dared to report his systemic abuses. It is actually unfathomable that not a single agency in the past 28 years has engaged in a review of the cases that Lynn Davis made during his reign of terror in the city of New Orleans. I'm very proud that this office has began this review. Mr. Jaluk, Mr. Gable, and Mr. Nelson suffered a miscarriage of justice, and their conviction and their continued imprisonment violated the United States Constitution, the Louisiana Constitution, and Supreme Court precedent. The state failed the victims in this case too. The indescribable loss experienced by Mr. Santenac's family has now been compounded by the fact that we know the individuals responsible for his senseless murder were allowed to stay free. Their pain serves as a reminder to my office that it is in the interest of victims and survivors as much as wrongfully prosecuted defendants to meticulously observe constitutional safeguards in criminal proceedings and give full and forthright disclosure of all Brady evidence, of all relevant evidence, and all matters of a prosecution. The 2023 budget request. Of course, we're not seeing any of the savings, that 55 million that was returned to the state. They're not sending a check to the city council to disperse throughout the city. They're not sending it to the DA's office. Which brings us to our request of you all. The budget request before you and in front of you reflects what we believe is the bare minimum necessary to confront, which is before us all. As you can see in the year-to-year comparison for the federal grant revenue, we've been successful in our own right in funding some of our work on our own by other means, thanks to the department, the developmental department. That's our grants department. And we created that upon taking office. The office went from 575 into, I believe, $1.7 million in just 1 year, including one new grant for an OPDA LED anti-opioid initiative, and another for the expansion of the Greater New Orleans Human Trafficking Task Force that we received jointly with Covenant House. We continue to aggressively apply for grants. We continue to aggressively go after philanthropic support and other outside sources for funding and partnering with other local nonprofits who can provide critical support for our residents through diversion in other areas. You can also see our documents that we provided that we've been successful in cutting waste in our office, including contracts that we found. Last year, we found that the DA's office was party to a contract that was entirely duplicative of a contract that the city had for elevator maintenance of our city-owned and maintained office building. We also noticed that the office had an exorbitant legal research product budget for some products that no one in the office was actually using in court anymore. We brought down the cost of those contracts from 856 in 2019. So that's close to $200,000. We brought that down to $88,000 this year. The CAO and I have had numerous conversations about the Iron Mountain budget that we have and that the city has. We'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. But we can only do so much internally. It's time for this body to look at ways that this agency can be successful in combating the #1 issue that residents talk to you about, talk to me about. I believe we've shown that today, and I believe we've shown that throughout this year, and I believe that the data actually bears it out. The additional funds that we're seeking from the city as part of our 2023 budget request would significantly aid us in combating and fighting back this surge and being smart about it. Personnel, adding 17 new assistant DAs to help screen and try the backlog of cases that still exists from the pandemic and the influx of new cases associated with the crime surge. This would include 2 new ADAs in the violent crime unit, 3 in our screening division, 2, importantly, in our juvenile division, 6 in our trials division, and the development of a select group of lawyers. A select group of lawyers that will be dedicated to the homicides that are occurring in the city of New Orleans. And this idea came from collaborative meetings with the Metropolitan Crime Commission, national leaders, our CAO, Gilbert Montano, Alex Kalinda, who's heading up our violent crime task force. We've been problem solving what has been in front of us. This select group of lawyers would be tasked with trying the homicide cases that are backlogged, that are coming in. They would work in all 12 sections of court. We are actively going through other ADA's offices, the Department of Justice, recruiting the brightest lawyers that are already handling and skilled in these cases to walk into court and try these cases the way that I've been doing since March. We're also asking for 4 new victim witness advocates to help shepherd survivors through a difficult criminal justice process. This includes 1 dedicated to domestic violence, 1 dedicated to screening, 1 dedicated to juveniles, and 1 dedicated to the appellate division. Because we also have to reach back out to the victims and survivors and next of kin when there's a Supreme Court ruling or a Fourth Circuit of Court ruling that puts a case that the family thought was over and done with back in trial posture. We're asking for 2 new trial assistants to help us better manage the administrative work that accompanies the legal work that our prosecutors are doing in court. That's like Della Street next to Perry Mason in court, to make it simple. This includes 1 in our screening division and 1 in our juvenile division. The 2023 request also includes a cost of living adjustment for all of our employees, much like you just authorized for other city employees in September. District attorneys across the state have been struggling to recruit and retain assistant DAs and support staff. Our staff continues to be grossly underpaid, especially given the fact that they shoulder the largest dockets in the state. As many of the lawyers here know, Orleans Parish Criminal District Court is the only criminal court in the state that handles criminal cases every single day of the work week. Every other court has civil weeks and civil months, and then a criminal month or a criminal week on a rotating basis, which allows those DAs to go back and work their cases up. This means the prosecutors in our office are in court every day of the work week, working in court to deliver. I think we're the only office in the state that has an elected district attorney, a first assistant district attorney, a chief of trials, and a chief of screening in court in front of juries trying cases themselves. Part of that is purely a numbers game. It's necessary in order to deliver safety and justice for the people of this city. In order to make our agency a place where dedicated public servants can grow and sustain their careers, salary adjustments are sorely needed throughout this organization. Councilman Moreno, you didn't ask me the question, you asked the police chief, but I did not run for and become a DA because of the budget, because of what I was going to get paid. I make a lot less over on South White Street than I ever made in private practice. I can promise you that the hardworking ADAs and paralegals, every single person at this table, Miss Alfreda, Miss McManus, Miss Entz, and Mr. Kameth would make double, probably triple in the private sector, but they have a calling to give back to work to make the city safer, and I thank them for that sacrifice. Operationally, being able to continue to adequately support the victims and witnesses that rely on us and ensuring that safety and security with things like emergency housing for domestic violence survivors, covering travel expenses to facilitate their in-court participation and testimony, thus providing us with stronger cases to prosecute. That's necessary. We need that. Upgrading outdated software and hardware items, adding new technology that allows our ADAs to talk with detectives and police officers through computers, so they don't have to walk across the street and travel across the city to get the evidence they need to present it in court. This includes new Wi-Fi access points and hotspots, public record software, portable scanners, laptop, and sorely needed security camera system upgrades for the main office buildings. We all know what just recently happened to Speaker Pelosi's husband. Everybody in this work appears to be under siege. Security is more important than ever, which brings me to a touch point between myself and the judges of Criminal District Court. Traditionally, we have been able to use the South White Street entrance to transport special victims and witnesses into court. So they do not have to go through the main entrance where they will, and most certainly do, run into the perpetrators and defendants on bond. We very recently, during the Marcus McNeil trial, we had to go around with his mother and his family and stand in line with the defendant's family, which is traumatizing. That's completely unacceptable. The court is lawfully required to provide a space within the building, and they do in every courthouse in the state, a place for victims to sit out of view, out of access with defendants' families and defendants. That space has never been provided at criminal district court. And so the Canizero administration and the Connick administration, the Jordan administration delivered victims and witnesses through that South White Street entrance. That's been cut off to this office. We thought we had an MOU, a memorandum of understanding, that would have a sheriff's deputy there wanding individuals to come in. That sometimes works and sometimes doesn't work. And when it doesn't work, it means that that victim is going back in that same line when no one is there. I would offer to this body that every ADA is a sworn officer of the court and is concerned about the security of the court, just like the judges are, and should not and does not need to be wanded to come through when delivering a victim to court, especially when they are meeting that obligation that the court has. And I hope that we can resolve that matter quickly. I've asked the judges to do a vote en banc, to have all 12 decide if they would provide access cards so that we can get victims and witnesses through that side entrance and avoid what I believe could be dire consequences should there ever be an adverse moment on the courthouse steps. Identifying the backlog DNA matches across the state, speeding up the process of testing old rape kits, and prosecuting cases for matches when we find them. Obtaining liability insurance for our office for the first time in almost 15 years. Meeting our legal obligation to pay next year's civil lawsuit settlements. To 2 wrongfully convicted men, namely one Robert Jones and namely one Jerome Morgan, who served years they should have never served. And I thank this court, I thank this body for seeing that that was an obligation that needed to be paid by the city. And I thank you for that. Adding new vehicles to replace a few in our current acting fleet that are running out of commission. 11 of our vehicles are from 2012 or earlier. 8 of them have over 100,000 miles or have mileage numbers that simply cannot be determined because of the age of the car. Of course, if the proper infrastructure is in place, we'd be thrilled to go green with these vehicles in line with the council's directives from January. We'd be honored and proud to support the council in that Go Green effort. Continuing to store records at Iron Mountain's warehouse, for which expenses have drastically increased over the past decade. This is something that costs this body, this city, and our office exponentially more than it should. If you look at 2010, our office spent about $66,000 for this storage. Compare that to 2022, based on expenditures through May 31, that amount is projected to be over $200,000. That's a 247% increase. That's a problem this office in this city has to fix soon, because we can return that money back to the council to spend elsewhere. There are cloud-based initiatives that could address those storage issues with simple scanning. This is a moment where we can think aspirationally, spend one-time money, and have a whole lot more money year in and year out. I just mentioned the possibility of this homicide unit that I am recruiting for. And we're asking you to fund as part of our 2023 request. CAO Montallo agrees with that endeavor and says when we find those individuals, he believes that that should be supported, and I appreciate that. We can't run from the infamy of having regained the position of the highest per capita murder rate in this country. We need to be running to that fact. We need to specifically work to counter this rise in homicides. And in my office, I envision the effort of this group of special attorneys who will receive notoriety for their work, for coming to New Orleans to do this work, to handle all first degree and second degree murders and all manslaughters referred to my office for prosecution. They would go through the 12 sections of court and they would train our younger ADAs to become members of this elite unit going forward. These specialized prosecutors would handle only murder cases, thus developing expertise in the unique intricacies of our most complex cases. Getting killers off the street has to be a #1 priority. Keeping them off the street through successful prosecution has to be a #1 priority. Creating the specialized unit of unique prosecutors will make significant inroads in bringing down our violent crime numbers. Council President, you asked the police chief this question. You didn't ask me the question, but I'll take it from my position. If you invest in an elite group of homicide prosecutors, I promise you by the next time I'm before the city council, we will no longer be the murder capital of the city of New Orleans.
Huh?
I promise you, if we invest in this elite group of specialized prosecutors, and next time I'm before this body, we will no longer be the murder capital of this country. I can make that commitment. This foresight that I'm asking for us to make as a group aspirationally, again, is a group lift. I speak to my partner agencies on a regular basis. They are looking for this type of leadership. They want an architect for the criminal legal system. They want a plan. They want a strategy that will deliver real results for the people of this community. And this body is committed to do that with the resources that you give to us. And we will show our work with our data in real time, 24 hours, 7 days a week. You can check our work. This funding is a system-wide endeavor, which is why we're asking for a system-wide case management system. I meet with the chief, as he said, we talk about once a week. And that's just our one-on-ones. But we also meet with the DOJ, the FBI, the DEA, and the ATF on a regular basis. I meet with the clerk of court. I meet with the sheriff, because we need to make sure that our systems are communicating. We can't in 2022 wait for meetings when there's triangular sandwiches and water in a table. Our computer systems need to be talking 24 hours, 7 days a week to make sure that we are getting information through and back and forth to each other. And the clerk has committed to me that we will work together so that we can have economies of scale in the money that you will spend for the new database systems that we'll be using. And I appreciate those commitments. And significantly, we've got to increase the investments in juvenile court, in juveniles, and system-involved young people. Everything from diversion to incarceration. We need to invest in the kids that have to stay and be in jail because they have acted violently. And we have to invest in the kids that are released back into the street. But as you know from recent reports, we cannot depend upon Child Protective Services and DCFS to deal with kids who are released and sent back to dangerous families, because dangerous families oftentimes beget dangerous people in community. So we must invest in all of that continuum intervention. I know Councilmember Giarrusso, you are committed to that intervention hitting kids, whether they be in jail, electronic monitoring, evening reporting, youth empowerment project, and if we can pull Son of a Saint into this mix to use their tried and tested model with system involved kids, I'm trying that as well. Because when we invest in young people, we get better results. Kids haven't changed, adults have changed. That's the problem we're seeing. Like our neighbors in Jefferson Parish have done, and of course they have a millage that pays for their robust interventions. The more interventions, the fewer juvenile cases there are. And I'm also working with national leaders to bring another proposal to this city council. Hopefully I can come before you in the next couple of months to talk about an initiative to deal with the shootings on the interstate. I need to vet it a little bit more with eye on surveillance and our law enforcement agencies, but we cannot just throw our hands up and give up on the fact that you just might get shot if you drive on an interstate in the city of New Orleans. What I'm going to propose is going to be bold. It's going to make some people nervous, but I think it will stop interstate shootings, and I think it can do it in record time. So stand by for that. In closing, I'll just say this. New Orleans is factually and undoubtedly in the midst of a crime surge. We have a unique title, and every single elected and appointed official and leader in this community, whether that be private sector or public sector, needs to be working to get us out of leading the murder rate in the city of New Orleans. With more crime comes more arrests. With more arrests comes more cases. We need more people to screen these cases and try these cases. This crime surge comes on the heels of a global pandemic which shut down jury trials for almost a full 2 years, which created a backlog. That backlog requires more prosecutors to prosecute more cases. To turn this tide and build on our successes from 2022, we thank God for this council and its strategic investments into our budget. Increased funding for the DA's office will provide us with the opportunity to receive the influx of these new cases and more efficiently continue to tackle that backlog, thereby saving the city from having its resources drained by clogged dockets. The proposed 2023 budget with an appropriation of, of a city of just over 11 reflects actual need in terms of both proper staffing and proper operational capacity. In sum, the requested 2023 budget will greatly move the needle in making the city of New Orleans safe by holding violent offenders accountable, rebuilding trust in a criminal legal system, and delivering justice for crime survivors in the city. My commitment, my office's commitment to all of you and to all the people in this city is to work unwaveringly to fight violent crime and to change our status in the country. I'm incredibly thankful for the investments you have made in us so far. And I'm proud to provide data and dashboards that you can rely on to measure your investments in the work that we do. I look forward to working with you to secure that appropriation and delivering on the promises and commitments that I made today.
Councilmember Giarrusso.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. DA, for being here. You pretty much answered the first question, which I'm asking everybody, which is the dashboard. I think the most important thing is having data that we can all share. And it's not because of your office, but other places it's not happening. And this is one that I know you're going to think is ridiculous, but in light of the fact that we asked NOPD this, I see in your budget that you have money for computer and printer supplies, copy machine, office equipment, file room supplies, office and computer equipment, and printing. I assume the reason that you're asking for that is because those are the things that you need to function and be able to do your job.
That's absolutely right. But I'm also, I'm asking for a friend. I'm asking for the NOPD. I would charge any of you all to post up at St. Charles at that Office Depot and see the number of detectives who are going to Office Depot to buy their own supplies to do the people's work. Oftentimes, NOPD officers and detectives have to come to the DA's office to print something up, to download something on a zip drive because there's not enough computers in the police districts. And so we want to create an intake station for those detectives to do just that. So we absolutely need it for our work, but we also need it for the work that we do with the NOPD.
Yeah, I mean, I that's part of it. Another part of it for me is the captains should have this sort of discretion so they don't have to do this. And you need the discretion as well to be able to function and do your job too. Next one is, you spoke about already juvenile probation parole diversion. You mentioned Jefferson Parish has a dedicated millage. The administration has so far said it will budget $5 million for this. Can you tell us what, in general terms, that would look like as opposed to the $1 million and how little that goes right now?
Well, I mean, obviously an increase in investing in our most marginalized, troubled kids is needed. But I really think the people of this city are looking for us to make more than a dent in juvenile crime. At a time when we've got roughly 60 million in one-time money coming to a city, when the Surgeon General of this country said at the beginning of this pandemic, the shutdown is going to cause increases in truancy and increases in juvenile delinquency and increases in crime across the board. I think we need to invest one-time money in our most marginalized young people, especially at a time when the state is throwing its hands up with Child Protective Services. I say that because the city of New Orleans is small enough that if we make a real investment, probably more than 5, we could very quickly turn around crime trends as it relates to young people. The data is very clear that whether there's intervention in a child's life, real services, real intervention while they're in jail or pretrial detention center, or while they're on house arrest, or while they're on ankle monitor, or while they're on probation, the recidivism rate goes down. But that's, you can't, I mean, an adult probation might be a situation where probation officer checks in with an adult on a monthly basis to make sure they're doing what they're supposed to do. That doesn't work with juveniles. Kids need every week, every day. They need to know that someone cares about them. They need to know there's a carrot, there's a stick if they do or don't do what is being asked of them. The reason I keep bringing up Vivian Lee and Son of a Saint is because their model of investing in kids that are not system involved works. A number of their kids have parents that are system involved or parents who have died, and they have close to 100% success rate with their kids. And when I ask the kids at Son of a Saint, why does it work? And I ask the mentors why it works, they both say the same thing, is because the mentors keep coming. They never give up. They keep showing up every week, every day. And if we put a model like that in place for the most marginalized kids, then we're going to see crime go down. We're going to see less broken windows on car doors. We're going to see less guns being stolen out of cars. And we're going to see crime go down.
Okay. I know you weren't here for this, but one of the things I asked the criminal court was their ability to go back to 5 days a week. They effectively said we're doing 2 days, but they could go to 5. So I guess I have 2 things to ask about that. The first is the sheriff's data shows that the average length of stay has increased from 2018 to almost 47 days to 88 days. Is that a result of more serious charges, the fact that people aren't going to court as often, or a little bit of a combination of all the above?
You know, I mean, I think it's if the most easy analogy. It's like a person not being able to walk upstairs or go about their day because they have a heart issue because there's not enough blood coming through their arteries to their heart, right? We've got 12 sections of court. Each court has a docket bigger than it's ever been in the life of criminal district court. We need inmates coming to court probably. I mean, right now we could use 2 separate court settings per day. You know, not just, I mean, it'd be great to get to 5 days a week. Absolutely. We could use weekend court. We have a backlog issue and we've got to work more than we've ever worked to get through it. But you can't even do the work if the inmates aren't coming to court because some of those settings are for critical junctures in the proceeding and it can't be handled via Zoom. So whatever it takes to get defendants in court, inmates to court, we've got to figure that out. We've got to figure it out yesterday because we've got more work than we've ever had. And if it's a budget issue, money's got to go there. If it's a strategy issue, we need to come up with the strategy last week. This is critical.
Okay. Yeah. I guess sort of related to that point about getting people there. I got to think a little bit more about more personnel, but one place I think we agree is the COLA. If you could for a second, how much does a first-year line prosecutor make versus a first-year associate at a white shoe law firm?
Well,
I'm asking the question because I think people need to know this is not little dollars. This is a big difference.
Well, let me say this. So when we got there were lawyers making very close to $40,000 a year, right? I applied to the DA's office back in 1996. Me and my buddy did. I didn't take the job then. And the salary was $30,000 in 1997. We bumped that up to $57,500 as the lowest pay for someone who was just out of law school. And once they get training, can handle more, they immediately get another bump up. I think there's very few people who go to law school who are expecting to make less than $100,000. If you look at the student loans it takes to go to 3 years of law school, you can never pay your debt back unless you get close to the $100,000 mark fairly shortly.
Yeah, I guess it's hard to get people, period, unless the rate of pay gets close to a point.
I mean, I think it's hard to get people to go to work anywhere after COVID. I mean, if you go, whether you're at Brennan's, whether you're at Waste Management or Popeyes, it's just hard to get people who want to do this work. And law enforcement work is it's a very difficult place to get people to work now. You can look at it from NOPD recruiting and from district attorneys' offices across the state.
I guess sort of just to wrap up for me, mid-year budget adjustment, we gave money to the DA's office. How does that stand right now in terms of hiring and
Oh man,
hiring what you need?
when you all give us money, we spend it. We are right now constantly recruiting because of attrition. There's never a time period where we're not interviewing, reaching out in law schools, also speaking to undergrads so people can think about becoming a prosecutor, think about, I want to be a prosecutor. I want to go to law school to become a prosecutor, to change the national thinking about what it means to be in law enforcement. Some people say, I would never be a prosecutor. I would never be a police officer because of some of the things they've seen. And I want to encourage them. Well, what if you could do it better? What if you could do it smarter? Right? What if we could pay you more to do it? We need the best people doing this hardest work. And so we're trying to recruit in ways that we haven't in the past.
Okay, I lied. I have one more question. Typical lawyer. Screening, how many lawyers are screening now? And
What's that? I think we're at we've lost someone and hired someone. I think right now we're at about 19 lawyers. That right? 17 right now screening.
Okay. And just, is there a breakdown between screening between adult and juvenile cases?
Yes, yes, our numbers are woefully low. And we actually have trial attorneys and the chief of juvenile screening those cases as well, because we need more bodies.
All right, thank you. I'm done.
Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, Mr. DA, and thank you for your team for appearing. I asked this question to criminal district court judges and NOPD. So my team and I visited the state crime lab yesterday, and we learned a lot about DNA. And I see in your budget that you have 90K budgeted for DNA experts and testing, and then separately expert witnesses. What the state crime lab told us is that they could clear the backlog of DNA for about $1.2 million. That includes a high number of rape kits that are just sitting there. The other thing that they said is that number, that $1.2 million, could come down if there was allowed virtual appearances by the people testing the DNA, because the DNA lab that they're looking at is in northern Louisiana. So what's your take on virtual appearances for those DNA expert witnesses? Would that be something that you would, I know you would have to agree with the other party to have?
That is something that I am more than willing to maybe be a little bit more emphatic. I think it's a good idea.
Yeah.
If we don't use any of the tools that we were able to learn from COVID, then shame on us.
Yep.
Right? The mind should be like a rubber band. Our system should be like a rubber band. And once they expand to learn new things, we shouldn't contract to what we were doing before. In a very recent case, we actually in the Darren Bridges case, actually, which was a first degree murder case of slain officer McNeil. There was an expert witness who testified from another jurisdiction, and there was robust cross-examination. There was very clear direct examination. It is doable. It happens in a number of jurisdictions. It would allow for a DNA analyst to help us prosecute a case at 9 a.m. and then be right back at testing other DNA at 9:30. It could be a very real game changer. And to the first part of your question, I think the $1.2 million, if it came from the ARPA one-time funding, that would be money well spent. It would literally be digging us out of a hole that would allow us to start from scratch. To get to Council President Moreno's point earlier about retraining what DNA we test for from NOPD on, so that we're prioritizing cases where it's necessary, so that we're not overburdening our DNA analysts statewide, because this is a problem for other DAs and other police departments and sheriff's offices throughout the state. So it's a statewide issue. So if New Orleans could be if we could be a help to solving our own problem and a statewide problem at the same time, that's money well spent.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we saw the kits just sitting in storage, and it was chilling to see that this evidence is just sitting there waiting for processing. And if we could clear that, then that would give us and our DNA lab a head start, I think, because we'd be starting fresh. So to me, it's the $1.2 million seems like it's absolutely worth it, especially to clear our woefully low solve rate on rape cases.
And let me just say this, just to give a little context about the value of that evidence, the importance of that evidence. A rape kit is not like a COVID test, right? When a survivor goes in for a rape kit, it's hours long naked with a hospital robe on, with strangers coming in and out of the room, several of them. Every inch of your body is photographed. Every inch of your body is gone over with a woods lamp and special lighting, looking for fluids, hairs, Non-visible bruises. Sometimes bruises on brown skin don't show up the same way they show up on lighter skin. You stand on a piece of evidence collection paper, and you take, in case any piece of evidence of the perpetrator falls off your body, right? So you're asking a survivor to go through an excruciating thing, and there's a list of about 20 other things I'm not going to go into because of how specific they are, but it is an invasive, cold, long process that a survivor goes through. And if they go through that process and DNA is collected, we owe it to them to not let that sample sit for months and even worse, years.
Yeah. I wonder if that $1.2 million and the 90 K that you're asking for has some overlap, and maybe we can talk offline about that.
Like I know we asked for and you approved the 100 to go to state police to fund 3 new training for 3 new analysts that would just do our cases. That's in the works. The 90 we were talking about was dealing with a CODIS manager, project manager,
Which is something that I wanted to ask you about.
and that would allow us to, once those, because it's what, if we spend that 1.2, right, to test the backlog of DNA, then we would just have a cache and cadre of results.
Right.
But we need another human being whose job it's going to be to figure out how many of those results match up with each other that might match up with a perpetrator who's sitting in jail. And we could literally close cases without trials,
Right.
Just because someone is assigned to the work that you all funded for those test results.
Yeah, I mean, what we learned yesterday is that we have 233 outstanding cases with CODIS hits. That means that somebody has been identified as being involved in a crime. 233 people could be taken off the streets, criminals taken off the street because of these CODIS hits.
Absolutely. Sexual predators are it's not hyperbolic to say that those are repeat offenses.
Right.
And we can solve them. And if the person is still in community, we can take them out of community and keep them out of community so they can't hurt other people. Our CODIS project hit manager job, that's already posted. So we're receiving submissions and doing interviews on that. So it is vitally important that we do your first question, test those backlog kits, but it is also vitally important that there's a human being whose job it is to check those kits because they will find perpetrators. And many of those people are already in the system.
Is that on your end, or is it also on the NOPD's end too? Would they also need a CODIS person?
Well, I mean, our level of collaboration on this is strong.
Okay.
At different iterations, there's been someone who did some of this work with NOPD, and then in that position went away. Like at one point in time, the person I think took another job and then wasn't replaced. What we're trying to do with this job is institutionalize it so that regardless of who the DA is, regardless of who the mayor is, regardless of who the NOPD chief is, there is someone who is always looking at these kits for rapists so that they take them off the street. They provide the information and that information that should be flowing every year, regardless of election season, election cycle, or who wins.
Good. That's good to hear. I have one more question, but like Councilmember Jeruso, I'm a lawyer and probably will ask 4 more. I know you're asking for a new case management system with a budget that's almost double the cost of last year's. Is that just for the DA's office? Is this a system that can be used by other agencies in the criminal justice system?
Yes, I met with Darren Lombard, clerk of court. Obviously, that's the person responsible for collecting all the court records. He's looking at the system that Guggenheim put in place in Jefferson Parish. I think it's probably one of the best in the country. I think he's got an RFQ or RFP out for others just to see what's out there, what's the latest and greatest. I want to make sure that whatever system we use works with that system. I would hope that it could work with the court and the sheriff as well. It's one thing if they interface, it's a whole nother cost savings if they're the same system. Many of these systems, out of the ones we looked at, have clerk components, judge components. And so that would mean an economy of scale so that our budgetary requests would come down and it would be some from the clerk, some from us. And so we're meeting where we can hopefully benefit from using the same system.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Councilmember Green, then
Thank you.
Councilmember Morrell.
Thank you, Mr. DA. I appreciate you being here and staff members also being here too. I just have a couple of questions. First, I'd like to state that not too many people know who Carrie Mason is and Della Reese. So
Aging myself.
right, you showed the age. But okay, but the bottom line is that I also want to put in a plug for what you suggested relative to mentoring, how important it is, and how it makes a difference if it's consistent.
Absolutely.
I've been a mentor for a number of years with the Silverback Society, and I kind of want to put in a plug that tomorrow night at 6 o'clock at the Roy Glapion Center at Zulu, we have a meeting where we're doing recruiting, and I just want to encourage citizens who are interested in mentoring men and women to come because it really does work.
Yeah, and I know Lord Dennis very well, and that investment in young people absolutely yields probably the best dividends. Some of us don't have moms and dads. Some of us have moms and dads. We all have mentors. We all have people who stepped in at critical junctures to move us in the right direction.
Right. And I want to emphasize what you said relative to consistency, because the guys who've participated in the program that I've mentored and the groups I've mentored just say, boy, they kind of say, we appreciate the fact that you came back.
Right.
I want to emphasize that more than anything else. It wasn't just a one-time show. It wasn't just a one-time, let's gather at the church and sing, and then everybody's gone for a long period of time. We come back every.
It's a big deal, not just special events, random Wednesday, random Monday, checking in, asking how grades are. Are you in school?
Right.
Did you go today? How was it? How are you? Those things matter.
Right. Could you talk about the homicide? How will that, having the 4 additional assistant DAs, is it a volume thing, or will they be able to do things differently, but just based on the fact that it's that unit?
So right now, the violent crime unit that we have is dealing with everything from carjackings, armed robberies, and a host of other serious case shootings. This unit would be specifically on homicides, right? Hopefully, we could grow it at some point where we'd have at least 6 working with 2 sections of court each, right? But all they would be doing would be 1st degree, 2nd degree manslaughters, right? Focused on these cases because these have special set of next of kin. And they take on a number of experts are called on both sides of the V for those trials. They take more time in court, anywhere from 2 weeks to a month sometimes. And by having folks who know how to do these cases already, solely working on these cases, it would allow the trials divisions that are set in the court to learn from that process and also work up the other cases, the sexual assaults, the rapes, the armed robberies. So on the weeks when those homicide ADAs aren't working in court, the rest of the trial team, they're coming in with the armed robbery case or a rape case. So create some real new efficiencies in court, really to maximize court settings.
No longer the murder capital if you get those 4 assistant DA. I'm so tired of murder, anything that we can do, but I know it's a title that we have, but at the end of the day, you feel strongly that it would reduce the number of homicides in our city significantly.
We can fix this. We can fix this. This is a tough problem, but we can't run from it. We've got to embrace it. I was meeting with Kim Fox in Chicago and Alvin Bragg, the DA in Manhattan, talking about just this issue. And when we talked about different strategies to combat it, different strategies to be successful in court, the one clear takeaway from these individuals was that the city of New Orleans, because of our numbers, and because of the way our community is structured, because of the size of the courts, the size of dockets, we have a better shot at bringing our numbers down faster than they do. And it's a sheer numbers piece.
Okay, Mr. District Attorney, this is November the 1st, 2022.
Noted.
I'm going to work with our fellow council members and I'm going to prioritize that in my mind, in addition to trying to get people to fill these city jobs. But I mean, we need to reduce the number of homicides. And if you feel that that is going to happen and it's going to take us out of the murder capital of the world, I'm going to work real hard to make that happen.
Yes,
And
sir.
I think that certainly other fellow council members will agree that that's an important consideration in our city.
We will deliver on that.
Can you talk to me about the South White Street entrance? Because I am very sensitive to witnesses and persons who need to avoid situations where they might be put in peril. Is it really just one person and a scanner?
You know, the memorandum of understanding that was provided, that we put together with the judges, called for one sheriff's deputy and a scanner. And that worked until it didn't. You know, trials don't happen between 9 and noon. Trials go from sometimes 9 to 9 p.m., which means if that person is not there with that wand and that scanner, it means that that victim who's brave enough, doing the thing that we're begging people to do, which is come to court, they've got to walk from our office on South White Street to Tulane Avenue and go up those steps along with the defendant's family, the defendant's witnesses, and sometimes the defendant if they've been let out on bond. And that's a gauntlet. That's not fair. That's not right. Certainly not in the middle of a crime surge. You're going to parade. We should not have to parade victims and survivors through the same entrance. Witnesses. One of the biggest problems that I struggle with was one of the same problems that I yelled at DA Canizero about, was the fact that witnesses don't want to participate because they're scared sometimes.
Yes.
He had his plan for it. I've got my plan for it. But the one thing that we absolutely have to have is a safe egress and ingress into court for people who are stepping up to make the city safe as lay people. And that South White entrance is critical. And look, I say this, I don't think we need a sheriff's deputy and a wand. The lawyers who take this oath, who take this, well, what is it? 57.5, used to be $40,000 to do this job. They take an oath. Same oath that any lawyer takes. They want the courthouse to be secure. And there is no reason that they should be thought of as not caring about that as they bring victims to and from court.
What do you need specifically?
We need access.
12 hours a day?
Look,
5 days a week?
This council is erudite and can figure out the proper solution. I'll throw out two. The judges say they want that door locked and they want a sheriff's deputy there to scan victims and witnesses when they come in to testify, when they're coming through with assistant district attorneys. I don't think that's necessary in the middle of a budget crisis. I've heard the sheriff that she needs resources in jail and in the courtrooms. So I would say when I came into office, there were swipe cards. The ADAs had swipe cards that were used to swipe into that entrance to walk victims in to testify. That's what the Canizero administration used. There wasn't a single incident at that entrance. I think we should go back to the swipe card methodology. I think asking for a sheriff deputy to be there with a wand is a solution in search of a problem. But I don't care how it gets fixed. I don't have to be the one to come up with the solution. I'd be fine with whatever this council came up with. But what I do need is I either need the court to provide a room inside of the courthouse the way every other court does, which is mandated by law for victims and witnesses to be housed in. or if they're going to continue to be housed on South White Street in the DA's office as they were under Connick, under Jordan, under Canizero, and as they are under me, then we need a safe, secure entrance, and that South White Street entrance is that.
I don't need to look up the law, so I want you to tell me, are we again talking about an issue of violating the law by not having this room at the courthouse?
Yes.
Yes. I'm not too impressed that we have all these violations of the law, including having being required to provide security at a building that can be so unsecure, but insecure or unsecured, you know?
I mean, there are things we absolutely need to spend money on in the criminal justice system. A sheriff deputy to one lawyers who are coming in to prosecute cases and victims who have been victimized, that ain't it. We scan them when they come into South White Street. And part of why we do that is so that we know there are no weapons going into the court or cell phones or anything else.
I'm not trying to put anybody on the spot, but then how do we get around this? We need to have a room. As simple as that. There's a law. We need to change the law and say that it doesn't need to happen. But I'm kind of getting tired of hearing that we're violating laws. You know, that government is violating laws. So we need to have a room for the victims and the witnesses to be in until such time as they're called to trial.
That's what the law calls for.
Come on, man.
For the modern history of Tulane and Broad and criminal district court, the district attorney's office has provided that space. But at some point, they got to get to court. And the South White Street entrance is the fastest point between our office and the courthouse. And we're being denied entrance into that.
I'm sorry, I'm dwelling on it because it's very important to me. Is the law that it needs to be in the courthouse building?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
That's how the law describes it.
Okay, no, that's fine. I want to make sure that we do whatever it takes to abide by the law. And one other issue I want to ask you about is there was recently 2 arrests of women who shot their guns out of a window on the interstate. And I know they were both arrested,
I
but
saw that.
I certainly encourage the prosecution, and I know that it will happen. That's ridiculous. And then to put it on social media was just also additionally ridiculous. But I want to ask you about your plan. I know that you said your plan could come up, but is there something that we can do to help that plan?
I want to be able to give a clear commitment of the costs if there is one. And I want to make sure that we vetted it to make sure that it's constitutional. And I believe that it is. And I'll come back before this body in very, very short order after meeting with the law enforcement entities that I have to work with. But I think, you know, we just can't. Obviously, we don't have enough police officers to have them posted up on the interstate. Obviously, the governor doesn't have enough state police to post them up on the interstate. I believe the plan that I've been working with others on can very quickly address it such that there is not another interstate shooting because they're being monitored. Or if there is one, we will know exactly who they are and where they parked that car.
Okay, I look forward to that till you're coming back. And truly, this is my last question. I'm not an attorney, so I'm telling you truly, this is my last question. Why are there any 701s and what can we do to reduce the number to 0?
So I don't think we're ever going to be able to reduce the number to 0. There are situations where.
Could you explain to the public what a 701 is?
So 701 covers everything from the length of time it takes to accept a case to the length of time a person can be held without bond. 701 also includes how fast a case goes to trial, whether that person's if that person is in jail. And if a person doesn't go to trial within a certain time period, they can ask the court that they be released because their trial didn't commence by that day. Now, there are a host of other requirements that are in that piece. One, there must be an affidavit from that defense team saying they are prepared to go to trial and will go to trial on that date, right? That all motions have been complete. But with the current case management system, data management system that exists between NOPD and the district attorney's office, with the way that police reports, DNA, which is outside of the police department's control, the way that that is being tested and not tested. There are cases that are just too important for us to be able to move forward with without having the evidence within that period. And so we keep the case open rather than refusing a case that we believe should not be refused, or before accepting a case, knowing that the evidence exists. And so until those gaps in the system are corrected, there's going to be 701 releases from bond obligations. But that does not mean there is a 701 release from jail. You follow me? We have reduced the number of individuals. There's not individuals who are getting let out because of that activity, but there are individuals who may be released from a bond obligation who are already out because they posted that bond. But that 701 term is sort of being used more broadly than it actually is specifically being used to describe in that situation.
And that's why I asked for the explanation, because I know that
Glad to do
especially
it.
on social media, it's kind of blown up to something that is probably not, even though it's a concern. We
Yes.
should all be concerned, but thank you for your information.
Yes, sir. And Councilman Green, our goal, regardless of 701, is to actually screen cases faster than required by 701. I think it's a national best practice to be able to screen cases quickly, but you have to have your evidence in place if you're truly screening cases and not just rubber stamping them.
Councilmember Rural.
Thank you. I'll try to be brief. I know that our public defenders are waiting back there eventually to be heard someday. So, and I'm not going to try and touch back on things that are already covered to some degree. I don't want to first say I really appreciate you actually trying cases personally as a district attorney. I know that we've had a history of district attorneys who all are tough on crime and they say all the right things, but when it comes towards the actual work and understanding what ADAs go through in the courtroom, you're being there to personally try cases really shows the people that work with you, you legitimately understand what their experience is and what their challenges are. And the fact you continually do it means you're continually reminding them you're in the trenches with them versus being back at a command center a couple of miles away in safety, just throwing out commands. So I commend you for that. I know that we've had this issue for the last 2 years. I know that LCCR gets a $250,000 grant through y'all from the council. I know that's for some reason in the last couple of years, the administration's left it off the table and the council's put it back. You guys, I'm sorry, it's OPD, never mind. I'll pass it for them. Sorry, I apologize, I mixed it up. Rape kits. I remember, and I believe you were on the council at the time. I remember in 2014, when we had to pass a state law that I authored to find the backlog of rape kits. And at that time, statewide, we had a 1,200 kit backlog with almost 100 being pediatric rape kits. And we passed a law to make every jurisdiction disclose each year what their backlog was. I think to Councilmember Harris's point, if there is a number, we can make our backlog zero, especially with one-time money, as you suggested, that should absolutely be a priority.
Amen. It should be the first money that's spent.
First money that's spent, I think that I will say, and I did not have the opportunity, I should have said it to the judges when they were here. The judges repeatedly said that both parties had to agree, and that's true to an extent. But as you and I both know, as many lawyers know as practitioners, having the right to confront your accuser as based post-COVID in current technology, if the individual is on a conference call on a video screen and they can answer both your questions, courts have consistently found that meets the criteria of confronting a witness. I think that we should not allow people to downplay that if there were a judicial will to make that a reality, it would not be difficult to do. We're not talking about having a remote viewing of someone who is an eyewitness to a crime or who is a victim of a crime or who is a law enforcement officer who arrived on the scene of a crime. We're asking for someone to provide scientific expertise on a piece of evidence that they collected. And logically, I know from my experience and yours as well, you're really challenging someone mostly that the chain of evidence wasn't violated and that they're qualified to interpret it. That's basically what it comes down to.
Exactly right. That's
So
exactly right.
the idea that judges in criminal court couldn't strongly encourage, if not require it, is kind of laughable. And I'm just going to put that out there from my perspective. If this was a priority, they could do it. And I think we need a little bit more of an opportunity to push the envelope, because maybe it's something that we do have to try up through appeals and through Supreme Court, but I think it's something worth trying to investigate, because when we clear that backlog with $1.2 million, until we have our own DNA lab where everything's done in-house, it's going to be an additional cost that the criminal justice system bears into perpetuity every year, because we're going to have to continue to go to the state crime lab, continue to get stuff, whether it's in Shreveport or Baton Rouge, done, and continue to have to allocate money every single year to have those people fly down as expert witnesses. So I encourage you to push the envelope on that with the judges. I think it's something that can be done by themselves if they're properly motivated. And I think it's worth trying to push that envelope on that.
Will do.
As I recall, when I was a public defender, even back in the day, DAs regularly just went through the South White entrance. So what you're saying right now is that without a sheriff present to wand you, DAs can't use that exit?
That's exactly what's happening.
That is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my entire life. Because I know clerk staff uses that exit, goes in and out of it. I know that sheriffs go in and out that exit. To require DAs, not to mention with just DAs, to have to go through the front of the building and not use the exit unless a sheriff is there to warn you, that makes logistically no sense.
I would absolutely agree with that.
And if I would further say that if the judges feel like someone is needed to wand you there, I would be happy to have them price a rent-a-cop to sit there with a wand and wand people if that'll make them feel safer. But a single deputy there to wand people, I don't think if someone was going to do harm, that would be much of a way to dissuade them. I think it's a ridiculous made up obstacle to prevent the use of that location. And I pulled the statute. It's actually revised statute 46, 1844 that deals with the Victims' Bill of Rights, which specifically states you have to have designated areas for victims to be secure. There is some wiggle room, which I think civil criminal district court uses, that shall, when reasonably able, locate space in the courthouse. I appreciate that, unlike, from my experience in other jurisdictions, almost every other court that I've been to, whether it be St. Tammany, Jefferson, or like, they have a designated space in the courthouse. So I guess for me, if they're not going to provide a space for you to have witnesses and victims go to safely at an earlier time to be available to go in a trial, it seems especially punitive to then make that South White door unavailable for DAs and for victims.
In the middle of an unprecedented crime surge, when we are the murder capital of the world, and 99.95% of the cases we've tried since we've been able to in March have all been murder cases, it seems like a really poorly timed thing to do when we historically have had a rough time getting witnesses and victims to come to court. I would think we would be doing everything we could to support their courageousness at this moment.
I think it's as important for us to make sure both the prosecution and defense, we have an adequate jury room. I appreciate prioritizing that as a capital expense, but in the same breath to say we're not going to push the envelope on making sure a door is accessible by key card, which is pretty much no expense, is very egregious. So,
and we already have the key card. They were shut down.
Right. So I think that that's a conversation that we're going to have, because I will tell you, having the only criminal court in the state that is funded through parish municipality budgets is a double-edged sword. If we were not funding them and they want to do these kind of shenanigans, that'd be one thing. But if they expect us to pay for everything and not have a door work for DAs and more importantly for victims, then we are going to have some say in that. That's not the end of that conversation. My last thing that I wanted to bring up is, generally speaking, looking at your plan, it seems very specific and very reasonable. There is some language in here regarding liability insurance. Is there a reason why the DA's office discontinued having liability insurance 15 years ago?
Clifton Cameron, my CAO.
Thanks, Councilman Morrell. I think from what we heard historically, it was an affordability issue. I think 2008, 2010 was the last time a very general liability policy was obtained, and then it's been, I think, almost 15 years. And so we priced that out just by going over to sister parishes. I think Jefferson Parish DA's office and East Baton Rouge Parish DA's offices, both of which do retain, I think it was general liability, professional liability, a couple other policies, and got to that amount for what we think we could afford as a one-time or, for 1 year of premiums.
Well, I think it's important. I know insurance is not the sexiest subject to discuss, but the lack of insurance means that if you get a judgment, it's against your office and we have to pay the judgment, correct? So if we would invest on the front end on liability insurance, some of the judgments you walked into as the new DA could have been avoided on the front end just by paying the premium.
Smart play.
Right. And it might be interesting just for my edification, if y'all could give me the number of how much the insurance would have been and how much we paid out in judgments.
We can get you that.
I think that would be very educational for those of us who care about dollars and cents. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Vice President.
Councilmember King.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman Thomas. Thank you for y'all being here for this marathon of a budget meeting. First question, first comment, like Councilman Morrell said, seeing a DA who's in court is very different. I've practiced in a couple of different parishes, and I've never seen certain DAs ever in life who've been in office 20 plus years and never seen them one time in court. So seeing you try cases and win is refreshing. So thank you to your team.
Thank you, council member.
Do you all still do the expungement program?
Yes.
All right. How much, if you know, is that costing, and can we get more money to that to make that a bigger project?
Well, we've been waiving fees really every time we can. And we actually met with the clerk and we actually had some good conversations with the Saints and the Pelicans about doing an even larger expungement clinic to really get public participation in it. As you know, some people are a little wary about coming back to the criminal legal campus after they've gone through the system. And we were hopeful that we could find a place that where people have a better feeling, where they could go in and we would be able to help people get their records expunged when lawfully allowed to, with fewer fees than they've had to deal with. And we're going to keep working on that endeavor.
Well, let me know how much it costs.
Okay.
And I always get questions about how can you get your record expunged, where do you go? And I think the DA providing that service is great for the community. So I think that's something that should be.
I mean, sometimes a record can stop somebody from getting a really good paying job, right? And I think we all want people after they paid their debt to be back in the workforce, taking care of their families.
Next, I have civil lawsuits, almost $700,000. I know most didn't come from you or any, but can you explain to the public watching, not here, almost no one here left, why is this important to have a $700,000 towards civil lawsuits?
Well, first and foremost, there's the moral imperative. The moral imperative is there were men who were sitting in jail. One man in particular, when his mother died. Another man losing a huge chunk of his young life when there was DA misconduct or ADA misconduct rather, or law enforcement misconduct that led to that conviction, meaning there was evidence that showed someone else committed the crime and it was withheld and it wasn't turned over. And so from a moral standpoint, if you do wrong, whether you're in kindergarten or whether you're 80 years old, you apologize. And it was important for this office to apologize for the wrong that happened to Jerome Morgan and happened to Robert Jones. And there's a cost associated with taking a person's freedom wrongfully. And so morally, the city of New Orleans, the district attorney's office was able to reach a settlement to try to compensate for the years lost and loved ones lost for crimes that they did not commit. The other piece of that is these men could have gone to trial and bankrupted the Orleans Parish DA's office and possibly the city paying a judgment. The last time there was a John Thompson, DA's office, city said, nope, we're not going to pay it. Yep, there was evidence you were innocent. Yep, we should have done things differently, but we're not going to pay it. Go to trial, win. Now you got a judgment that far exceeds what the DA's office could pay or the city could pay. And it would have shut operations down. And so from a fiscal standpoint, it was smart to settle those cases for less than what those individuals could have rightfully gotten at trial, and they were willing to do that. So there was a moral and fiscal imperative into doing that. And in fact, I'll say I believe this council and the OPDA's office actually saved the city money because we would have been on the hook for possibly twice as much as the settlements resulted in than what the judgments would have been after trial.
Do you foresee more of these payoffs or settlements? Or
These are two that were very clear and very necessary. We settled them in our first year. We have not been sued with others based upon cases that have been tried since we've been in office. We have a very clear Brady discovery policy in terms of turning over all the evidence, sometimes multiple times, erring on the side of making sure that everything is constitutional and due process guidelines are being met. So no, we don't foresee more, but you know, I can't predict the future.
all right. So my last question / comment is this: between the judges, police chief, well, you all are not self-generated. You don't self-generate money for the most part. So like $600,000, but most of your state, city, and grants is your budget. So the DA doesn't go out and make money for the people watching. You don't print money.
No,
Okay.
we do not.
So without money from the city, which is about 60% of your ask of your total budget comes from the city. So without a well-funded budget from the city, you can't run very efficiently.
Correct.
Okay.
That's absolutely correct.
So you were up here for 7 years and some change. You hear people say you can't arrest your way, you can't prosecute you out of crime. So when we're asked, gave $175 million between the police, DA, courts, not to mention sheriff and everybody else, you only gave NARD XYZ. You only gave this group this much. Too much of the money is going towards policing and prosecution. What is, and the DA asks for more police, for more ADAs to do more prosecutions. How do you explain that?
You know, I have to steal a phrase from Councilmember Jeruso. This is not an either or, it's a yes and. I mean, that's probably, it's gonna be on his tombstone, right? We're in the middle of an unprecedented crime surge with more cases than any DA's office has ever had before. So we have to fund getting out of that. We have to fund being able to prosecute those cases. I believe we can do it within, well within the money that came from the federal government to the city to get cities out of the crime pandemic that they predicted, the Surgeon General predicted would come from a shutdown. But we have to also do what I hear you and Councilmember Thomas talk about, invest in people so that people are committing fewer crimes. So we need to be growing the NORD budget. We also need to make sure trash is getting picked up, right? Because you might lose your mind if you got trash piling up for months and weeks at a time. You might lose your mind if Sewage and Water Board tells you one day your bill's paid up, the next day you get $100,000 bill, and you hear that your rates might go up too. I mean, we got to do it all, right? We got an old stuff problem in the city of New Orleans. We got all old stuff breaking at the exact same time after global pandemic, after national crime pandemic. So the police department needs investments and needs more people. The DA's office needs investments, needs more people. LCCR, basically the public defender's office that handles juvenile cases, they need more resources. They need an investment. The last time I was up here, we had the whole parity conversation. Absolutely, OPD deserves parity, but we weren't talking about LCCR at the time. And when you look at the needs of young people, they need their lawyers more than adults do, because the goal is not just a quick resolution to the case. It's the child being better off than they were before they were system involved. And there's a lot more work on that end. So there shouldn't be a flow through. It should go directly to them. And it should absolutely be growing if we know that juvenile crime is up.
My last thing is this, without a well-funded DA office, police department, you have more chaos. More
Correct.
trouble. I'm glad I'm glad you second that.
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you. No further questions. Okay.
Thank you, Councilmember King.
Thank you, Councilmember King. The reality is history is already rife with answers, Councilmember King, and realities about that. And if we take a look at from 1994 to 2002, like August Wilson, a great playwright, says, two trains running is the dualities of life. You do both. New Orleans experienced a 60% reduction in crime when we did both. Murder rate went from 424 to 159 when we did both. Not because it's my data, because it's real data. You had a growing Black middle class up to 2002 when we invested in both. The question is, and will be, will there be a level of consistency? We have always reacted to violent crime and what people perceive as surges in crime. And I've contended for quite some time. Crime, we will suppress crime. But the question is, will we do those things that are sustainable to create an environment when it peaks again, or if it threatens to peak again, that we don't have to suppress it again, but that we're investing in people in a way that crime trends, especially here in this city, maintain some normalcy, or at least trend to the national average. So the question here isn't about whether you do one or the other. It's about whether we consistently do both to keep people safe, prosecute the most violent offenders. They're usually, the last few decades, the trend has been under about 200 or so who commit the most violent crimes. There's 25% of those 200 now who commit many of the most extreme, consistent violent crimes. That has not changed. So if we're going to be successful, like the DA says, we don't do either or. We actually do both of them. Not so many questions have been asked, and there's so many more smarter questions that people can ask than I can ask, but I just do have one. And unlike the lawyers I work with, My one is my one. Yeah,
The lawyer.
give us, and Eugene, because Eugene is actually, no, he, you know, Eugene, yeah, he's an aspiring lawyer. I think it's kind of simple when you talk about the investment, especially because you explained it earlier. Our caseloads are backlogged. We're in the middle of especially violent crime surge. I think you can easily qualify to the public that the investment in these assistants, the investments in these DAs actually has an impact on solving cases.
Absolutely.
We know response times and solving cases are an indicator of how confidence and success within your law enforcement or the conditioning of crime in your community. Talk about its overall impact, and then I'll turn it back over to Councilmember Giarrusso for the next budget hearing.
You know, it's, and you nailed it, and I know you oftentimes cite the Brookings Institute, which really sort of expanded on Frederick Douglass's words a couple hundred years later about it's easier and smarter to invest in building strong boys and girls and trying to repair broken men and women. And so we have to work on both of those paths. And it's probably why City Council's work is some of the most important work in the city. It's because you all touch it all. You all touch the kid who might be the next council member or DA, and you touch the kid who might be the next defendant, right? You all touch the police department, the sheriff, OPDA. So like really this budget every year is a master plan about who we want to be as a city the next year. And obviously by the questions you all have asked, there's been a whole lot of research in what the best practices are across the state and across this country. And I really do believe, to your point and to your question, Councilmember, what's plaguing this country right now can be and will get fixed in the city of New Orleans before it gets fixed anywhere else because of the strategies we're talking about today and our size, right? We had a higher rate of spread in the coronavirus than New York, although they got most of the attention because of the type of community we are. We're dense, we're small, and people know each other and are closer to each other. That's one of the same reasons our crime rate spikes. But when you got people who believe in and trust the system, council, DA, and police, all the systems, those numbers can improve faster and more exponentially. And I mean, I really do think we are going to be the Phoenix if we make smart investments with those federal dollars. Because those dollars that went to Chicago, it can't go as far as Chicago. It can't go as far in Manhattan. But we can touch people a whole lot easier in our big, small city here.
Thank you, Councilmember Giarrusso.
Would you like to say anything else?
Good to see y'all again.
Good to see you. Thank you all very much. We appreciate all of your time today.
Thank you all.
And thank you for the presentation and for the public defender for their patience.
Mr. Jones.
No, it just looks gross. It looks like a cold sore.
All right. Good afternoon. See everybody. The floor is yours.
Great. Thank you so much, Councilmember Jurso.
Thank you.
My name is Megan Garvey, and I am the policy counsel for the Orleans Public Defender. And I wanted to start off by just thanking the council for the open lines of communication. Y'all have been great all through this process and really year round. So just wanted to make sure that does not go unnoticed, and we very much appreciate it. And then I did want to kind of touch on something that Councilmember Morrell said when he was asking District Attorney Williams about insurance. And he talked about how, you know, much money they can save off of lawsuits by being able to, by having insurance in the first place. And I just want to say, in the instance of the case that he spoke about Robert Jones, my colleague here, that we are that kind of insurance. The public defender is that insurance, right? The public defender is the insurance against wrongful convictions. The public defender, the work that we do by making sure that the laws are followed, that the Constitution is followed, we serve as that insurance policy for the community. And I think that that's been recognized, and we appreciate it with the parity statute. We are so grateful to the city, including this council, for passing the parity statute giving the public defender's office 85% of the funding that the district attorney's office gets. We're doing 85% of the work. And we also feel that by making that kind of funding decision, this council is really making a value statement. They're really showing the people of this city that they value them, that they value their rights, and that they believe that we should invest not only in prosecuting people for crimes, but in protecting the constitutional rights of every New Orleanian. And I also just want to make clear, which I know that this council knows, but the public defender's office is mandated. Can't not have a public defender's office, right? This is the Constitution. This is a longstanding tradition. And in my opinion, the fact that people do get a free lawyer when they cannot afford one, when they're going up against the full force of the state, is one of the best things about this country. And it's one of the things that makes me feel the most patriotic. And so with that, I'll go ahead and pass it for the presentation to our Deputy Chief, Danny Engelberg.
Thanks, Meg. Also, before we go on, I want to introduce everyone else at the table. To Meg's left is Sarah Thompson. She's our interim chief defender and previously was deputy chief defender like myself. We got Robert Jones, who is the chief of our community outreach. We have Danielle Berger, who is our CAO, Chief Administrative Officer, and Lindsay Hortenstein, who is head of our communications and development. OPD's mission is to provide excellent client-centered representation, to reform the system, and to partner with our community. And I don't think when I look up and down this table, we can go much further by saying that every person at the public defender office, and I say that when I look at this table because everyone here is pretty much dedicated their whole professional lives to our work, our office, and to our community. And we have people at our office that every day get up and work so hard and care so much for our clients, our community, and for the city of New Orleans. And they leave no stone unturned and pour their entire soul to our vision of dignity, justice, and hope. And I just think that one of the things that makes us most proud, both with the council and what you have done and city leaders have done for recognizing the need for equity in our criminal legal system is just being able to provide the support to the people of the Orleans Public Defender's Office, our clients in our community. Meg outlined the historical passing of the parity ordinance where no annual budget allocation for the city of New Orleans to the Orleans Public Defender shall be less than 85% of the annual budget allocation to the district attorney's office. Now, that is a great policy, but it's important, I think, to understand how policy affects people. And the parity ordinance and this council's commitment to parity is not only a legacy thing for this council in terms of policy, but really makes huge differences in people's lives. And I just met my 15th year anniversary at the Orleans Public Defender Office. And I can say this, that what parity means is that a public defender doesn't necessarily have to pick as much a client that needs a visit to jail, a mother that needs a phone call, a case that needs their attention. Throughout the years, the public defender office had to do massive triage at great expenses, as people like Robert Jones can attest, to our community and our clients. And as we get to parity, and as we work very hard to be the most equitable city in the country, that makes a huge difference in individual lives. So what have we done with last year's parity allocation? Well, we've done a lot of work to try to staff up. I think when we were here last, we described an office that was less than half funded and less than half staffed. And so to date, in 2022, we've had over 15,000 cases. We've added 15 attorneys, 4 investigators, 8 advocates, 2 social workers, and 5 administrators. These are all essential people to do the work that we do. We've, like the other presenters have made note of, no one on this table and no one at the public defender office is doing it because of money. We do it because we care, because it's of our mission and our vision. But we do need to provide a living wage and support for our staff to be able to afford to work at our office. And so with that end, we've added a 401A with employer match. We've increased our ability to work at the office through technology upgrades, added investments into our expert expenditures, and we'll talk about more, started the process of improving our conflict panel representation. At our core, our representation comes down to our staff and ensuring that we maintain experienced, seasoned, and tenured staff. These items that we have done in 2022 have gone a long way to doing that. As has been discussed by the prior presentation by the district attorney's office, one of the key areas of what we need 2023 funding, and not only for ongoing representation and operations, but this is in this area of major felony crimes. If you look at this slide, as of just the other day, we were representing, with open cases, 250 people facing life without parole and 788 people facing virtual life, the other major serious felony crimes. Humongous stakes. And if you look at what a recent study called the Louisiana study using the Delphi method that really showed best practices, which was even before the volume of work increased with massive hours needed for body cam viewing, that no lawyer should have more than 10 life without parole cases in a year, or 29 of these virtual life cases. We are less than half staffed for that capacity. And that is going to be one of our major challenges and one of our major goals in this upcoming fiscal year and in 2023 with a parity funded budget. Another challenge that we face that we are looking to accomplish important goals is making the 15% of our office that represents our conflict clients having a bit more equitable resources. We know we are way below market rate for the private attorneys that take those contracts. It's created a lot of strain on our system because it's hard to actually get people to be on our panel given our rate, and that needs to be increased. The other thing we know is that while if you get a lawyer at our main office, you get a lawyer, an investigator, a client advocate, sometimes a social worker, that those support mechanisms are not there for that 15%. And one of our chief goals for 2023 with a parity budget will be to offer that same holistic support services for that 15% and as well as increasing our rates. We're going to get to more about our client service division, but one of the things that, well, let me go back to the last slide. I think as Meg mentioned, both with the conflict panel and our major felony crimes, one of the things that we are doing every day when we get up is we do no longer want to be associated with not only the murder capital of the United States, but the exoneration capital of the United States. Just in most recent times, New Orleans and Orleans Parish far exceeds the national average of exoneration, of proven exonerations. And we will get up every day and will continue to do our work to make sure that 47% of known Louisiana exonerations on the National Registry are not out of Orleans Parish, which is the statistics that we see today. One of the things that we are most proud of at the OPD and the Orleans Public Defender's Office is the work of our Client Service Division. This council has been so strong in funding. What we strive to do with our Client Service Division is to get our clients in a better place from when they first meet us after arrest to when they leave us. And the data that we collect shows that we are doing this. Just up to in 2022, we've served over 1,000 clients with over 1,060 cases, 85% reporting substance abuse, housing crises or mental health concerns. And one of the things that this council has funded last year, and we are asking for a re-up specifically to funding, is our mental health unit. And that's a unit of attorneys, social worker, and a paralegal that specifically tries to stop the cycle for our clients who are mental health crisis. And what we've shown through our mental health unit is a 46% decrease in recidivism of people that were often getting rearrested. And that's just the tip of the iceberg that we can do with a parity budget, and we will continue to strive to do. Council members, our Client Service Division, some more data, really does deep dives, and this is just 2022. Up till recently in 2022, we have done 268 substance abuse treatment referrals, 73 mental health treatment referrals. And we view these folks who would otherwise be incarcerated, and these are alternatives to incarceration for that group of people in just this year from the council funding itself. And if you just take very conservative numbers for an average stay, which of 35 days, which was the average rate for about a year and a half, and plus a $119 average per person cost per day, that was back in 2015. That's a fiscal saving as well as a moral obligation of something that we do that saves the city not only harm and the trauma of incarceration, but close to $1.5 million in costs of incarceration. Our Client Service Division, and I'm going to hand the baton over to Robert Jones. He's going to introduce to you some really special folks that have joined our office in 2022. Council members, one of the things that a parity budget has done is, and I'll borrow a term some of our prior colleagues, it's been a force multiplier. Ms. Hortenstein, for a lot of her job, tries to get money for the Public Defender Office from foundations. And one of the foundations that noticed what this city was doing, called the Schusterman Foundation, has funded a resentencing unit that Robert is working so hard with, and the gentleman that he's going to introduce have been working on. And with that parity budget, we will continue to strive to bring in additional dollars from foundations and resources from outside places to the city of New Orleans that can support our citizens. Robert?
All right. You kind of put me to sleep and woke me back up. Good evening. How y'all doing?
Good evening.
Well, many of you all know me. I've worked with a lot of you all in the communities, but for the most part, for those who don't know, my name is Robert Jones. And I was wrongfully convicted. I served more than 23 years in Angola, Louisiana State Penitentiary, which I call a last slave plantation, for crimes I did not commit. And have been free for more than 4 or 5 years now, and doing work in the community and working with a lot of folks in the criminal legal system to try to make it fair and better, so the system wouldn't do exactly what happened to me, right? Try to make things better for that reason. So currently, right now, I'm employed at the Orleans Public Defender's Office as the director of the community outreach and lead organizer. In addition, I work with this new Orleans Public Defender's Office resentencing reentry unit that we have. And this particular unit is supervised by our attorney, Sarah O'Brien, as well as me. And it's comprised of 2 resentencing client advocates, which you will see these 2 brothers we have back there, Lewis and Alfred, who are also informally incarcerated. And so what happens in this particular unit, as well as we have 3 other attorneys, Eliza, Elmer, Matt, and Anik, who also work in that division. But what was so special about this particular unit, before we get to how it was actually created, 3 years ago, they had a law that was changed as relates to the multi-bill, and faulty multi-bills that happened. And when this happened, a lot of these guys who was in Angola, who was multi-bill, had to get resentenced. And what happened was the courts, not kind of like they kicked these cases to us because we had to represent these guys to get resentenced. And it was a lot of cases. So we kind of like got in with the attorneys as well as myself, and we did a lot of mitigating work for a lot of these guys, and we got over 70-something guys out through this particular proceeding, right? And which a lot of those guys are doing well. A lot of those guys have served more than 25, 30, 40 years in prison. And so because of that work, it still needed work done on the multi-bill, right? On these multi-bill cases. So what happened was our genius Lindsay worked along with the district attorney's office and established a grant that actually created this particular unit that we about to speak on now. And this particular unit is a collaboration between our office and the Civil Rights Division in the district attorney's office, as well as collaboration with all the judges, the district court judges. And what happens in this process is that we take and we screen these cases for these multi-bills, right? These faulty multi-bill cases. And Oliver is very familiar with these particular proceedings as it relates to multi-bill with these illegal sentences, because to me is what happened in the past when they created these drug laws and war on crime and things of this nature. They were using these 3-strike laws and multi-bills all around the country. And because of that, you locked a lot of, in particular, Black men out and took them away from their communities and locked them up with these ridiculous sentences. And so because of that reason, a lot of those guys was in there. Now, when this unit came about, and because I was incarcerated with those guys and working with those guys, they got the opportunity to come on. In this particular unit, we screened those cases first, along with the district attorney of it. And after we recognized these particular cases, the attorneys worked with these guys and myself. We put together very, very unique reentry plans together that don't exist, right? There's nobody have a reentry plan for a guy who have spent more than 40 years in prison and don't have family and the necessary resources that he's gonna need to make a peaceful or successful transition. So therefore, our office and our unit, we put these plans together. And once these plans are put together in collaboration with the Civil Rights Division team that they have as well, present that to the judge, and a lot of those guys are resentenced. When they are resentenced, when they get out, our team, some of the time we'll go pick these guys up. We help these guys get their driver license, help these guys get their SNAP, to get housing, to get all the necessary resources to try to get them an opportunity to be successful. But I think one of the most unique and the key thing is that peer-to-peer counseling. All of us have been mainly been directly impacted by the criminal justice system, and most of us know these guys, right? And so when we sit down, we had that counseling, and then when they see us working in the Orleans Public Defender's Office, right? Guys who they was formerly incarcerated with, guys who they is seen that spent more than 20 years, who are doing well, who are being successful, who are making a difference in society, who are gaining the trust and favor of the people in the community, is awesome. So that alone helped these guys to be successful. And because of this particular unit, been in existence, we have successfully got more than 40 guys out with this particular unit this year. Those guys are very successful. And to me, it's a big old thing. And I say it's a big thing because when you think about what happened in the past when they created these particular three-strike laws and these laws that was hard on a lot of black males in particular, it took these males out of these homes, right? Now that we have an opportunity to take these males and put them back in these homes, right? To bring that stability back and give these young people the guidance that they actually need. Maybe not some of the ones who are maybe fall off, but some of the ones that are growing up, getting their fathers back, they're getting their uncles back, they're getting their big brothers back in their lives. So we're reuniting families, hundreds and hundreds of families. And on top of that, with this particular program, it's constantly expanding, right? It's constantly expanding. We're saving millions and millions of dollars for long-term sentences that a lot of these guys will have spent inside the institution. And I'll allow Larry Alfred, which is one of the guys in our unit, that does awesome work to, maybe to share some stories with you all about some of our clients and the work that he does.
How y'all doing? Good evening. My name is Everett Ofried, and I work at the Orleans Public Defender's Office in a resentencing unit. I'm a resentencing client advocate. I spent 27 and a half years in prison. I've been home for 10 months now. I've been working at OPD since June in a resentencing unit. And like Robert explained, us along with the district attorney's office, we help try to facilitate the guys' release along with the judges. And once the guys release, we're there for them for peer mentorship and also to show those guys where the resources that they need. We know we did the time in prison like they did the time in prison. We know the things that a person that spent a long time in prison needs when they come home. So part of our job at OPD is finding these resources also. If we run across a resource, we make that connection. We explain to them what we do. We explain to them that we may have guys that need those particular resources, and we kind of like change information with them. So when a guy come home, or before he come home, we kind of like try to assess his needs. We have interviews with these guys before they're released from prison to kind of like ask them, what they're going through, what kind of family support. We talk to their families. We kind of like do the full interview thing to find out exactly what they need or what they don't need. And we know some of the things that they may need that they don't need because we needed some of these things ourselves when we came home. Just fortunately, we had friends and we had family. We had guys that was already free that was once in prison with us, was able to show us where these resources was at. And we kind of like understood that these guys need these kind of resources. So what we do, like I said, we find these resources, try to connect with them and try to connect the guys to the resources. Any resources that we know that can be helpful for a guy, like if they have somebody getting driver's license, getting IDs, SNAP, whatever it is, housing, wherever we can find one of these resources, jobs. I run across people that supply jobs. I'd exchange cards, change numbers with those, and explain to them a guy maybe formerly incarcerated, he need a job. Some of those people were like, all right, cool, we'll accept these guys. Whatever it is that we think that can help the guy, we're not only going to exchange the calls and get the numbers, we actually visit these places to try to see what's going on, because we know we've been incarcerated. So we know what a guy who's incarcerated, we're going to be looking for when he come home. He needs stability. He needs somewhere that's, that's going to be solid. We're trying to help him understand that, look, if you have the things that you need, we already know that you can prevail because we're prevailing. And they have guys that came before us that prevailing. So we go to these places, we see what's going on. And like I said, not only do we help the guys that come home through OPD, they have guys that come home who are not OPD clients. And because we know them, we're gonna point them to those resources too. We had a guy that we were coming from a lunch break, and one of the guys, he was going to the food stamp office and he parked in the wrong place, and his truck got towed. He didn't know that they towed trucks that not supposed to park right there. This guy, he was on his way to see he was a sex offender. He was on the way to see the person who he had to see, and he had no way to get there. So what we did, we found out where his truck was at. We helped him get an Uber to the place, and we try to see if he can secure getting his truck from the place so that he can make it to the meeting that he had to make it to. And at the same time, I was able to connect him with a job. So I called a guy that I know, and that guy was able to get a job. So these are the type of things that we do. Thank you.
Lewis? Lewis, it's the last one, Lewis.
My name Lewis Gibson. I'm also a justice impacted person. I served 25 years inside of the prison, the institution. I was incarcerated as a juvenile. Made parole after 25 years. I've been home now for 4 years. I worked as a resentencing. I worked as a reentry specialist. Now I'm currently worked as a resentencing client advocate for the Orleans Public Defender's Office. And our job at the Public Defender's Office, working with reentry and transition, helping guys transition, is to take as much load off the guy coming home as possible. Remove as many barriers as going to be in his way that we know from our experience. We try to remove as many of them as we can. If it comes from housing, to job opportunities, to basic stuff like Buff said, getting a driver's license, or ID, or Medicaid. That's what we do. We take as much of the load off them, as possible. We also serve as peer mentors, to the guys, to where we don't just provide them these services, reentry services or the transition service. We also calling them and checking up on, say, look, man, how you doing? Or are they calling us? We keep constant contact with the guys, because we want to see all the guys that, pretty much come home. We serve as examples to them, saying, like, this is what you do when you come home from prison. This is the opportunity that's available to you. You take it full advantage of them, like we did. I've been home 4 years, now, and I've been afforded that opportunity through mentors that mentored me, and gave me opportunities. And that's the same thing that I do now for our clients. And a brief history, our clients, not majority, but some of them don't have places to stay when we interview them. So we have to find a place like for them to stay, a safe place for them to stay. They don't have ways to get, from the prison to these places where that's going to provide these housing. We take it upon our own part, our job. We go to these prisons, we go pick them up. I'm gonna make sure you have a ride to go to where you need to go. And this place where I'm bringing you to, and I'm gonna make sure that they provide the services that you need to be productive. Just recently, we picked up a guy from prison, brought him to a transitional house. And we talked with the guy at the transition house. He was telling us about another client that we had brought there previously. And he was saying how successful that guy was. That guy was working. He got his ID, got a bank account. The guy was thriving.
and that's our job, to make sure that these guys have the best possible re-entry and transition, as possible.
I would like to add that the fact that and what I meant about that this particular unit is sort of like expanding. Of course, I would love to have a division of guys who was formerly incarcerated as a whole unit, right? And because of the fact that even our pretrial clients, even some of our pretrial clients have been seeking our advice. So I see this thing constantly growing because of the fact that this is a grant funded program. I would love for this thing to actually be a permanent thing, right? To be a permanent thing, because we're gaining trust of people in the community. A lot of folks is just coming to us for guidance. We call it the office where we sort of located. It's a big old red room, right? We call this the it's the 3 auras. The re-entry, re-sentence re-entry room, right? Everybody want to come there and get this advice from us, pre-trial clients, where they can try to utilize some of the services that already exist. They're coming from us is different, right? It's coming from us is different. And so, I mean, that's what we do, man. My whole thing is that y'all knew me all from working in the community. It's more like just creating a fair process to try to find something that work and allow all us to work together to try to make this thing right. Danny?
Yeah, just in summary, with a parity budget, the OPD protects innocence. We fight for our clients and our community and hold the system accountable. These are just some examples from our client service division, trying to get more folks like who are sitting here at the table who do such great work in 2023 to handling massive workloads that we plan on doing in the upcoming year. Funding parity remains one of the most cost-effective ways to appropriately respond to and divert the public health issues from the criminal legal system, as well as address the racial disparities that are baked into it. We're grateful to the council, the mayor, and to the city for the continued support of the really hard work that the people of OPD do every day. We look forward to continue work to ensure that we represent our clients and effectively support our community, not just some of the time, but all the time. Thank you.
Councilmember Jeruso. Councilmember Green.
I appreciate your presentation today, and thank you all very much for the work that you do. I certainly will look at and analyze the proposal, but it's important to recognize that the work that is done by the Defender's Office is in keeping with what our ideals are in the country, and that's to present opportunities for our citizens to be, well represented, and also to help them to be somewhat shielded from the enormous impact that the system can have on folks who don't know and don't have reason to know all of the nuances associated with it. So I do appreciate your work, and I certainly will look at this information and consider it, and appreciate your work over the years too.
Absolutely. Thank you.
First of all, thank you for your presentation. There are a couple of things that are obvious as I look at the people at the table. Rob, I move around a lot, and not just political events, but community events.
Right.
And real talk is rarely do I see a lot of politicians, but I see OPD members, attorneys, and people who work at those community events, whether they're notable events or just things that are happening within our community. The men and women who work with you are usually there. So that says a lot about your relationship with our people, what you believe in, and what your mission is. I had asked the presenter earlier what the 25% reduction meant in terms of their budget, and I don't think they quite explained it, but I think you guys explained well what the 15% represents. Could you give us that again so my colleagues and I think the public could understand?
In terms of our conflict panel?
Absolutely.
Yes, sir. Council member, I think, as you know, there are they're just cases that either co-defendants or from other reason that we cannot represent a person in our main full-time office. And in the adult criminal district court, that's about 15%. In juvenile courts, it's much higher. It's closer, probably 25%. And so it's a lot of our clients that we rely on, some really amazing private attorneys to step up and answer the call to be part of our conflict panel. Now, many of them do that at a much discounted rate. The issue is the rate is almost over discounted, that it becomes unaffordable for them to do that. So one of the things that we hope to do with this parity budget as a new initiative is to increase the rate so that more panel attorneys can join the ranks of our conflict panel, because our main issue is finding the lawyers to handle these cases, and qualified lawyers. And when a lawyer can go and get a rate of 20,000, 15,000 for a case, but has to do it for 2,000, 3,000 for the public defender office, there's only so much that lawyer can do. And in addition, the historical sort of both under-resourcing of the overall public defender office, but also from our conflict work, has meant that most of those panel lawyers are solo practitioners. They don't have a full-time investigator. They don't have a client advocate or a social worker like we employ at our full-time office. And so what we want to do is bring those same resources equitably to the clients that are represented by the panel.
And that's what I wanted to focus on, representation as well as investigation. Because one of the things that obvious that folk don't talk about is that in a city and state that leads the nation in wrongful convictions. And what's your names?
Everett.
Mr. Everett, and I know it was just probably how we've been conditioned. You kept talking about him, but it's not just him now. It's him and her.
Right.
1 in 3 African-American men are part of the criminal justice system. 1 in 8, maybe down to 7 point something Black women are part of the system. So in many cases, the way criminal justice enterprise works, it's 2 for the price of 1, where it used to be 1, and they let her go. They don't do that anymore. So many of our women are caught up in the system. Several years ago, we gave Derwin Button a platform on my show to deal with issues of disparity in funding. I think it helped to get us up to the level of the 85%,
very much
where we are right now, as well as 10-2. But what I don't think the public really understands is that wrongful convictions actually cost the public a lot more. It could be cost the state and municipality millions.
Yes.
Millions in housing someone who's innocent of a crime. If that person has a lengthy sentence, we all know those who've been through the system, who understand the system, that an aging or medical inmate is sometimes 2 to 3 times more that investment just to care for them in their years. So I don't think the public fully appreciates the work that you do. It's not just about giving people that right to have a defendant, but protecting the state and protecting the municipality from convicting someone who is innocent because it begins to bankrupt our system. I think it's the book by Stafford and Craig, The Tyranny of Good Intentions. Could you further expound on how much money is saved when you guys get that 1 man or 1 woman, or that 2 or 3, or in Louisiana, that several who should not have been part of the criminal justice system at all?
Right. Well, when you think about the numbers of more than 40 people, that equates to millions of dollars. That equates to millions, can't give no specific number. I know it's millions of dollars. When you think about the cost of feeding those guys like every day, the cost of housing those guys, the medication, all those various different things, when you add those numbers up, it's definitely is in the millions. When you consider guys would have stayed in prison even another 20 years, right? So just saving them that time factor they had. Some of them even had a number to do, right? Most of the guys had life sentences because of the faulty multi-bail proceedings, So yeah, that's millions of dollars. And then not only the fact that guys wrongfully convicted, you got guys with ridiculous sentences. You know, you got guys with ridiculous sentences that's just sitting in prison, just dying in prison, for no apparent reason. And some of these guys is the most rehabilitated people that you can ever imagine. You know, you see a lot of these guys get out of prison. You would never imagine these guys ever been in prison. They're so intelligent. They can actually be liabilities. And I mean, not liability, they can be assets opposed to liabilities in our society. Because a lot of these guys are getting out, they're going, like I said, they're getting out, they're going back home to their families and they're establishing structure. It's not like a man in the household, right? You know, a man get there, you know, he can bring that guidance to the ones that's coming up. Because most of his kids are probably grown or he got younger nephews that, because I know what it does for me, right? I know what it does for a lot of other guys who have been formerly incarcerated. You know, a lot of my nephews and their friends, they want to be like me, right? They see that structure and they're not or more likely end up in the criminal justice system. You know, they're not going to touch that because they realize they don't have to do that. You know, and also, as you know, I head a nonprofit organization that actually mentor a lot of you. You know, so and I definitely know what it takes. So to answer your question, Councilman Oliver, yes, that's millions and millions of dollars that our citizens definitely can save, and the moral and hardship of struggle is another thing that's included within that save as well.
And I can just add that we're just in the early days of an equitable parity budget. And it's not a mistake or it's not a coincidence that through chronic years of underfunding that we are the exoneration capital in New Orleans. And so what we can commit to is that won't be the case with sustained parity funding and a fully funded public defender office, that we can right the wrongs of the past, and we can continue to provide for as our vision has dignity, justice, and hope for our community.
Well, I just think that this is one of the most important presentations, especially in the budget hearings, because most departments and most of the agencies who are going to come before us are going to speculate about if we give them their funding, if we provide this request, what we'll get for it. But you guys, without a doubt, just based on history and practice of how the system has worked, can prove what this investment does in terms of savings to the municipality.
Councilmember, I just wanted to add
Yes.
quickly, with just sort of the initial work in the early months of the partnership with the Civil Rights Division and our resentencing unit, we've kind of done a little bit of quick calculation, but looking at the multiple bill cases alone, there's been an estimated 269 years of additional incarceration saved in 37 cases. The estimated lifetime cost of those is $18,314,000. And that's based on, like you said, sort of the escalating cost as people age in incarceration and a number of other things. But that is just an initial snapshot. And I think even looking at wrongful conviction and people that are staying in and opening that up to non-unanimous juries and other things like that, like those numbers get astronomical very, very quickly.
Well, sometimes it's hiding in plain sight, and you know, sometimes if you don't live it,
right,
you don't understand it.
Absolutely.
And I know we have a lot of advocates, but some of us have lived it. Sometimes you can see the waste firsthand.
Right.
You can see how unnecessary the sentencing or the actions are firsthand. That happens to make a difference. So, you know, I just thought, especially for folk who are listening, they need to understand the savings, because a lot of times I don't know that our humanity has risen to the level of understanding that part of it. But I do know that people understand, especially in these hard times, their tax dollars and money. And what I have seen, especially from wrongful convictions, is that the taxpayer pays a price that they really don't, and the municipality pays a price that they really don't understand.
Right.
And I think you guys have done a good job in saying that if we're on par with the other parts of the system, especially based on our need, you can guarantee millions of dollars is savings, because one wrongful conviction can result in millions of dollars of taxpayers' dollars going to a system that should have never received that money.
Right.
If you guys can come to closing, if someone could close out this presentation, we'd appreciate.
Well, council members, we appreciate the time that you've given, the care. As I said before, getting to an equitable parity budget for the public defender office is not just something that's just policy. And it is a legacy for this council and for this administration, but it really is something that touches on everyday people's lives. And we appreciate this council's commitment to making New Orleans the most equitable city that we can make it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you guys very much. Blessing y'all. Have a good evening.
Thank you all very much. To close out the meeting, thank you all for all of your time. Be here.
thank
We're
you.
good. Yeah, y'all did great. Tomorrow we have Juvenile Justice Intervention Center, Nordsea, Park Village, Office of Independent Police Monitor, the Coroner, and Municipal and Traffic Court. So with that, we will stand at ease, and Councilmember King will become Commissioner King in just 1 second for the Nord Commission. Thank you all very much. Yes. True. Yes.